Welcome to the 1 million run in Geoguessr. We have our intrepid heroes, Remy and Evandar, who will be performing the run.
Hey.
And we
Hello.
have the wonderful Nadia, who will be casting together with me. I'm Wayfinder. Hello, welcome.
Welcome.
So I don't know if everybody knows what we're doing here today. So we will do just a quick introduction of the concept of the game and then start into the run.
Yeah, maybe I can explain
please do.
the very basics. So you probably have seen some YouTube shorts about Geoguessr. It's a game where you land in a Google Street View picture, and just based on what you see, what you can read, the landscape, you have to guess where you are on the world map. And the closer you are, the more points you get. And the points are important here because we want to reach 1 million points by doing only perfect scores, which means, the perfect score is 5,000 points. So that means finding 200 points in a row perfectly. Perfectly means less than around 170 meters, but we'll just try to find, to tune it down to a few meters just to be sure that we have the perfect score. We'll do this in co-op with Remy. So we'll have the same locations and we will be able to move around because otherwise it's sometimes impossible to find the point. And we will talk, and when we find the point, we will guess at the same time. And that's it. We'll do this 200 times in a row, and hopefully it will go fine and we won't miss a single point because that's the whole point.
Okay. So you have done this before, right? You know kind of what you're doing, and it's not an impossible task, but it's very difficult.
It is.
Yeah, it's very demanding. Yeah.
Actually, we have 3 attempts in the past, and 2 of them failed because at some point we failed a point. But there is one that worked, and we got it in a bit more than 9 hours. Here, of course, if at some point we miss a perfect score, we will keep going, and maybe we will do one additional point at the end. We will see.
Okay. Then if you're ready and everything is set up on your end, you will mute yourselves. We will not have your comments on this stream, but then we can start the run.
Exactly. Yes. Okay. You will not hear us because we will talk in French for efficiency, and well, we don't want to have you listen to 10 hours of French yapping. So yes, we will move, and you'll see when we start. So,
yeah. Thank you.
Bye bye, and have a good watching.
Run.
Good luck to you.
Thanks.
Okay, the 2 are have moved to their channel, and we're alone now. So what do you expect to see today in terms of what kind of gameplay do we see here?
I think first of all they will reach the 1 million, and it's a hard task, but they will do it. But I think we're gonna see a lot of locations very quickly done, as well as very long ass rounds that can happen, especially in some very rural places. But like for this time, it's already Europe that is gonna be found very quickly, as we are in Latvia. Maybe we should explain a bit more the concept first. I'm sorry, I'm writing a message at the same time. I will let you lead.
So we have been placed inside Google Street View. Most of you will know the general concept of Google Street View. Google drove through the world and took images of all the places that they went through, and you get placed anywhere in that in the whole world. It could literally be anywhere where Google drove. And some of these are easier to get, some of them are a little harder to get. So in a country like this, you will have dirt road in the middle of nowhere. In other places, you will be placed in the middle of a capital city somewhere in Europe, where you have easy ways to find out where you are. That will not always be the case. So the rounds differ very much depending on where in the world you get placed. And then, as you can see in the stream right now, they're opening their map and trying to find the exact place where they have been placed, and not where they are right now, but where they were initially dropped in the map. And as it looks like they found the village in Namibia that they were at, and found the intersection, sent, and yeah, that was 5,000 points. And you can see the counter in the top right there. This is the third location of 10 in this seed. So the seed contains 10 locations. They get the same seed, so they have the same locations. And this is the third one. The first two have a combined score of 10,000, so 2 perfect 5Ks. And 5K is the word that we use in the community to say when you have exactly perfectly hit the spot on the map where you were dropped. Now this is in Malaysia. This is an island off the northwestern coast, apparently. And they're now looking for the exact intersection, which is not always easy. A lot of this means that you have to figure out from where you went on the ground how it's going to look from from the top on the map. So it's checking the angles of streets, and you see that they are looking at the ground. And you can also see we have 2 compasses here, one at the top and one at the left. And when they're looking at the bottom of the road, they are orientating the compass to show true north, so that the angle of the road that they're looking at is the same as the angle would be on the map, which makes it easier for them to scan for it on the map then.
Yes, and because of that, sometimes if you only have a name road, like you know you are on the 15 and you have nothing else, but sometimes just with the road angle you can find the 5K, even with very little information, because sometimes the curve you are in or the direction you are in will only be matched in one exact spot. So this way you will know right away that you are in the actually real and 5K spot.
And this one seems to be a little more challenging. There are a lot of potential options here. They're looking now at the houses, because there are houses that are also on the map. It's not always 100% accurate though, so it's usually better to use the streets and the number of intersections to the next larger street and so on to orientate yourself. But in this case, you can probably also use these longer houses here to see, okay, this is the one that we're going to be at.
Well, actually, it's because of the map. So they are playing an official word, which is a map that has been handpicked by the community, especially by La Ligue. An organization around Geoguessr who does a lot of events. And so they decided when they create the map to, how to explain, usually, especially for the speedruns, the maps are, the locations are put into intersections or inside the middle of a curve. But for this map especially, the mappers decided to also put locations based on houses and other forms of pinpointing. So not only intersections, but you can find your location by spotting the house. Like if you are in a very long street in Brazil, for example, you may be in front of a house, like the only house of the segment, and that will be your pinpoint. Usually other maps avoid to do that. They would just do intersections, like 2 streets crossing each other. But
or maybe
for
a
this
bridge
map
where
especially,
a river is crossing.
Yeah, also bridges and stuff like that. But this map is a bit different for that. So that's why we will see more attempt to to
To line up
localize where they
houses,
are.
yeah.
To line up.
Yeah.
I was searching for that word. Thank you. To line up with houses more than other maps.
Yeah, and it's pretty exciting while you're doing a run like this to spawn somewhere where you know there's no intersection here, and to already know I don't know where I am yet, but I know that at the end of this I will need to find some way of orientating myself that is not an intersection. That's a little stress at the back of your head already.
Yeah, but also lining up with only houses can be longer for
Yes.
for the 5K than having an intersection. Usually you can be more quick because we are in actually a marathon and a speed run, even though it's a 10 hours one. But usually
It's a long
intersections are
run.
way easier to
Yeah.
to slam directly and go to the other round. But with houses,
Yes.
you have to be more careful because it's a more difficult exercise. But
And you never
nonetheless, a
know
very good
if,
one.
yeah, you never know if a random shed somewhere in the woods is going to be on the map or not. And it's sometimes it's difficult and you get the wrong one. Let's hope that today that doesn't happen. And also, I just saw that we were rated by Ripayu with
Yes.
28
Hello,
viewers.
hello.
Thank you very much. Welcome,
Thank you very
everybody.
much. Welcome in, welcome in. Of course, the chat, if you have any questions, regardless the run, the speedrunners, or the game, don't hesitate to ask. We will be your host for the 2 next hours. And then we are going to be switched by other players, other Geoguessr pros actually, because after us, Finbar and Malfunction will play. They are used to play the World League and the World Championship of Geoguessr, and they are speedrunners as well. So we are gonna have a lot of different people casting today, and it's gonna be fun.
Yes.
So
And Malfunction in
ACW,
particular, Malfunction in
Go on.
particular holds the world record for this format, I think, together with Blinky, right?
Yes, but they did not do it on AOW. They did it on ACW.
Oh, okay.
But as someone asked, so ACW means a community word. So it's a map created by a lot of different people from the community, and they handpicked 100,000 locations for the map. And this one is another one who had been created for the second World Championship of Geoguessr, which is an official word. So it's kind of the same vibe, but it's different location. It's also handpicked, but it was from other people from the community. As I said, it was from people from La Ligue. But when you play Geoguessr, you have the potential to play a lot of different maps. Some are official from Geoguessr, and a lot are made from the community. And usually the speedruns are made on community maps because as they are handpicked, you are sure that you won't have dead ends first, because you can go north and south. And if you have a dead end, like if the street view stops, you cannot continue. So it's not working well for speedruns format. And by being handpicked, you are also sure that you will be either on an intersection or on a place you can figure out. Because if you look at Australia and you zoom in Australia, sometimes you will have very long ass roads that are a straight line. And if you have nothing to tell you where you are on this straight line, it makes the exercise very difficult. Because
Yeah,
for the
you
speedrun,
basically have to get lucky with the pinpoint. Yeah.
yes.
So this map is specifically aiming to eliminate all these cases where it's impossible to pinpoint or where it's super hard and you had to get lucky. This map is specifically made so that every location in it is, in theory, pinpointable to the exact place.
But pinpointable in 2 minutes, 50 seconds, or 10 minutes? It can happen.
Yeah, that's a question. Yeah. I mean, some of these will be very quick. Some of these will be in the 10 to 20-second range. If you, for example, if you have right at the start a sign that tells you immediately where you are. that can happen. But it can also happen that you are dropped as here in the middle of some mountain road, and you have to figure out where you are, and it takes a little longer.
Yeah. As we can see, they are already hitting the 20K, the 30K, sorry. And so they are already 7 rounds in the run. They have
They're on
so many
track.
rounds to do. And they're on
Yeah.
track. Like 11 minutes for now is very nice. And they are doing very good, but they are fresh for now. They are in the very beginning of it. And we'll see after the fatigue will come in how they will do. But for
Yeah.
now, they are doing very great.
The brains aren't fried yet. Everybody's on top on the top of their game, and yeah, this it's looking good so far. But let's see
Yeah.
where we end up in 10 hours. I'm not so sure that everything will go as smoothly then as it is going now.
No, because it is a very difficult
Yeah.
exercise. Like your brain is always always have to work, because first
Yeah.
of all, you you have to understand where you are, but especially when you are moving, you have to remember the path that you have done to get to the informations, because you have to reverse back everything you have moved to return to the exact 5K. And also they are doing it in co-op. It means that they are talking to each other and they are sharing information to find the locations together. So you are constantly doing something. And sometimes where you are tired and you are moving a lot, like on a road, you can completely forget everything you have done and how did you hit that big road that will have a lot of informations. So it is actually very, like, it is a marathon for real.
Yeah.
For real.
Yeah, and on top of that, you also have to be constantly on your toes and remember all the different things in the different countries that will be useful to know to narrow down where you are.
Yeah.
Telephone codes, place names, various kinds of what we call metas usually in the community, where you can say, oh, this kind of utility pole only exists in this area, or this kind of bollard is only used in that country, and so on. All of that is has to be retrievable from memory pretty much all the time, and you have to do some very quick decision making on where you are even going to try and find where you are. And that's mentally very taxing. When I play in duels formats, 2 hours is already a long session, and I will be drained at the end of it.
Imagine 10
so
hours.
10 hours is just crazy.
It is. And especially when you play moving, because Geoguessr, you can play it in different ways. You can do an NPZ. It means like you only have like a picture that you have to guess from it. You can have a no move. You can make it in no move, so you can turn around to have like to see the landscape, maybe grab a bit of informations or clues. But when you are moving, the thing is you will search for good information, and because of that, people get to learn a lot of stuff. Like Wayfinder said, you can learn phone area codes, you can learn bowlers and everything, but also so many things. You learn to speak, like some people did learn languages just to be able to read some signs that will be helpful after that. And you have
I've learned
much
to read
knowledge.
Thai and Hindi and Bengali.
Yeah,
Greek,
I mean, that's
Cyrillic.
yeah, that's like classic for Geoguessr players, and especially for speedrunners. So it's a lot of knowledge you have to learn, especially for the moving, because every single sign can be very helpful to find your 5K, your location very quickly.
Yeah, and it's nothing's more tragic than finding a sign that you know contains useful information and being unable to use it. So
Yeah.
people tend to, well, I wouldn't say over prepare, but like be very, very thorough in preparation for any sign that could cross their way.
Yes.
And we are here in Nigeria, if I'm seeing that correctly. Yes, we are.
Yes, we are.
So Nigeria is a very interesting country in Geoguessr. In most of the world, the camera technology has advanced through the years, and you can tell how old footage is by how bad it looks. The very bad stuff will be very old, and the very nice and shiny looking stuff will be very new. But Nigeria is one of the countries where it's kind of the other way around, because they did a
You
downgrade
can
on the
say
camera.
cam.
Yeah, it's shit cam.
You are allowed. We are allowed to swear.
So you randomly get to places that were covered in this year, and it looks like it was in the 90s. So
But the thing
that's
is,
yeah.
it became a meta because now when you see shit cam in a place like Africa, you know that then you are in Nigeria because other countries doesn't have it yet. I hope they won't. But then,
Yeah.
it's a way to know quickly because we are here for that, to know quickly where we are. So it's still a way to know where we are, but having a shit cam that is not in every single country. It is in specific countries like India and Nepal has the shit cam. So you can quickly understand if you know you are in Asia. Oh, okay, I have shit cam, so usually I am in India. Like it's a way to know too.
Yeah. And this is Taiwan, which is also a very interesting country because a lot of the poles that carry the wires contain information about where exactly they are. So they have a grid with letters that covers the whole country, and every pole has that letter on it. And then inside the area that the letter designates, there are coordinates where you have percentages of how far into from the left side and from the bottom side you are away from the edge of that area. So in theory, if you find the code, you can pretty much use that to 5K already. I don't think they had that here though. They are sometimes they are very hard to read because they are far away from where the Google card took the image, so you can't read the small print. But if you can find one and you can decode it, yeah. Some of the plates do not contain the codes.
Oh, really? I thought it was like everywhere.
No, some of them don't have them.
The essence of when you are moving, like the essence of what you have to do is move, actually, for good information. Good information means an intersection, going to a highway, going to a bigger road. So usually what you are going to do when you are dropped in the middle of nowhere is going to move very quickly to a place where you can grab info. It means big intersections. Like the grid is very, very useful, but it's when you are completely lost and you cannot have access to good, better roads. But yeah, people do tend to learn the grid of the electrical pole of Taiwan, something that is not going to be useful in your life. But it's
definitely
fun to learn.
Yes, and it's not the only place in the world that does that kind of thing. The island of Hokkaido in Japan also has a similar system.
Oh, really?
And a lot of other places also have designations on certain parts of the infrastructure that tell the people who service it where it is. And in turn, we as GeoGuessr players can also benefit from that.
Yeah.
So now they have narrowed it down to a certain place here. Just in the meantime, sorry, I
no
talked
worries.
over you.
No worries.
I
do really like to play Taiwan a lot. It's very, very fun to play.
And I recently learned that the house number signs are very regional, and you can also find postcodes on them sometimes. So I've been learning those and how they look.
Yes.
And I've already won the duel on that once.
Nice. I do remember I've done a no move in Taiwan, and I remember using the number of the house as you said, because you could like the kanji of the neighborhood were written on it, so you just
Yeah.
have to compare on the map to find out which neighborhood you are in.
Yes,
Like
even if
that's
you
what I
can't read,
love.
yeah, even if you
Yeah.
can't read the language, you can still compare the characters to what's on the map.
Yeah, that's what I love about Geoguessr. So, like, it's a detective game. You have to understand where you are
Yes,
with
yes,
clues around you. And sometimes, like, before people would learn Bengali, they used to compare the characters of the cities that we read on the map because Bangladesh is not that big. So you can see the huge districts, like the biggest cities are district in the country. So if you zoom in just a bit, you can see them all, and then you can compare the characters from what you are seeing on screen. And that was how people were doing it before, and it was doable. It was
yeah,
fun. Like you are
yeah,
playing a detective game with clues, and you have to understand the language you don't understand. That's very, very peak. It's very fun.
yeah. It is a lot of fun, and specifically in Bangladesh, uh, um, the addresses are plastered all over the place. Pretty
Yeah.
much every store, every business will have their address written on a sign out in front. So knowing how to read those or being very good at comparing those is a massive advantage if you're playing in Bangladesh.
You know,
Um,
Wayfinder, our
oh.
our goal for this run is to convert people to GeoGuessr. We need to transfer our love to the game, to the people watching us, and hopefully they will speedrun the game too. We need more
Yes.
speedrunners actually in the game. I wish, and I know Blinky, one of the world champion of GeoGuessr, who does a lot of speedruns, who actually holds every, I think every
Yes.
single
Every imaginable
world
record in the
record.
world. Yes.
Like he's a bit sad because there's not a huge speedrun scene for GeoGuessr. As you can see, by for example, with MCSR, there are so many events for Minecraft speedrunners and so many people playing it. And we wish to
Mm.
see that more for GeoGuessr because it is very fun, but it lacks some content, you know? It
Yeah, we,
lacks
we don't
something
have the
that
big
will
community that
move people.
Minecraft has yet. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if anybody wants to try out, you know, playing GeoGuessr, what can they do? How can they start?
Yeah.
The best thing I think is to play if you don't have an account yet and you don't want to start with a paid account. There are ways that you can play the game for free and test it out, see if you vibe with it. Um, and also, I think challenges are free to play. So if you can find challenge links for various events, or people will sometimes post them when they stream to play along and so on. Those are also a
Yeah.
good way to get into the game at first.
Yes. And usually, when you want to start playing your own country or your own area, like maybe not your country because it may be very complicated, but
Yes.
in
But your
your
hometown, for
neighborhood or your
example, if you
town.
if you live in a
Yeah.
big town, then there will probably be a map for that town. And I know my mom, for example, loves playing our hometown, and she always requests that I bring my laptop when I visit her to play a little GeoGuessr.
So they have already reached 2 maps done. Congratulations. And they are doing it in a good pace for now. So we are reaching the 11th, I think, round. That is in the middle of Bolivia, from what I'm seeing, with
And they're
a
trying
very
to
nice
find,
lake.
yeah, it's very beautiful. Yeah, they're trying to
It
find
is.
the exact lake and the exact curve in the road where
Yeah.
we started,
Because as we
and
have
it's
said,
not easy.
Yeah, but there is an intersection, it seems, or at least in their path, they did find an intersection. So now they are moving a bit just to see if the path of the road is matching what they are seeing in the map. So you may see them a lot go forth and forward, yeah, on their road, just to be sure the road is matching everything, because you may find an angle that is working out, but it may not work after, like it's doing a curve and you can't see any curve in your street view. So they will move a lot forth and forward to be sure they are matching everything and they did find the location, because now they have nothing except a road angle. So they
And you
have the
can
good
see
lake.
they have the lake. I think that's the red lake. But now there
Yeah.
are two areas on the road that kind of look a little similar, where you have this little bend to the right. And they are in one of them. And yeah, Evander was in the lower one for a long
Yeah.
time and was trying to see if the places north of it would have the correct angles to line up, and they didn't. So they had to move to the other one. And it's very difficult to tell how big something is going to look in Street View from just the map view from the top.
Yeah,
And you can
sometimes you don't.
easily see something and think, oh, this must be it, and then it turns out it's a lot smaller on the map than you thought, or a lot bigger.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And in places like that, where you are just with a lake and a road, it's definitely complicated. While now we are in Norway, and like they have an intersection from the beginning, so you have more things to certify you that you have the location. When it's only road angles, you really have to understand which one is the perfect one and which path is the best one. But now
Yeah.
it will be easier, and like you don't need to verify as much as they've just done in the Bolivia round. Because right now
Yes.
also they have road numbers and huge cities. Like Hove is definitely visible, I think, and the 35, it's a national road. So you don't need to zoom a lot to find it. And
Yes.
so they arrived on this intersection, but it's not where they're gonna plunk. They're gonna plunk more east because they're coming from the west, I think. But they have an intersection at their starter point, starter location, sorry. So it will be very much easier to
Yeah. So
to
to backtrack and go
yeah.
to a specific pinpoint. Yeah. And just as a bit of jargon, we usually use the word plonk to say when we place down the pin and send. Um, that's just just a word that I don't think is used a lot in the rest of the world. That's a very specific Geoguessr word,
It's
I
true.
think.
I forgot that we have our own jargon.
Yeah, and some of the jargon is a little confusing to outsiders, I guess, at first. For instance, when I started, I didn't realize that meta was not just used for stuff that had to do with the coverage, which kind of car did Google use, which kind of camera did Google use, and so on. But it's also used for stuff that's actually there in the world if you visit
Yeah.
in person. That was
Yes.
confusing to me at first. Yeah.
But as you said, Galure, it is going to be a long run, but luckily we are going to switch between people. And if you know a bit the Geoguessr scene, you will have after us Malfunction and Finbar, both competitors in the World Championship, and speedrunners as well. We'll have after that Gelotris and Diggy, who are used to cast. Actually, in the official competition of Geoguessr, they are the main casters and analysis, and they will be here after Finbar and Malfunction. We also have Guava and Doug, two very, very good players that are very used to the game, not really competing in the World League, but they are doing a lot of huge tourneys that exist. and it will be ended, I think, by you again, Wayfinder, and
with
Duck,
default.
and Bfault, sorry,
Yeah.
who is also another player of Geoguessr, who is trying to qualify for the World Championship, I think.
And Bfault and
so,
I
yeah.
together do mapping for La Ligue.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah.
So you create map for the
Yeah.
players,
For the players
because
to play.
random maps may not be very always exciting as a gameplay for pinpoints, because
Yes.
a lot of different maps are created and generated, and some are completely random and AI generated, but you don't use them that much for pinpointing.
Which,
It
by the
depends
way,
on
is
the
another
gameplay you
piece
want.
of jargon. It's another piece of jargon because it's not actually an AI generating. It's
True.
more like a random generator. But
Yeah, true.
I kind of like it because what we call AI nowadays isn't really AI either. So
Yeah,
that
true.
kind of makes it fit again.
That's true.
So now
So,
we are in Czechia here.
yeah. And you
Czechia
can
and
know,
Slovakia are very, very similar, but you can know this is Czechia because the sign on which the places are written here, you can see it on Evandar's screen. It has a little pointy arrow to the side,
yeah.
which is integrated into the sign. So if you were in Slovakia, you would have a rectangular sign with an arrow printed on it inside.
And funny thing about these signs specifically, to remember them, just imagine it's a huge pencil. Like the arrow point is, the head of your pencil, and the way the road is written is like the eraser of your pencil. So it's a fun way to remember the meta of Czechia and their signs. So now if you see pencil-shaped signs, you know you are in Czechia. You cannot forget that anymore.
Yeah, now we have already left Czechia behind and have entered Italy. And we have good signs here that will tell people where the next towns are and how far they are away.
And we have a Roma, actually.
Oh, all roads lead to Rome, though, so that doesn't narrow it down too much. But Foligno may be a little easier to narrow down where exactly we are. They have found it already. It's at the left edge of the screen.
Do you mean the crossed L? The crossed L is Poland. Like, as every country has something specific, you will learn to recognize, to know which country you are. For Poland, if you look at the language, because especially for non-Europeans, Europe can be very, very hard. There are so many languages, so many different things to learn. But some little clues like the crossed L is a very good one to, when you see it, you know directly you are in Poland because it's the only country using that letter.
Yeah, and not every country has a specific letter or letters that they have, and that makes it completely unique. But
yeah,
most of them will have at least one or two things that are only done the way they are done there, and nobody else in the world does it like those, like that country. And it used to be that one of the main modes in Geoguessr was identifying the country where you are without moving around. And so people learned a lot of these things to basically tell from any point of the country which one they are in. So now we have a very interesting country. I think it's Eswatini, right?
Yes, and maybe it is time to talk about core metas.
Yes.
As you can, see,
the bane of the moving player's existence sometimes.
Yes, as you can see, the car has a blur because usually Google does erase the cars and create a little blur that makes you feel like there's no car at all. But with that blur, some metas appears because not the whole car can be hidden. And as you can see here on the left side of the screen, we have a white blur that is the front of the car, and that specific car is
I think it's
a
actually the
car.
back, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the back. You're right. It's the back of the camera, and that is important to know if it's a front or back, because depending on the generation of the camera, like the Google car sometimes go multiple times in the same place. So you will have old cameras, as Wayfinder has said, that we call generation 1 or generation 2. And now we are back to generation 4 and even small cams that are very, very good quality of images. And that is a generation 3, so like a mid quality. And usually you can see the back of the car, which is white. And if it's white and you have this kind of landscape, you may be only in 3 countries. It could be South Africa, Botswana, or Eswatini, or Lesotho too. I don't remember.
Lesotho does have it, yeah.
Yes. So all these countries who are actually connected in the south of Africa have the same car meta. And
confusingly also Bolivia, which is a common mistake that happens to everybody. It's kind of an initiation rite to mix up Lesotho and Bolivia.
Yes, but what is amazing with car metas, even though a lot of people do not like them because it's not something you learn from the country, but it's more about Geoguessr, like Google Street View metas. But it can help you narrow down the number of country you can be in, because sometimes the difference between some countries who are very close together in region cannot be very easy to spot. And sometimes the car and the blur of the car will tell you which one you are in, or at least in which hand of countries you can be in, because of all these metas.
Yeah.
So everything is used from the camera to the copyright of Google, and when the image had been released, to the polls, to the languages. You can use absolutely everything on Geoguessr. You can learn new knowledge.
People will learn in which month Google drove through a certain area, which car they used for it, and then they will have memorized maps of where exactly that combination of let's say autumn coverage in with that or this specific car exists, and then that helps them narrow down their guess for where they're even looking for the right place.
Yeah, it's so crazy. There's so much things to learn. And if you are a new player, you can also use a lot of knowledge you already have. If you are good in history, if you are good in languages and linguistics, I think we say that in English.
Yeah.
You can use geography knowledge, botanic, sorry, knowledge. You can use so many different geology, of course, like so many different topic. You can use something you are close to or you already know. You can use your knowledge to play Geoguessr. And more than that, yeah, go on.
So just as an example, I was going to say, when I first started out, one of the things that helped me find something on the map was we had a sign pointing to Bryce Canyon somewhere in around, and I remembered that that was the name of a graphics program 30 years ago, Bryce. And I remembered that they took that from a place in Utah. So I only had to scan one state, only one state in the US, and that made me find it very quickly. Yeah,
that's huge. That's amazing. No way that he used a software. That's crazy.
So
But
yeah,
right now we are in South Africa, and actually they did find their location. They are just, finishing it. But also the way roads are written and this road system from a country to another is a good clue to also know which country you are in. But at this level, they don't even know to have the country. They already know from the first second, from the first image where they are. Now
yeah.
it's mostly about using the information and to find exactly the region, but moreover the right street.
Yes. So the way it works is that over time you get exposed to similar places over and over again, and you develop a kind of sixth sense for where something is just at the drop of a hat. Like you see one image and you think, oh, yeah, a little voice is telling me this is in Brazil, for example, and that's something that we usually call vibes. My take on this is that vibes are everything that you're using subconsciously, and you may not be able to enumerate
Like,
everything that you
yeah.
do and explain everything, but you know how to use it, and that's kind of vibes. And people who have been playing for a long time are very good at determining just the general region of where they are, usually with just one quick glance, and they don't need to ascertain that they are in a specific country. They will just know the country and will need to find the place inside the country where they are. And the better people get, the finer these vibes get, and the more accurate and the more specific they can get.
And
Oh, we have
we are
something with
only
German here.
and we are 5K from the first 100K of the run, because in Geoguessr usually people do speed runs of 25K and 100K. It's very rare to do 1 million. A very little handful of players have done this challenge because it is very, very hard and long. But usually, yes, we do 100Ks of speedrun, and Remy and Evander actually did a lot together, and they did that for different charity events and speedruns, like Speedrun in France. They've done another one in Brittany and some other places. And
Yeah,
we have
and
our first 100K.
nice.
And 44 minutes for that is very, very decent.
Yeah.
In
And
co-op.
speaking of charities, we are actually supporting a charity here with this run, which you can donate to with the Twitch follow button, I think it is. So
Yeah.
the Open Medicine Foundation Canada is who we're supporting today. And we've already been raising a lot of money for them. The goal is, I think, 5,000 Canadian dollars, and we are 3.5 into it or something. So you can help. There's a button there, donate to charity, where usually the button for subbing is. And if you want to spend a little money on a good cause, then absolutely hit that button.
So we only need 10 more of these, and the run will be finished.
Can't wait, actually. I actually can't wait. It's I mean, watching Geoguessr, you know, I love watching people playing moving more so than the other modes where you don't move around and just look around, or where you sometimes don't even look around and just look at one image. I love watching people play moving because I enjoy the detective work of figuring out which signs to look at, which direction to go,
Yeah.
the strategies of how to find even the info that you need to pinpoint. That is one of the things that I enjoy most in playing and also in watching. And then I think it's a very dynamic game in a lot of ways when you're moving. While with the more stationary modes, it's it's a more competitive game. This feels more Zen-like after a while. If you're doing a very long run, after the first 20, 50, 100 rounds, you will be in a state of Zen, and you will be you will have a certain fluidity to your motion. Hopefully, you will get in the zone sometimes, and that is something that I enjoy as a player very much. But it's also very fun to watch, just seeing people performing at
Yeah.
the top of their game, and skipping from 5K to 5K. That's really
Hypnotic.
amazing to watch for me. Yeah,
And it
hypnotic.
is
That's the
very
word.
hypnotic, especially when people are used to speedruns, like Remy and Evanda. It is very hypnotic because it goes fast, and they have, like, they understand very fast where they are. They search together, and we cannot hear them, but they are constantly talking to each other. Because, like we can see right now, Evander is seeing a sign with all the names and the roads, and he has to communicate to Remy everything he is reading. First, he has to translate because it is in Cyrillic, and he has to explain each name he found, so Remy can search for them as well on the map, because they cannot share pictures to each other.
Yeah,
And
it's
happened?
an additional challenge is to pronounce everything in a way that people will understand what to look for on the
Yes.
map.
Yeah, but when you are from the same country, it's easier, because sometimes I play with like, I'm French, and my team in some tourney is they are British, and so they are English speakers. Sometimes the way they say a name of a city, I have a hard time to understand. Especially
And the
that,
other way
because
around, I'm
I will
sure.
not read it the same way as them in another country. And like when they said Athens for, the main capital of Greece, the first time I did not understand. And I was picturing the name differently, because I was not used to play in English. So I was like,
How is it
what
said
are they
in
saying?
French?
In
What
French, it's
way would you?
Athènes. We say
Athènes.
Athènes,
Okay, yeah,
not
yeah.
Athens.
It's similar in German as well. We say
So I
Athene.
was I was picturing A with double S and ENS. I was like, what is that? I don't see it on the map. And they were like, Nadia, it's a capital. It was very funny. But
Oh yeah,
sometimes the way you pronounce a city may be completely misunderstood by the other.
yeah.
And that,
And
it's the exercise of the communication.
yeah, and it's sometimes you have to deliberately pronounce things differently than you would normally. For
Yes.
example, I speak a little Vietnamese, and some of the letters are pronounced very differently than you would expect from how you
Yeah.
see the letters. Like the letter D is pronounced as a soft Z, and the
Oh,
same goes for
really?
the same goes for the combination GI. So you have some provinces that are called, for example, Kienzang, and it says on the map Kiengiang. So you have to pronounce it in a
Oh,
way that your partner understands
yeah.
what you mean, even if you could do it more correctly otherwise.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, the most important thing is to be able to understand the other, and especially comparing with what you are seeing on the map. So I can understand, like, you have to change the pronunciation to be sure people will understand.
Yeah, but I do like playing with French teammates, because then I get to put on a French accent and pronounce everything so that a French person would understand it.
It reminds me of one accident of my teammate saying Rouen, and I thought he was saying Rouen, but pronouncing the N at the end, like the city of Rouen. It's written Rouen. And I thought he was saying Rouen, as he doesn't know the sound is Rouen. So I thought,
Ah,
okay, we are in this city. But it was weird, because I was like, I don't recognize. But I mean, if you said it, I'm going to believe you. Actually, he was saying Rouen, another city, another French city. But I did not understand that, because I thought He was pronunciated
Yeah.
in an
You
English
corrected
way.
for a mistake that wasn't there.
Yeah. Sometimes it's funny. It's very funny to play along in co-op.
Yeah, I enjoy the social aspect of team game modes a lot, which is why
Yeah,
I don't play a lot of solo ranked.
solo.
Yeah, I love just the communication aspect of playing with a team partner.
Yeah.
And even if the team duels that the team duels format that is used on in ranked play is not the same as this. There are some similarities with the kind of communication that's needed to tell the other person where you are right now, what you're seeing, what kind of info you found.
Yeah.
In the last month, Geoguessr has added a feature to teleport to your team partner in duels. Which is not available to our two runners today because they're not playing in a team mode, but they're playing the same locations separately.
Yeah.
So now in team duels in ranked play, you can just move to where your partner is. If they have a complicated sign, they don't have to read it everything to you. They can just say, "Come to me, look at it yourself."
Yeah. But for this one, for the challenges, you have to explain what you are seeing because we did not say exactly, but when they start a location, like we are going to see right now because they did find the 5K, and that is weird. Remy did not guess at the same time.
And he's still not guessing. I'm not sure what's going on. Evander is
Wait,
already in the next round. Are we
I'm gonna
lagging?
wait.
What's happening?
Wait. I think
Oh,
okay. I think what I understand, they don't. Remy has a problem of internet, so
oh
they
yeah,
are
you can see it.
actually
His screen
guessing
is
at the
black
same
now.
time. But yeah, he's a bit late because I listened to them and they were saying 1, 2, 3, and they began the round.
Okay.
So it's a good way to explain the basic of what they are doing. They have to start at the same time, and usually, okay, so we did not have the view for that today for this one, but later they usually go in different directions because you will spawn in a road usually and very little dead end. So when you have two directions, people tend to, one will go north, one will go south or east or west, and to find the more information combined together as quickly as possible. But they also have to guess at the same time. So they have to, like, no one can, guess. At least it's the rule the community created. But they guess at the same time. So Evander cannot guess first and then say to Remy, okay, it's the good one, you can guess. No, they have to spam to to slam their keyboard at the same time.
Yeah. And now we are seeing some more internet troubles here.
Yeah.
The images aren't loading for Le Remy, and also the map is not loading, which is kind of throwing a spanner in the works here. They have identified where they are. They just can't perform the actual pinpoint because the internet won't let them.
Yeah. Because Evander is on the intersection and he did find it, but he has to wait for Remy for his street view to charge. Yeah, good thing we have 10 hours. That's true. But but the thing is, Remy is saying that he can be heard like he has no packet losses. He had very good internet right now. Evander is
Okay.
hearing him very, very well, but something is off at some point
So maybe,
in the
yeah,
process.
maybe it's something on Geoguessr's side. Then I've had it happen that people have a bad connection to geoguessr.com only and no other site. It happens from time to time, and you can even in a separate window have Google Street View open and it will work, but not via the GeoGuessr game. So it's kind of wonky sometimes. The intricacies of the internet elude me on this. I don't know why it happens that way, but it can sometimes happen, yeah. And
Yeah, for now.
usually when
No.
when it happens in ranked play, that usually means that you're going to lose that round. But in this case, I mean, we can wait until the situation improves. For now, we see the loading animation.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not the best, but for a 10 hours long marathon, it's all right because it's just a handle of
Yeah.
minutes.
Yeah.
And we are not 1 minute, short. So it
Okay,
should be
so
okay. It won't. Yeah.
apparently they are moving on to Evandar playing alone, if I see that correctly.
Yeah, I mean, Remy is trying to do a speed test, but it doesn't work, and neither. And for now, his stream is charging, so I can't see.
Yeah.
But I can't
But
hear them. So I guess if Evander is searching,
Evandar is in the next location already. He's in
yeah,
Indonesia now. He has found a sign that tells him the Kabupaten, which is kind of like a département in France, or a district, an administrative district. These aren't found on the map usually, so people will learn all 400 or so that are covered by Google Street View. I have done that. It's possible. It takes a while. But it's massively useful to find out where you are because they are written in a lot of places. And yeah, if you know where that is, then it narrows down your guess quite handily.
Okay,
Now,
from
of
what I'm
course,
seeing,
yeah, go ahead.
Remy is back on, but
It's not on stream yet. Yeah, I can
yeah,
see his private share here. But that is also buffering, so I'm not sure it's completely there yet.
yeah, it's all right. We still have Evander's POV, and they are considering the run, so we can continue what we are seeing. And players learn a lot of things. That's the resume of Geoguessr.
Yes. And I don't know how everybody else does it. Some people will learn something once and then retain it for eternity. My brain doesn't work that way. I need to
No, me
repeat
neither.
and review. So I have set aside a portion of my day to just review some of the things that I've learned in the past
Really?
to make sure,
Wow.
to make sure that I remember them. And I will do, for example, practice on the Indonesian administrative districts or the area codes in Mexico or whatever else is something that I might forget and would want to know.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny because it's exactly like when you do speedruns and you learn, and when you learn and train on just a segment of your run, and you will
Yes.
do the same boss over and over again till it's perfect. As GeoGuessr players, we do that, but with learning on the side. Like you will create Ankis with like the phone numbers of Brazil, of the provinces of Indonesia, and you will learn that on the side and train on it over and over again as a segment on a speedrun. Like it's exactly the same, but it's it's with
Yeah.
knowledge and
Yeah.
by heart.
And since the world is a big place, there are a lot of things you can learn potentially.
Yeah, a lot
People
of things
have
you can
people
use.
have people have learned the really most amazing amounts of information. There are some players, actually, I think there might just be the one player who decided to learn all the counties in the US and all the municipalities in Brazil, which amount to, I think, several thousand each.
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing that the human brain can even do that.
Yeah.
And not you're not dropping like memories of your 7th birthday or something.
That's amazing. Actually, you are right. It's the one player, and actually, he doesn't do speedruns. But I should tell him, like, dude,
Yeah.
you've learned so much.
So
Just do
shout out
speedruns.
Debray, just start speedrunning.
Yeah, I need to send him a DM. Okay, so Remy still have a bit of troubles, but
Yeah,
at
it looks
least
like
the
it.
run is continuing.
Yes.
And we
So
are
they have
still here
narrowed it
in
down. I think Evandar it has a place that he's happy with, and it was the correct place. Now, Remy is not ready yet because the map isn't loading yet, and he can't see where to click.
But he just need to be a bit more west on the road, but he's getting here. Yeah, it's just very slow. Also, something maybe we did not explain yet. To have the 5K, you need to be within 130 meters for a world map. When you are playing a country map, so like if you want to just play France because it's something that appeals you for some reasons, you will need to do less than 25 meters to have the 5K. But when you are playing the whole world, usually the threshold is at 130 meters. So
sometimes
even
180 even, or 185 even.
Sometimes 180, yeah, you're right. So even you can 5K even if you are not exactly on the right intersection or the right street, usually in a city, because streets are very close to one each other. So it may not be a problem if you are not exactly on the same spot. But when you are in the middle of nowhere with one intersection, usually you cannot do that mistakes. But
people
there is
will sometimes use that and plonk in the middle of a block to cover 4 potential intersections where they could have started.
Yeah. As long as you have the 5K, this is not a problem.
Yeah. Oh, we have something interesting here in this round. You can see the pavement consists of these concrete lanes with, I would say, stones set in the concrete. This kind of pavement is very common in Mexico, in the state of Oaxaca. So at some point, the Geoguessr community started referring to it as Oaxaca pavement as a shorthand. So you see this, you know where it could be. But you have to be careful because it does appear in other places in Mexico as well as in Colombia. So it's not 100% sure that you are there, but it's a good clue for the possibility that you could be in Oaxaca.
Yeah. So now that they have the region, they will just need to search for a district name or a municipality, or if they are lucky, to a road name, if the road has one.
Yeah.
And it will be easier to search for a road, as they, from the whole Mexico, they narrowed down one state, Oaxaca. At least let's pretend it doesn't exist in other places.
Yes.
So searching for place names, even small towns, in the zooming on only one province can let you find them, even though you need to zoom in a lot, because you narrowed down everything to just one state. And it's a way to search information.
Yeah. So even if you have the state, it's still going to be a large area to cover. Oaxaca is pretty big, for example. Some people will now see that we have a specific Google car here with an exposed front and this kind of white stripe pattern on it, and we'll know which areas of the state it could be in with this car. And some people won't know that, but will have a good idea of where they are based on the plants and the topology of the mountains and so on. And so different players have different ways of getting to the same point and have different strategies for what info they will seek out based on what they know.
Yeah,
And
because
for Mexico specifically, if you just a sec, for Mexico specifically, if you have a place name, that might be difficult to scan because people will write on the signs that they put up in their towns. They will write "Welcome to San Miguel," but if you look on the map, the actual name on the map is something like San Miguel de Bautista Texuatotlan, and it will be a challenge to even find it, even if you have a sign that says the town name. I'm sorry, I interrupted you there.
No, it's me. I did it.
Okay.
As you said, people will learn different things, and it's mostly to narrow down. What you need to is be quick, because you could just, run till an intersection, have huge cities written down, and find your 5K. But people tend to learn a lot of things to narrow down the places they will going to scan for their road or the name of the city they found. As you said, in Mexico, there's a lot of phone codes, like phone area codes, that cut the country in very small places. So when you have a phone code, sometimes it can be enough, because you will just zoom in a very little area on Mexico, and then you will search for your little town, and that will be it. You don't need to learn everything, and obviously there's always something to learn. But the thing is, it's to use this knowledge to be the quickest possible.
Yeah, and you have to be economical about what you learn in a way. So there is so much information that no one individual can learn everything probably. In a way, you are compressing knowledge about the world so that you don't have to memorize every road, what it looks like, every single image, but you can say, okay, it's gonna look like this in this or that area, or we're gonna have this area code in this area, and these kinds of poles in that area. In a way, you are compressing knowledge of the world so that it fits into your head, and the way you do that is different from person to person.
Yes, and there are some places that are so recognizable, like all the long of Chile, for example. Landscapes from the north to the south are very recognizable. So sometimes you don't need more. You don't need very specific knowledge to be able to region guess a country, because everything is to help you find the thing easier. Yes, but sometimes you don't need to spend that much energy for little information you may not use that much, because other huge things, our region guesses, or huge cities, or a road system that works well will be enough to know the country well. It really depends from country to country. Some countries like Brazil or Indonesia, especially the big ones, you have to learn a lot of mandatory things to be able to not play around for 20 minutes. But in so many others, you don't need that much.
Yeah, that's true. By the way, we have an area code now, which is in Durango and not Oaxaca. So this is one of the cases where the pavement was somewhere else.
Damn. It happens.
And now they're looking for where it could be. There are just a pretty small number of roads
and see,
that even have coverage in the mountains there. And now they have the name of the town, and it's easy to find when they know where to look.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we were saying. They found the phone code. They made it helps them directly zoom in the right places, and now they found their city and their road very quickly after that. Sometimes
Yeah.
it's just like that. You have one info after moving for long because you did not find anything on the road, and one info will be, bam. Now I know where I am. I'm gonna scan, and
It's the
I'm gonna scan
key.
very quickly. Yeah.
It's the key that opens the door, and suddenly everything clicks into place, and you know where to look, and it's right there.
Yeah, and that you can see a lot with speedruns is that very, very satisfying. You see,
Yeah.
okay, one information, okay, made them zoomed in very quickly and find the location right away.
Yeah. But they are still struggling with this one because this is a very, very challenging pinpoint. You have a very long road in the middle of nowhere, and then a very long way to where the info actually was. So now they have to backtrack from where they assume that they started and find not just the road, but the right bend in the road. And that is going to be very tricky. Yeah. There's a question in the chat. Which area is it where the police escort the Google car? So this has happened in several countries. Some, like Nigeria, for example, will have it all over the place, like in mostly, well, everywhere basically, except for a very few places will have a police escort. And people know which cars the police drove and what they did in there. Sometimes in Tunisia, for example, they have a map in the front window, and sometimes they don't, and people know where they have the map and where they don't have the map, so that they can region guess the country based on that. And then you have countries where it's rather uncommon, but it's possible to get a police escort. For example, I think in India, you can have police escort on a very small number of places, like some islands off the coast of Odisha, I think. Yeah, so the places are very known, very noble, very learnable, but just a few countries have widespread police escorts, including Nigeria, Tunisia, and Kenya also. So now we have found the place in Durango in Mexico, and we have moved on to Europe. And we seem to be in, is that Czechia? I couldn't tell from, I was yapping too hard. I couldn't tell where they actually were. So we have a Z with a little accent on it. That's a good sign for some Eastern European language. I'm actually not sure which ones have it and which ones don't, but they found the place and are moving on to, what is it, Russia, Ukraine, one of those. Probably Russia with the colors here. And yeah, in Russia, it's very useful to know the telephone codes, but a lot of them are only mobile codes. So you will not be able to localize them. But in a twist of events, some of the mobile codes are actually regional. So they encompass a couple or up to a dozen of the oblasts. And we have one here, 928, that's very south. So it's combined with 863, which is the code for, I think it's Rostov-on-Don. And yeah, if you're in Russia and you don't see any birches, you might be in this south bit there, going to the border with Georgia. A lot of places in in Russia have birches all over the place, but not there. And now they have found the intersection. They're sending, it's the right one. And we are at 140,000 out of the million points. So about a seventh of the way through. This is one of the most famous, you know, places in with regards to you know, how recognizable it is. This is in Senegal, and basically the whole country has kind of the same vibe. There's a certain color even that people associate with it, and this is a noteworthy location here because it's still covered in the old camera generation. Most of the country has indeed been updated to better and newer imagery, but this is still some pretty old footage. And you can see that the roof rack that the camera is mounted on the Google car is visible, and also a little bit of the rear view mirror on the right there. And that can tell you that we are indeed in Senegal. And they are pretty sure, apparently, that this is the place. Still, some last second communication to make sure they're thinking of the same intersection. They are comparing the other roads that lead there, and also probably the buildings that are visible on the map, and they're sending, and it was indeed the right intersection. One more 5K and they'll be at 150,000 total points. This is Israel. So Israel is for various reasons, a country that people have difficulties with, but this Geoguessr specific one is that the coverage there can be very difficult to move through, just in terms of basically getting from one place to another. It's sometimes very difficult because the coverage ends and you see a sign in the distance and you just can't get there because there is some information missing from where you could go. So the path is broken in a way, and that's never good, because then sometimes you may end up in places where it's completely impossible to ascertain where exactly you are. This map, as we talked about earlier, is made specifically so as to avoid these situations. So in this map, you're safe, so to speak. But in ranked play, it may be the case that even if you're playing a moving duel, you might have to rely on just a few steps and a no move guess to ascertain where you are. And I don't know that many people have actually learned to read Hebrew for Geoguessr. It's a pretty small country, so the payoff for doing it is not that good in comparison to larger countries like India or Russia, where learning a different script is something that's commonly done. Yeah, but so I don't know how to read Hebrew. I couldn't even say which signs contain usable information. So if you're in a place where you don't know a lot, then the best strategy is to move quickly, find a sign with a road number or a place name on it that you can identify and scan for. And yeah, that's the only thing that'll really allow you to pinpoint where you are. And that may take a little while if you're in a place where the towns aren't written on any signs in Latin script for a long time, and that may be the case in very rural areas. Then you will have to move and move and move and move And then when you finally find something that tells you where you are right now, you still have to backtrack to where you started. So this is for speedruns probably the most important ability, and one that is, in my experience, very difficult to pick up. It's something that comes with a lot of experience, and I admire and envy the people who are very good at it, to build a mental map of what something that you move through on foot, basically, or in a car, looks like from above. And so you have an idea what the road layout will be looking like when you zoom into it. That is
And it
probably
is
the
very
most,
impressive.
yeah, and that's probably the most important aspect of these kinds of speedruns.
Yeah, because often we will see someone having an information about the new road that he hits, like usually he hits roads, huge roads like highways, and you will see them directly zooming in where they come from because they do remember the path they have done before, and that's so impressive.
Yeah.
And that's why you are constantly thinking and constantly aware of what you are doing. So it can be very, very tiring to play for 10 hours, Geoguessr.
Yeah. And you also have to mentally reset between rounds, and if you play a large number of them, they may run together into, sometimes you may remember something from 5 rounds ago when you were in a similar place in the same country, maybe, and have something wrong in your memory, because the rounds feel like they become one big round, if you get a little tired at the end, and it's difficult to mentally reset.
So for now in the US, they found state roads that are unique, like their shape are unique to the state they are in. So they did understand and confirm it was Wisconsin right away. And now they have like 3 different roads. So from right now, they could not use more knowledge than they have found to locate where they are, because they have 3 different roads to search on the map, and it's easier. Like when you have 3, at least you will find one. And as they have an intersection east of them, they don't need much more. They also have cities, so it makes the round very much easier, and they don't need to move. And that's some rounds will not need them to move at all, because everything will be around them already.
And it's a strategic decision how much info you collect before you move into the map to scan for potential candidates for the 5K. Sometimes you will want something more than a state route in the US, for example, because these can be very difficult to scan for. Sometimes you will want to have some sort of place name, at least, where it leads. In other states, they're easier to find just because there are fewer roads there in total. So if you are in New York or Pennsylvania, for example, you will probably have a pretty hard time scanning for a specific state route. But in Nevada or Arizona, you might get a little more lucky, because just because the routes are longer and they are fewer in between, and it's easier to find them there.
Yeah, it's less populated, so there are less roads. But also sometimes having not a lot of information, you can focus on that, and you may spend and lose a lot of time, because you would say to yourself, oh, that's enough for me to find out. I should be able to find out just with that road. And you can lose a lot of time by scanning a lot the map, and like if you had just moved 2 meters more, you would have found an intersection with better info. So sometimes you have also to manage how amount of information you need, and if it's enough or not. Because sometimes you will think it's enough, but very good information are 2 clicks apart. So you really have to manage that, and usually I guess pros will say always search for information and don't focus on one single thing you've seen and you think that is enough.
Yeah, in my experience, finding the one bit of info that looks like it's going to allow you to pinpoint the place doesn't always feel like it is that thing. So you will sometimes have something that says information in a way that you don't recognize properly, or that maybe you can't immediately place, and so you keep on looking, but nothing more is coming up. So you are eventually forced to use what you have, and then find out, yeah, that was enough. But as you said, it could be the other way around too. That you think it's enough and it isn't.
But when you are playing with another, you can, one of them will say, okay, I'm gonna search for more info. You can open the map and, search. You can also, share the gameplay this way. So maybe, yes, with only your road, you can find it. It will take you a bit more. But at the same time, the other can search for more. So you can be efficient in this way, even with little info.
Yeah. This is a very interesting place, by the way, that they just had. It's Ceuta, which is
Yeah.
a territory of Spain that's actually located in northern Africa. So it's an exclave.
Yeah, excellent.
And there are two of these, Ceuta and Melilla is the other one. And they are enclosed completely by Algeria on the one side and the sea on the other side. Is it Algeria? I think it's Algeria.
Yeah, and it's not a location you often see in Geoguessr maps. Because also something about the maps and the way they are done. Usually, the mappers will define an arbitrary the word is missing in my head. I had it. Distribution of the location through the word. If you are doing a map word, you also have to decide how many locations per country you will have. But it's more than that, because you have to think about some countries are huge but have very little coverage. Some countries have a lot of coverage. But are you going to play a map that is 50% of US, because US is huge, have thousands and thousands of roads? And that is something you have to decide and work on when you are creating a map. How many locations per country you are going to put. And some people have different formula to do that. And there's a lot of arguing actually in the community about the best way to do it. But usually there's not a best way. There's decided.
There are different. There are different philosophies for how to determine which kind of balance you want to strike.
Absolutely. And some maps will appeal more to you than others. Depends on the distribution. And there's so many different content on the game. Like you can play maps that are only urban or only rural or only in like 10 locations per country. But it gives you a lot of diversity, and you can play the game in different ways with other maps who had been created. And yes, having Ceuta was something pretty rare that you don't see a lot. And it's pretty cool that we had that location actually for the 1 million.
And they immediately recognized where it was too. So it goes back to the point of preparing for all eventualities. They knew how to get that if it ever came up, even if it's not very common, even if it's not very likely to come up. They knew how to get it if it did.
It reminds me about Malfunction, who is actually going to cast after us in 30 minutes or an hour, something like that. She's actually doing a speedrun little game when she has to 5K every country based on a map she used, and I think she used an inform word. And so she has to 5K every country. But as we have said, there's distribution. And if you have 1,000 US, for example, you will have, like, on this map, 7 locations that are Monaco. And it's a map with, I think, way more than 100,000 of locations. And she was like, yeah, I'm gonna I'm gonna do the challenge. And now I think she's done it for like 5 hours or 6. She 5K'd every single country that are street viewed, and she only needs 4 more, in them being Luxembourg, where she is from actually, and Monaco. And it's only 7 locations in the whole map. So if you do the math, sorry, it's gonna be very complicated. I think they said she needs 23 hours to have a Monaco location. But sometimes the odds are
On
with you.
average. I mean, you can get
On
lucky.
average.
It's just an average. Might be the next one. That's the thing. There is always a small or sometimes even a large component of luck and
Yeah.
randomness to this game, and it can be that just the rounds that you get, but it could also be which direction you decide to go in. Do you find a sign earlier or later? And
Yeah.
there is an amount of randomness there that I think sometimes players tend to discard, or to say, to beat themselves up over something that didn't work out. For example, when it was a bit of bad luck involved. And I think it's good to remind yourself of that sometimes when things in a game are always a little bit dependent on luck, and that's part of the appeal of games to a lot of the viewers and most of the players as well. That there are that it's not just a straight up ranked list of who's the best at this or that, but that there's also the possibility of upsets and the possibility of unexpected things to happen that are a little bit random, that are a little bit unexpected. And
Yeah.
that's part of the appeal, to me at least. So I think that's a good thing.
And by doing a run by 2, you narrow down actually the luck needed, because both can covers both direction, so potentially find the good information. Because
Yeah.
this map have been mapped to have information, like good information, at least 1 minute apart from the pinpoint, from the starting
And what
location.
that means, by the way, is that the people who collected these locations tested every one of them. So the amount of testing that has been done in order to generate this map is humongous, because
Yeah.
testing the map means you don't just play it once, you have to play it walking into every direction from where you started and see if you can find something anywhere, and see if the footage is broken somewhere that you couldn't continue, or you just explore the whole vicinity of where you are. And every one of these locations has been tested by the people who mapped them, and a lot of time has gone into creating this, which is something that is pretty unique to Geoguessr, that the amount of work that the community is putting into it, as opposed to just the developers, which also gives the people who do these maps a bit of leverage over what happens with the game, because they are so central and involved in its creation and its expression.
Yeah. That's a very. The community of Geoguessr is huge, and a lot is possible because of the community and as well as the knowledge. But that's something speedrunners are used to, because usually everything is shared and every little improvement is shared to the community, and everyone learns from everyone and from every run of everyone. So in that aspect, Geoguessr is absolutely not different from other games, because you can think it is at first view, but it is the same learning process. It's the same sharing into the community, and that's why Geoguessr is very much like, it's a game made for speedruns also. We just need to see more of it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And I think it's in a way it's very easy to get into for most people, because everybody comes from somewhere. Everybody knows one or two or several places very well, and they can start with that. That's kind of how I got into it too. Like when I knew about the existence of Geoguessr, but I didn't really play it myself until I noticed that when I was watching dashcam videos on YouTube, that I kept thinking, oh, this is there, this is there. Oh, I know this place, I've been there. And I'm thinking, well, I should probably try and play Geoguessr and not just watch it, because I had been watching the World Cups and events like that, but I hadn't been playing myself. And then I noticed that I kind of had a knack for remembering places, and decided to try it out myself. And then I got addicted, and now I'm learning Malaysian postcodes.
Good luck on that.
No, I already know those.
Damn.
No, the thing I'm currently learning is districts in India.
And there's a lot of them, like more than
Yeah,
500.
there are
And also,
750.
yeah, and they change their name all the time.
I did not know that. Thank you for telling me. Oh no.
You're welcome. But at least the
Oh
street view is
no.
not up to date, so it should be all right. But actually,
Okay.
learning district in India is absolutely helpful, because as in Bangladesh, you will have the whole address of a place from province or state to district to municipalities to little place you are in. And so when you know them, you will every single time, you don't even need the province anymore, because you will just read the district and you will know directly where it is. But
Yeah.
it's a lot of work, but it's very
Powerful.
yeah, and rewarding.
So yeah, the rewarding part is when you are able to very quickly find a place, and just based on one little word on a placard somewhere, and yeah, in especially when not a lot of people know how to use the info, it's very powerful in competitive play.
Yeah.
I'm I learned the Mexican area codes, and these are not very common knowledge yet in the Geoguessr community, especially at the ELO range that I'm in. And so that's a massive advantage over many of the opponents that I face. And the same, I think, will be true for Indian districts eventually.
Yeah.
But the thing is, the community is growing together, learning more and more stuff.
Yeah.
And so in a year or two, this will be part of the basic set of knowledge
Yeah.
that moving players will have. And the same has happened with the area codes in the US. When I learned them, there were maybe 10 people in the community who really were using them.
Yes.
And now to me, it feels like a good 30 to 50% of the players in my range know all the codes. So
yeah,
it's part of
crazy
the
how it
standard
grows
repertoire now.
quickly.
Yeah. And
I
this is a
remember when
fairly recent development. Yeah. So 2 years ago, nobody even thought it was possible to do it.
yeah, people were mocking them. What?
Yeah.
You are learning? That's stupid. Don't do that. Ha ha ha. And then now it's just one of the basics. I remember when I begin the game like 3 or 4 years ago. That's not that much. When you would ask very good players what are the basics to learn, they would say, okay, learn your Brazil area codes because it's very useful and the country is huge, and learn your Philippines provinces because it's not written on the map. And now, that's not what you say to a new player. There's so much more that everyone knows. It continues to grow. It's like when you are a new player for this game, it feels like so overwhelming because there are so many much more knowledge. And I've seen that because recently there had been like an event between MCSR, so Minecraft speedrunners, and Geoguessr pros, and they had to coach one another in their respective games. And so I did watch Minecraft speedrunners learning Geoguessr for the first time. And there was so much more than when I began. It felt so overwhelming. They started to learn stuff I would have never done in 2 years, 2 years ago, you know. And even I remember Blinky, he was coaching one of them, and he was saying, I cannot do what he was doing with me. Like when you open a round to recognize at least a country, you watch the sun, the direction of the sun, you watch the car, you watch the generation of camera, and you watch which direction you are driving. But now he said there's so many more cars than before. Before you knew, okay, you have front white, okay, you are in Peru or Bolivia, and that's it. And now you have so many more cars, so many more pickups, so many specific cars. It makes everything so complicated to learn as a beginner.
Yes. And I've seen that in some countries, Google has started to go back into already released footage and started to blur out some of these special cars that are very recognizable. And I think that's a pretty good thing in my opinion. I'm not the biggest, I'm not the biggest car meta knower. I do find it interesting in a way, but I think I enjoy learning about the world more than I enjoy learning about where the Google Street View car looked a certain way. That's massively useful to make good guesses. And the standard, the overall standard of guessing has massively improved as people have started learning more about it. But it's not as much fun for me personally to learn these things. I would much rather learn about where a certain plant grows than where a certain car was used to photograph that plant. So anything that, kind of removes the differences between cars, like blurring them, is a net positive for me.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, I agree at some point about the car metas, but then when Costa Rica arrived on Google Street recently, like a few months prior, I did mock the people who were after the release of the country. Usually people, they click all around the country to see, well, new landscape, at least to discover a new country first, and then to directly learn car metas and stuff like that. And I did mock them. I did mock them a lot, like, oh my god, just learn the country first before looking at the car meta. And then they showed me and they say, okay, can you see Panama? It's exactly the same country. Everything is the same. So they were clicking and say, okay, tell me now, Nadia, which one it is? Is it Costa Rica or is it Panama? And I was like, huh? And so they were, okay, we cannot see the difference, so we're gonna watch the car. But the car is kind of the same. But there are differences, and the differences of the car were there are fingerprints on the roof. Oh, look, there is poop on the side of the of the car.
A bird
oh, look, there's a jacket inside the car. It went so far.
Yeah, it's pretty in depth. in some countries. One of the classic things, apart from the bird poo, is that in Namibia the drivers carry toilet paper with them because there is no widespread infrastructure for relieving yourself along the road. And where that toilet paper is, how many rolls there are, in what state of falling down or standing up they are, all that can be used to narrow down where in the country you are. And sometimes you can say I must be on this road because we have 2 rolls of toilet paper on the left side, and the top one is kind of sitting sideways, and there is a 2 papers that come off it, and I mean, I don't think that's like in the spirit of guessing where something is in the world, but it's massively useful information to have in the same game. So I understand why people learn it, and I've learned some of it, like just to be able to compete. Because if my opponent knows that and I don't, and I have nothing to discern like 2 mountains in Namibia from 2 other mountains in Namibia, then they're going to be close, and I might be far away from where it actually is. So in order to compete, I need to know about some of the things, but I would prefer to learn something else. That's why I'm for blurring that out, so that people can't guess based on where the toilet paper is in the truck.
Actually, we are they're going to sub 2 for the 200k, because I think they will very quickly find the last 5k of this map. And so it's pretty good for them. It's a good start. Because if they are decreasing the time of each map, or at least they won't hit the 10 hours, I hope so. But yeah, they are very close to find it.
This marks the 1/5 of the run then, and we are at 1 hour and 48. I think the first split for the first 100,000 was 44 minutes. So the second 100,000 were a little slower, but it's still on pace to be much faster than the originally planned 10 hours, I think, if I'm reading that correctly.
And that's a 200k.
That's a 200k.
And they are continuing for the 300, so they're not going to take any break. And hopefully, I think we were doing more with Wayfinder, an introduction to the game, so we did not play, we did not talk a lot about the rounds. But as we are going to have other casters after us, they may have a different approach for the round. So it may be another way, interesting in another way, like because they may talk more about the rounds and what we are seeing, because there are more pros, actually, from me at least. So they will have more to say about that.
Definitely better players than I am, and they will, people have different commenting styles. Some people like to comment more on what the people are doing. Some are playing along, and you're gonna see a lot of different styles of casting today as well.
Yeah, from very cool people.
Yes. Okay, we are apparently at Lake Titicaca, on the Peruvian side, it looks like. And they have already found the city they're in and are now looking for the exact intersection that we started at. And to make certain that they are actually finding the right one, they are moving through the streets and looking at the ground and setting the compass north to have the road at the same angle that it would be on the map, and then seeing if there are any streets that match the pattern that they're observing. And eventually, if they have enough data points, they can narrow it down to the exact place that they spawned. Chat says, imagine toilet paper being relevant. Is this 2019?
True. Yeah, there's a lot of funny metas, and someone did rightfully said, the more the meta is named stupidly, the more you remember them. It's the same when you are learning a bunch of provinces. Sometimes you try to do association from the words you are reading and learning
Yeah,
with something
yeah,
else you know. It's because it helps you way more better set that information in your brain. And
yes.
yeah, when you have toilet paper meta, you won't forget about it.
Yeah, that's true. And it's the same with mnemonics for learning a lot of phone codes, for example. So specifically, the American phone codes are very disjointed. They're not ordered in any discernible way, and you can have consecutive numbers referring to places that are in completely different areas of the country. So it's not easy to remember them brute force. Just you know, you see the number, you know where it is. Many people use a system of mnemonics where they turn numbers into letters and then form words from these letters or use them for abbreviations and write little stories that will connect to where the thing actually is. And those are then easier to remember because for most people, um, things that happen, stories and images or concepts are easier to remember than raw data like numbers or letters. And so that is the way I learned the American area codes. And I used a system that would say, okay, if I have a 0, it's going to be turned into an S, and if I have a 1, it's going to be turned into a T, and so on. For all 10 digits, there is a kind of consonant cluster that it could be, and then I can turn those into words or abbreviations. For example, if I have the area code for Las Vegas, Nevada is 702, and 7 is a K or a K sound. We use the sounds and not just the letters. And then the 0 is an S, as I said, and 2 is an N. And then I have KSN, and I can turn that into casino. And so I know, okay, that's Las Vegas Casino. And then it's easier for me to remember, okay, 702, that's going to be Las Vegas.
It's really interesting to learn, to hear people explain their own learning system, because everyone came out, especially for the US area codes, with their own codes. And it's always interesting to understand how their brain works, or how they decided to make it easier for them, or which systems they used. And it's always very, very interesting. And we
Yeah.
have lost Remy again, but as Evander
Oh
is
no,
continuing, no,
I think
okay,
it's
it's
I
all
think it's
right.
on the it's the server that's
Yes.
having problems, not Remy.
Yeah, Remy is still here. He's still working. He's still pinpointing with his best friend Evander. Everything is fine. We just lost the return.
If anybody from the organization is watching, maybe you could click that button and reload the stream. All right. So we are in where are we actually? I didn't see. Oh, okay. Australia. Western Australia is huge and very sparsely populated in the north. Um, so you will have very long stretches of road along which nothing much happens. And it's punctuated by little towns or just little shacks sometimes. where you can, if you're a traveler, you can pick up some water or something. But usually there's just a load of nothing, and it can be very challenging to find the right space, the right place to put your plonk down. But as we've mentioned before, this map is specifically created in a way that would allow you to do that on every round.
I've calculated their pass for now, and on average, they are doing 2 minutes and 2 minute 8. Wait, 2 minute 8 means 2 minutes and 40 seconds, I think, per round, which is very nice.
Yeah, that's very quick.
As an average, it's a very great pace.
And they've been doing this for 215,000 points now already. So we are, what is that?
43 rounds.
43 rounds, yeah. So that
Yeah.
is pretty amazing. Like if I'm comparing this to matches in La Ligue, where you have usually 3 minutes to complete a 5K. And not a lot of teams with 3 players in that case even would complete this many rounds all under
3 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, in a lot of competition, in a lot of moving competition, when you have to pinpoint, usually 3 minutes is the average time used for moving on the 2 main moving maps we have, which is a community world and an official world that they are playing on right now. Usually, yeah, the average amount of time you use to play the challenge is 3 minutes. So if their average is sub 3, it's pretty nice. They are doing a very good job.
Yeah, they're doing very well. And indeed, they are on pace to come in way below the estimated amount of time. But as we said earlier, as the day goes on, as they spend a lot of thinking and a lot of just brain power on this game, it will get tiring for them. They will do breaks in between, so don't worry about that. They are taking care of themselves, but it's going to drain them at some point. They will be less sharp. They will be less quick. It's going to happen eventually, and so it's good that they have a quicker pace now, because it's probably going to be a little slower at the end, just from sheer exhaustion. It's a marathon.
Yeah. But they are used to that. They've done multiple millions, like 3, I think. But they train a lot for it. And they did a lot of 100K. But yeah, it's still exhausting.
Yes.
And
but I do get the urge to do one myself at some point. But I don't think I'm ready for it yet. Like I know from playing ranked play that my concentration does not keep up for this long.
I mean, you don't need to do it all in once. You can do,
That's true.
3
That's
hours
true.
a day. But there's a thing about doing it alone and doing it with someone. Sometimes you are quicker when you are alone because you don't need to explain the 5K you just have found.
Yeah.
But also being 2, you can share the knowledge. Like some of you don't need to learn all of the American phone codes because the other have it, and you only have to communicate to that one. Oh, I found a 520. What does that mean? So it has its pros and cons, but it's it's a long marathon. I mean, if you do it, good luck.
520, by the way, Tucson, Arizona.
Nice. Good job. And yeah, the knowledge is not just about the game. You can also flex to your friends about everything you know.
Or they can ridicule you if you don't know something that you should be knowing.
True.
So a lot of people spend a lot of time just watching their friends play or playing together with their friends and hanging out together a lot. And I love that there's a community of that.
Yeah.
It's spread out over dozens, maybe hundreds of Discord servers. But you can usually find somebody to enjoy the game together with.
And they're about to find their Sweden location. They hit a road directly who gave two huge cities, Uppsala and I don't remember the other one. So it did help a lot to figure out where they were, and they just had to understand from which way they arrived on the huge highway. But one
Yeah.
good thing to learn in Sweden is the bus stops, because bus stops are based on regions, and so if you have the the logo of one of the bus stops, you will understand directly in which region of Sweden you are in.
I don't know these, by the way, so I regularly lose rounds on Sweden because my opponents do know them. So they are on the list of things that I want to learn eventually.
It's pretty fun to learn. I did learn them recently for another time, because every time I learn something, I forget them after that. And we're in Punjab. Good thing about India, it's huge, but there's so many different scripts that sometimes it can help you know exactly which state you are in. Some states
Yeah.
shares the same scripts, but as I've said, right now we are reading Punjabi, which looks very close to Devanagari, the main script for Hindi. But the letters are a bit different, and so if you can recognize them, you will definitely understand right away that you are in Punjab.
And Punjab is one of the smaller states, I think.
Yeah, it is.
And so it massively narrows down where you have to even look for the information you may find. Now they have the name of a town here, Patti, and they just found it. And they only had to scan that one bit in the extreme north west of the country and not the whole country.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of the smallest, but definitely not the smallest. There's Goa, and there's a little Puncheri, I think. Very,
Puducherry.
very, yeah, and there's also, oh, I don't remember the state being a city. But I am sure you know, because you learn all the districts, you remember?
Did you mean Puducherry?
Yeah, I mean, I meant Puducherry.
Yeah.
I
So
was
yeah,
just,
that's a very
testing your
special.
knowledge.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah. That's just the one city, and I think one exclave somewhere on the other side of the country
Yeah.
randomly.
Yeah, I don't remember this one. But actually, it's not us running, so it's all right.
Yeah, it's all right. I don't need to read Punjabi here, but I'm not sure actually if our players do know how to read Punjabi,
Punjabi,
or
no.
if they're Punjabi, they're comparing, right?
Yeah, I don't think they know Punjabi. They may know Devanagari, but I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
But Punjabi, no. I'm sure not.
No. Okay. I mean, some people do.
Some people do.
People
Of
learn
course.
all kinds of scripts like
Yes.
Khmer and
Yes. And
Odia.
Sinale. Sinala. I've actually created a map to learn Sinala. I forgot to continue it. I need to share it to the community.
And there's a small pause, 2 minutes, and I
2
think
minutes, of course.
yeah, let's also maybe take a pause and restock on tea and so on and so forth, and we'll be right back with more Geoguessr.
Sure.
And we are back. And this looks like it's going to be Kazakhstan, which I am not sure we've had already in this run. Kazakhstan is a huge country. I think it's the 9th largest in the world or 7th largest, something like that. And Google quite recently, like in 22 and 23, covered it, but quite sparsely. So some of the larger cities, some of the larger roads, but not complete coverage like you would have in the US or places like France or Italy. And so you have to remember just a few roads and just a few cities, and this huge country suddenly becomes very solvable, and you can pretty much you can pretty much find out very quickly where exactly you are sometimes. But if you get dropped somewhere in the middle of nowhere and the next bit of info is very far away, it will take you a long while to get there. So again, this map is created specifically so that these kinds of situations do not appear. So predictably, our players have found the general area of where they could be very quickly, and now they are trying to find the exact place by comparing the angles of the road, by comparing the buildings that are visible in the distance, and so on. And I think they are nearing the 5K right now.
Yes.
You see the water there? The water might not be on the map sometimes. That's a
Yeah.
specific quirk of how these maps work. Sometimes water will be on the map where there isn't any, and the other way around. So you can't always rely on the accuracy of certain features of the map.
We are going very, very soon, in the minute coming, being switched with Finbar and Malfunction. That will continue the cast after us for the next segment of 2 hours.
You will be in the best possible hands with the two.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm going to do a little introduction. Finbar is a Geoguessr pro players who had done 2 of the last World Championships. And he's very known for his Russia knowledge, and he does videos about Geoguessr and learning Geoguessr every single day. I think it's a daily release. And Malfunction is also part of the World Championship. She's an amazing player. She's the second best moving player of all time, and she has she's the one to do 1 million runs. Not a lot of people does it, but she does, and she does very quick. She did the last attempt very recently, like maybe 2 weeks ago, on AOW, maybe a bit more. And so yeah, she's very used to speed running. She's amazing. She's an amazing moving player.
Yeah.
And yeah, they have all the knowledge they can, and they are going to join us right now. And we'll say hello, and we'll say goodbye to you all, and thank you for listening to us through these 2 hours together.
I will be returning tonight around 1 o'clock maybe. Yeah, to finish the run with Bfault, and yeah, see you then.
Yes, I hope you enjoyed it with us. Hello.
Hello, Finbar. Hello, Malfunction.
Hello.
So we're passing on the torch.
Yep.
And
have fun.
Yep, thank you.
Yes.
Hope you've had a good time. I'm
Yes,
excited.
it was. Yeah, that's great. I'm excited to hear your cast. Bye bye. Have fun.
Bye.
Bye.
All right.
Hello, chat.
Welcome in.
Welcome in, everyone. Yeah.
Should we introduce ourselves?
Yeah, you first.
I am Malfunction. I'm one of the world record holders for this category, along with Blinky. And in solo, I used to have the world record, so that's my credentials there. No casting experience, so we'll see how this goes.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm Finbar. I play Geoguessr, and that's about it.
I see they're in a
Yes.
pretty good pace.
Yeah, so it's about an hour per 100,000, it looks like.
Yeah, something like that. That's not that bad.
That's pretty good, yeah.
That's pretty much on pace with what they were expecting, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it says, yeah, 10 hours 30 is what they're going for. Although Russia can not be fun sometimes for pinpointing.
Looks
Looks
like
like
they
they've-
know they're along this river, but don't know where.
Yeah,
Is
I
the
mean, they
river
probably
called?
had.
Is it the Ob?
No, I think it's the
No.
Geoguessr River.
Is it just called that? Okay, that makes sense.
I think so. But I mean, yeah, they probably have that on something. But to find the actual 5, like Russia, it's decently fine to get close, but like getting the 5K, I don't know, like half the streets are just not named or anything. So
Yeah.
it can be a little bit tough to narrow down fully.
I wonder what they're scanning for. Maybe they have a road name or something.
Yeah, but
They're
I mean,
looking
maybe
at
it
the
doesn't
same
show
time,
up. Yeah, they probably are somewhat confident.
It does look like a terrible location to get.
Yeah, and you know it's bad when it's Gen 3 Arkangelsk. I imagine they'll have it quite soon. They might be using house numbers or something to fully confirm, but there's a chance the house numbers are not mapped, which is always unfortunate, of course.
I mean, I feel like Livimi is on. Oh no, he was on a checkpoint. Okay, that makes sense. But they're like zoomed in, very very close.
Yeah. I think it looks good with the lack of houses to their north, but the buildings south.
And
And yeah, they sounded a
there we
nice 245k, almost a quarter of the way there exactly.
here in
We
Brazil,
have Brazil now.
they have a road number here, the 174 national.
Yeah.
The BR.
I think that's the
And
long one that
kilometer
goes from
600 is
Brasilia.
fucked up. That's
Yeah,
really
it's the
funny.
Brasilia one that goes to Rio Branco, I think.
Right, all the way across
Oh.
the country makes sense.
Yeah.
It can't be nice to scan for the 5K long.
They might have a phone number below it. I'm not really certain what that is. But
They
there was
said
something below
in
it.
Mato Grosso, so that could make sense. Do they have it already? Or what?
They might. They're probably just looking for a POI name. Oh, they've hit unofficial coverage, which is
Okay, I
rather
skipped it very
unfortunate.
fast.
Yeah. Unofficial coverage being any coverage that was not uploaded by Google, which we tend to refer to as ARI in the Geoguessr community. It's just something you want to avoid because the compass usually doesn't work and the movement is slower and the quality is worse, so it's just bad, full stop.
Yeah. And it loads slower. Everything just
Yeah.
worse.
They seem to be on the stretch of road, like they haven't, like they're somewhat like focused on this area. It looks like they don't. I guess they
Look
might
at the
have.
time name here. Sif has
Yeah.
MT. Is that what they're zoomed in on? No.
I don't have enough pixels to be able to tell. It was something bigger with S, I think, that they were zoomed in on, but
Maybe it is then.
yeah, they're kind of like they're not checking like Rondonia or even Goiás, which I think might be possible, although kilometer number maybe you can utilize because I think they reset at state borders, right, in Brazil?
I
Or
don't
at least
know
sometimes.
how it works. I think that might be how it works. But even then, that was okay. I mean, okay. I thought it was like on a government sign, but I guess it's also on this side. Yeah, it's a long road to scan, but they're only scanning a small part of it. So
Yeah. Well, I think they're probably correct in assuming it's probably a border if the number is that high. Okay, they
That's
probably
true.
have
And
it.
they clicked on the same intersection. It looks pretty good with the road north of farms.
Yeah. They are probably going to send this in just a few seconds.
Bang.
And they have sent, and they are a quarter of the way through. Very nice.
A quarter of the way in less than a quarter of the time they allotted. That's pretty good.
That's good. And they're on pace for what, 9 hours 20?
I think so.
Or if I failed the math.
Something like that. I don't know. I've never been good at the maths.
I'll put them an hour and 10. This does not look like a location that will keep them ahead of pace though.
I don't even know what country this is. This looks tough.
Yeah, I was considering Spain. I was also considering Turkey.
That makes sense.
That's Gen 2.
No.
There goes Turkey.
Italy, actually.
We were both wrong. Let's go. Okay, we've got to a main road here.
Yeah, main road. I mean, that still doesn't mean salvation. Although, here's an even better main road for Leremy. With towns I've never heard of.
Yeah, I don't know a single town on that sign. I mean,
Any
Villamard
of these signs.
is city on the sea or something. How will that translate to? But
I mean, surely you find the Mar and then you find the place.
and they have a 070 area code, which I think is Cagliari.
I didn't even know there was area codes for this country.
I'm not sure. I probably am misremembering them. Also, it wasn't even an area code, and it was just the first number of a mobile code, which is something I mistake a lot. I think they have a provincial road. It looks like there's a P, like SP. What does the Strada Provincial? I think it would stand for.
Yeah, something like that. Instead of Strada, I don't even know what the S would stand for.
Yeah, SS Special. I don't know. Look at SS is like what's it called? Like it doesn't reset by country, but the SP roads reset by state. Yeah. So I don't know. I'm just gonna say Strada Special. I'd assume it's right. Are we allowed to Google? And obviously the players are not allowed, but are we allowed to Google what SS stands for?
I mean, surely that's fine.
Strada Statale.
Statale, that makes sense, yeah.
Yeah.
I was wondering if this is Sicily or Sardinia ever.
Well, I think the area code should be Cagliari, but I'm not certain. But I don't remember them. They might have a city name on this.
Oh, they have an SS road. SS131.
That should be findable in theory. Okay, they're going to Sardinia now.
Interesting.
Well, at least Remy is.
Both of them are.
That could just they have the road potentially.
They're not finding it.
I mean, I think the SS roads are somewhat organized, right? So if they have a number close, they should be close to the actual one. Okay, they're fully zoomed in.
But yeah.
Remy, yeah, they have Villamar. So Villamar is nowhere close to the sea. Pretty confident that Mar means sea, so that's a bit unlucky.
I think Eventar has it now. It looks pretty good to me, angles wise.
Yeah, it's good. Just unfortunate that Villamar is the furthest point in Sardinia from water, which is a little bit tough, but
they don't seem confident that it's there. I guess it's not exactly correct.
Yeah, we had a sign to Villamar, but it didn't say the distance. But I assume that, yeah, it looks like they like this, even though the off-road appears to not be mapped.
I think they're about to send.
Yeah, nice.
Nice.
Yeah, the off-road not being mapped delayed them a little bit there, I can imagine.
Yeah. And every place name being fake.
Yeah.
Pernik on the sign in Cyrillic. There's a big city in
So
Bulgaria.
Kopernik is west of Sofia, and it appears they do know it, of course. I think I've had this exact location before, to be honest. On this map.
Oh, maybe same. It feels familiar pinpointing on that long yellow road. Like it's hard to tell where you are when the road is long and the same everywhere.
Yeah.
Alluvial pinpoints. But it looks pretty good what they have, I think.
Yeah. It looks like they're about ready to send.
Still just confirming.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to make a mistake this far to the wrong.
No, exactly. A quick one there.
Yeah.
And now we're in Eastern Turkey.
Yeah. I wonder if they know
It's
the
even eastern.
800 Belediyesi. It looks east, I would say. Maybe not.
Oh, it says Gaziantep.
This is
That's
Gaziantep, yeah, so it will be fairly east. We have
Yeah,
pretty
I'm
significant
interested,
mountains
man.
west.
Might just be line-upable, but might not be.
Yeah, I mean, the mountains make sense for like Gaziantep downtown, I guess. Or like the ones like heading towards Osmaniye, potentially. Just like the north-south ridge there. Could make a bit of sense, but I don't think I've seen a town name for them yet. They just have the city nearby, Gaziantep, of course. But the way Remy was scanning kind of looked like they had a town name, but I'm not certain.
Might just be looking for mountains that make sense.
Yeah, that's also true.
They seem to be convinced it's the downtown of Gaziantep, at least. But we seem to be pretty rural. Although there is like a huge, like, on the Remy screen, there's a big suburb. Might mean we're close to downtown, but not in. Oh, but we have great signs on our screen. Although those
Yeah.
are maybe not the most helpful signs.
That Nerdaki is pretty big, I think, right?
Oh yeah, but they're all big. That's the problem.
But yeah, but like then you like if you know the direction that Nerdaki's in, then like
I guess that's true, yeah. It was the mountain range you called?
let's flip and go. And yeah, very quick pinpoint from them here. It appears.
Looks good to me.
Yeah, just double checking, triple checking.
Maybe even quadruple checking.
No, they went for the
Maybe
triple check.
Botany Downs. Is it ever near Botany Bay in Sydney?
Maybe. I
If it's
might
even
have thought this
Australia.
was New Zealand.
Yeah, I thought it was New Zealand too, but then I read that and I'm like, that might be.
Yeah.
I may have just hallucinated.
Well, they might have liked flowers in that part of the world.
They're scanning very different places right now. I guess covering all their bases.
Yeah. I mean, it's probably a suburb of like it gives suburb vibes, like the name, Botany Downs. So they're just scanning the largest cities on each island, it appears, which is probably the
It's a
smart
good
play to
strategy.
make.
Here's a big blue sign with nothing other than a road number, which might not be helpful.
I think Pakuranga is a place I've
Oh, they
heard of.
found it. It's a huge label, actually. Botany Downs. Doesn't mean the pinpoint's easy. It's a big
Yeah, it looks like a
but-
maze.
um, they do have a big road west. Can't be that hard to find.
I think there might be a lot of big roads in a city potentially. They did have the
They
road
may
number
actually could be
5 at one
large roads.
point. Because they had the
Yeah,
5
that's
going to
true. But there's an
Pakaranga.
intersection to the 5. Yeah, I think what Lithuania has is very good, no? Yeah. Not really in Botany Downs, but it's close.
Close enough, yeah. It looks like we are on the correct roundabout, and they have sent
There you go.
D5K. I don't know the country.
I think it's
Okay, I
Tunisia.
thought it was Tunisia, but I didn't see Arabic, so I got confused.
I didn't see the
But-
follow car, so I got confused. But I guess it's just Tunis. I mean, it has to be Tunis with this. Yeah, and
Yeah,
the angle of the road is perfect for the downtown. This
Yeah.
can't beat the longest round ever, but it might be hard to pinpoint in.
But yeah, there's
dense
looking for one
urban
street name
capital.
probably.
Like, you don't even know if it's going to be mapped correctly because these non
Yeah, the coverage hasn't
first
been
world
there for 10
countries
years.
aren't 100% up to date or correct.
Yeah,
Google just doesn't care like that.
surely we got New Tunisia coverage soon. And they actually go
Would be
for the
fire.
western half of the country, unlike last time.
Or literally anywhere that isn't the coast.
Yeah. They went to Kairouan, and we're like, yeah, that's inland enough for us. I wonder if they
Can't
had
seem to
something that's the
find,
Tunis. Because they're, yeah. Like, I assume it is Tunis, but, like, you know, it could in theory be something like Susser's facts
Oh,
as
they do
well.
have it.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the road angle is just too good
Yeah.
for there. And how historical it looked. I don't know the history of Specs, to be fair, but I've never seen it look like that. Back in Russia?
We have
The
423
423.
area code.
I know that one, surely. Do I? I don't think I do. Well, there's Nakhotka on this sign, so that's...
Yeah, it's Primorski area
Primorski.
code. Nakhotka being the, I think, second largest city in Primorski.
That could make sense
After
for me.
Vladivostok. Maybe Ussurisk is bigger, I'm not certain, but
They seem to have the road already, so this
Yeah.
might be fast. But there's two very similar intersections here. It's always annoying when you have multiple options to choose from and you don't know which one.
yeah, hopefully the house numbers do not lie to them, but
I mean, there's
especially
no way
in
house
Eastern
numbers show
Russia.
up in Eastern Russia. But you can count the intersections, and you can, yeah, and they
Yeah,
did
they
it
got
perfectly
nice.
and confidently. Are we here in France? Wow,
Rigged.
in their home country. I wonder what Ivan Dyer read to be looking at the map like that.
Yeah,
Oh,
they've
an
got
area code
0383, yeah.
That might be what he's looking at.
I think 83 is, yeah, east of Metz, where they've clicked, I think.
That's when the round loaded, and I thought it was Luxembourg. I almost got excited. Oh, they're already lining it up. They have a town, apparently. No idea what they found, but they're fast. They have a road name too.
I would be expecting the 5K quite soon here.
I think they have it.
Yeah, looks like Evander has zoomed into it. And Remy is quick behind.
It looks good, but it's still jarring that the intersection, like it's not on the pinpoint isn't on
Yeah.
the intersection. I guess you have to get used to it with the official world.
Yeah.
But we're zooming. That was pretty fast.
Yeah, looks like they might be pausing here. Oh, no.
Never mind. Back in Russia again.
Yeah, a lot of Russia, it seems. Looks quite north here with the
It
lack
is
of
the
trees
biggest country in the
everywhere.
world.
True.
Yeah, with the colorful houses and the red Google car, it has to be somewhere north.
Yeah, in Russia, you're usually just looking for an area code to get the oblast, or else signs like this.
I don't know if this sign even says anything. I didn't read anything I recognized on that sign.
It kind of looked like it was saying the Amtor something. Did it say Axarka?
I guess it did say Osaka. I've never heard of that though.
I think I've heard of it. It's one of the ones like east of Salikart. It's like the small town on the coast, or on the Ob.
Oh wow, that is impressive knowledge.
Russia's
you
what
are
you
the Russia
have knowledge
guy.
in. Yeah. But it's a relatively small village. I don't expect them to know this because, yeah, played
Yeah,
against
no.
Russia. But yeah, they'll probably get something saying Salikard somewhat soon. I think they also had RRLAT9 something, which I think is
They're zooming into
across the
Salikard now.
city. Yeah, nice.
And they're close to the water west. So this should be over quite soon, I think. Or maybe not. The pinpoint seems a little hard.
Yeah, they have water, but it is I think probably top 10 longest rivers in the world. The Ob, of course, but yeah, they know the city, it seems so.
I guess the water might just not be mapped, or
That does check out for, yeah.
I guess it's too marshy for it to be mapped correctly most of the time.
Yeah,
I should make
yeah, I mean,
changes.
depending on the time of year, it's either ice, marsh, or water, so yeah.
Or all three at the same time.
Yeah.
I think Evandar has something that looks very good and is explaining it.
Looks like it.
All the buildings are not mapped correctly, but it looks pretty good.
Yeah, they did hit a massive roundabout, so it makes sense to be slightly to the side of the massive roundabout.
It seems
Yeah, also,
the map thinks we are in a building, but I
yeah,
wouldn't
this
necessarily agree with that
this
definition
is
of building.
average Russia mapping, so
But clicking
And
anywhere on this road should be 5k anyway, so it
yeah,
shouldn't be that much of a worry. And there you go.
yeah, they had the building going across the road, of course, which is the logical place for it to be.
A Big Bang Theory ad. And a
Yeah.
map of the Netherlands?
Maybe
There's a
at the
map of
time
something.
yeah, might be the
And
map
a
of the
bunch
province
of-
or something.
Oman is a big town. That's the only place I recognize on the sign. I guess they are in New Leusen. That's their town.
Yeah,
They're not looking anywhere near where Oman is, so this might take a second.
yeah, Oman is probably on some Valorant map. And they're on Geoguessr, so probably my fault. Yeah, Netherlands, you often like it's a lot of signs, but it just
Yeah, they found it.
yeah, if you don't know the signs, it can take a while, but it looks like they do. have it.
Yeah, the worst feeling is finding a sign in the Netherlands that you don't know any places on,
Yeah.
because then you're just lost. Because that's really the last resort, is finding a sign.
They're just looking for street names now to confirm the exact 5K. But it seems like they know that they hit the national road. Or they might have even spawned on the national road. It's looking like they think
They're
they did
currently
anyway.
clicked on separate things. But we got it. There you go.
Yeah, very nice. Okay, and this
Almost
is
done
for
with the city.
300,000.
Yeah. And we're in Hungary. It's not the worst country, but sometimes you can get stuck, especially if it's super rural.
They seem to have an
Oh,
address.
they have
I think this is
yeah, it's,
Shalanok.
I thought it said Szolnok, but they're looking at
Yeah.
Poland, so maybe we're wrong.
Yeah. I
Could be,
did
and
think
it's
it's a
not.
Shalanok, but yeah, maybe maybe the less pixels the better for reading it. But I'm not certain. I mean, it could be Poland. Like, it should be one of the two with the
This
Poles.
looks so Hungarian to me with the houses. Okay,
Okay,
they're realizing.
yeah, they realized. They
Szolnok,
realized.
They found it.
A
I guess they
potential bit of
realized they knew
going, like,
Szolnok, but because they thought it was Poland, they started scanning for it
yeah,
in Poland.
yeah, they probably just tunnel visioned on a Poland thought and then forgot they knew it, which is a common thing.
Pinpoint seems a little tough here. It's kind of like the suburbs of one of the major cities.
Yeah.
Although it's not the majorest city of all time.
That is true, but like in larger cities, there's kind of like a sweet spot for cities because like if they're like super big, they'll be like pretty well organized. Like in Budapest, you'll have like the district numbers on all the street signs,
Yeah, that's true.
which helps a lot. But then, yeah, like the second biggest city in the country is often worse to get than the biggest one for pinpointing.
I guess they're not actually in Szolnok, they're in Abony. But they're lining up something and they feel like they have the road name. Just confirming, I suppose. Or not. Confirm with the road name, yeah. Oh, they're clicked on different intersections as of now. But there we go.
It looks like one of the houses.
I mean, it looks right to me. The houses are mapped wrong, but
Yeah, the
everything else
houses
is
are
fine.
mapped wrong, but yeah, there was one house missing. It looked like.
But there we go. 300k in 242. Like, that's not too bad. Although we get okay, it's not as bad as I thought. I thought it was Indo, but it's actually Malaysia. Cotabaru is big, Kuala is big, Guamusang, they're all big.
Yeah.
Guamusang is huge in the north of the mainland.
In Max South Carolina, and yeah, they have zoomed into it, of course.
And they have an address here too on this sign that we can't read.
I think it said Perak at the bottom, maybe? Or unless it says Pahang. It begins with P anyway.
It's probably the oblast that they're in.
Oblast, of course, yes.
Province, my man.
Yeah, we have Raub as well, which is sizable, but they already know where they are, so it doesn't help them too much. It will help narrow it down a little bit.
They have a railroad too. They have everything they need. So it's only a matter of time.
Yeah, just how well can they estimate how far 25 kilometers to Guamusang is? Which is easier said than done. You can sometimes, especially with curvy roads, be thrown off by how long the distance is.
Mainland Malaysia is not one of those that I understand distances in. I have no idea how big mainland Malaysia is.
Yeah, as being directly on the equator, basically, it does mess things up, try out mercator production.
They should switch Geoguessr to a globe model.
True. They seem pretty confident in the town there, and they might have had this on a sign.
Just looking for the pinpoint on this long straight road can be tough,
Yeah.
especially when the houses don't seem to be mapped.
Yeah, they can potentially use the distance from the railway, because as you go more north on the road, the railway gets closer, which might be useful to use, but there's a chance it's
Yeah, I mean,
mismatched.
I don't know if you can even see the railway from the
Yeah, but the
location.
fact that you can't see it might suggest that you're not on the northern bit, you know?
That might be smart. This looks
Yeah, we have-
northern as hell.
Yeah, should be Canada here. Just North American architecture with birch trees. Probably leans you towards Canada. It could be northern US as well, but the Generation 2 camera does lean you away from that. I could be considering something like Flin Flon in northern Manitoba, because it does look rather cold. And yeah, they're going into Yukon, which is famously cold as well.
Yukon is typically hillier and more.
Yeah, you might
mountainous
expect
than
hills,
this.
but yeah.
But they shouldn't be too far off, and it's not like there's a lot of stuff up there, so it can't be hard to find something when you have information.
Yeah. It's like, if you have a town name, there's 4 towns in Yukon, you can probably rule them out pretty quickly if you have a town name.
Yeah, exactly. Although getting the town name might be hard here.
Yeah, they don't like writing the town name, I feel.
I mean, we got something here. Little Me said found something, but I couldn't read it. They're both looking at Yukon.
They're in Alberta
Or
now,
no,
which
switched
does make
away.
a bit more sense to me, but I mean, it could be anything
that makes
realistically.
sense. Grand Rapids, like Michigan.
There's a Grand
Yeah,
Rapids in northern Manitoba, like
Well,
on the
that's
northern
probably it
shore
then.
of Lake Winnipeg, I think. But it's a pretty small town. I just remember
I'm
it because
almost
I
looking
lost
at
it too long at once.
Because you sent Grand Rapids, Michigan?
No, I sent Yellowknife.
Ah, that's fair. I might send Yellowknife on this, to be honest. It's a cool building. Very big.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Grand Rapids is unfortunately just small enough that it's like outside of the zoom level they scanned that. Because you can see on Evander's screen, like Lake Winnipeg is in the middle of his screen, but it's just the town name is slightly too small to show up, which is rather unfortunate. Might also cause them to rule out Lake Winnipeg and then they just move on, and then yeah, would be a severe time loss if they just move on from it. But yeah, they've Grand Rapids again, so they definitely know it's the town name.
I think they do have a provincial flag, but I don't think anyone even knows the provincial flags.
I know Saskatchewan is green and yellow, so I can tell you this is not the Saskatchewan flag, and that's about all I can do.
Holy
Well, and I
shit.
know Quebec flag and stuff, but of the
Oh yeah, of course.
options on this lock, I
Oh,
only
they
know the
seem to
Saskatchewan.
be actually looking. It's on his map right now,
Yeah, Grand Rapids is there.
but I didn't see it, and he moved on.
Unfortunate.
It's on Evandar's map now. I don't
Yeah,
know if they're
town of
gonna
Grand
find
Rapids
much more than
again.
that.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll get a road name, road number, or a
Yeah, I
province.
just
That would be helpful. But
yeah, province, because they're kind of like scanning everything a little, but not committing to a scan. But like if they just committed to a scan on one province, they would find it if they knew it was Manitoba. But
I
it's
do think these
just
polls have the poll tops for Manitoba.
yeah, but Manitoba polls are not real at the same time.
That is also true. Oh, they have a Cree Nation there on the sign. Do they know their Indigenous Canadian places?
Potentially,
we found
they
it.
have found it. They have found Grand Rapids.
And they already have the pinpoint. That was fast.
Yeah, very quick pinpoint. Just it's a small enough town, and they appear to have missed it a little
Yeah, there
bit
can't
at
be
the
many
start,
roads
which is
here.
unfortunate.
Well, they actually were on the wrong pinpoint there, so that's a little scary. But never mind.
Yeah, good save from them. Would not like to miss it on after such a long round. Missing it would be unfortunate. We have India here. Looks like we have an address in English. When you have a lot of English text, it does typically lean you northeast of Bangladesh, but it looks like Hindi and not Bengali, right? So
Yeah, or I don't know if it's Hindi, but it's Devanagari for sure.
we've got a coconut palm. Maybe we're actually like close to Mumbai, which would have a bit of English. Oh, we've hit full night coverage on Evander's screen.
What on earth? That is crazy.
That is yeah.
I didn't even know that existed.
Yeah, that might be the jackest camera I've ever seen. That was kind of
Yeah, very
crazy.
cool. Very cool, but not very useful for finding where you are.
Yeah.
Do you know if either of these can read Devanagari?
I'm not sure. I would assume yes, but I'm not certain. They also
There's an address
hadn't
on the screen here.
Rowan
Can't read
Yar,
it.
it looks like, but I can't read the bit below it.
Is it actually Nepal? Oh my god.
Oh, that would actually make sense, maybe.
That does make sense. That's
But
why
we
it
had
looked a
Coke.
little weird, I guess.
I think we had coconut palm though, which is odd, but maybe it is fall.
I mean, it could be planted, I guess.
Yeah, that could have just thrown us off. Pretty bad at distinguishing the two, but I guess the poles
Yeah,
do
poles are
look
more
somewhat
independent.
atypical for India. Looks like it says Sarahi on that sign, but I don't know if that's even a place. It might be, it might not be.
Nepal pinpointing is something I haven't even started looking into. It just
Yeah, one of
it
the
seems
newer
so
countries.
hard. You have
Yeah.
to know the language because the stuff is almost never written in Latin script. And you have to know the districts, which don't show up on the map. And you have to know the provinces, which also don't show up on the map. And
Yeah, it's
on
lovely
top of
stuff,
that,
really.
it's typical South Asia mapping where nothing is correct. Like town names are wrong, everything is wrong, roads are wrong. And on top of that, you have the bad camera, so you can't even read. Even if you could read, you can't read. It really is like the final boss. At least the compass is correct, you know? Like,
Yeah,
there's
that
some upsides.
gives it something over Lebanon. Like, it looks like we have an
Another
address, but
address.
it's just so hard to read. Like, it begins with an S, and that's about all I can see.
It's like Sarbi or something. But even
Yeah,
then, that's
I mean,
like, it might be a district and then not what we're looking for. If they don't know the districts, it's tough. I don't know the districts. I don't know if there's anyone that knows the districts. Can't be that hard to learn, though.
it looks like they have the town now, so.
Okay.
Well, except the town doesn't have a town name; it just has POIs.
That's
Which
typical.
that might be why it took them so long to find it, which is rather unfortunate.
And there you go. Okay, but that's actually pretty fast, though.
Yeah, that was
For
actually
Nepal
pretty.
round standards.
Yeah. We have a
I
Brazil
think I had
here.
like a 35-minute Nepal round a few months ago. And like in like 3-player co-op.
That is sounds like fun.
Yeah, it can get bad. Divisa Toba, that's the border between Tocantins and Bahia. So interesting to have a sign towards that. Must be near.
You would think so. You'd expect to be in at least one of those two states, probably.
You never know with Brazil, but that should be the
You
assumption.
do never know, no. We have quote unquote Tocantins grass, which is the super long yellow grass. Which is a somewhat questionable method, but it worked surprising amount of the time, so. They seem somewhat confident on the area. I'm not sure they had a town name or anything, but yeah, looks like
Maybe
they do
they're
have a
just looking
town
for
name.
this time.
Because the border is somewhat big, like probably a few hundred kilometers. So
Oh, is that it that they're looking at? Yeah. Okay. Evander found it. He's explaining it to his teammate now. It looks pretty good.
yeah,
The off-road
looks like
is
they're both on
questionable, but it is there.
it. You know, it's gonna be a questionable off-road when it's half mapped as a private road and half mapped as a real road. Yeah, there's a proper off-road, it looks like, but they're just not on it. They're
That makes
But-
sense.
20 meters down the road from it. Yeah, they're just double checking here. Might going for the triple check.
Maybe even the quadruple check.
Oh, I think that was the triple or quadruple from Evander
Maybe
there.
even
I'm not certain.
5 times. I don't even know what that word is.
Quintuple, I would say.
Quintuple. That makes sense.
Yeah.
And now we're in the US.
Yeah, so looking for area codes will probably be, or maybe it says the city
mean,
on that.
That might be a time. Or they're in New York even.
It might have said Manhattan, because they buzzed into Manhattan.
It wasn't numbered roads, so that's interesting, at least.
Yeah, they both seem yeah, they probably have Manhattan because they are both zoomed into Manhattan. There's definitely something above the text, but
Angle fits for Manhattan too.
true,
Kind
but
of
there are
not
probably
where they're
about
looking.
there's probably about 1 million grid lines in New York that fit.
That is true. Doesn't look
As-
like super downtown.
Yeah, I mean, you'd expect numbered streets like super downtown as well, potentially. And you see taller buildings potentially as well.
Look, and he's actually in a trekker now on the sidewalk. Not a car, not a Google car, but a guy just wearing the camera.
Yeah. Imagine how much aura you'd have if you were just walking down the street with a Google camera.
I mean, you'd be parting the crowds like Moses. It would be crazy. East Houston Road. And here's a numbered road. The East 8th Southeast. So that means very downtown.
Yeah, but not thought downtown, but I guess so.
I mean, the angle fits for where Little is looking. I guess it could be in the outskirts of downtown. It's a big town. It's the biggest town in
It is.
North America, so that makes sense. It's not the biggest town in North America, second biggest town in North America.
Yeah. Depends on how you define town. I would call it a city, probably.
I mean, synonyms. You never know in America. They call things weird things.
Well, Mexico City, we can be confident, is the biggest city because it has city in the name.
That is true. That is fair.
Are we
We're
potentially back in
uh,
Nepal?
I think it looks more Indian. I think the poll I saw was an Indian one with the trident. Oh, they have something on that sign. I can't.
They have something, but yeah, it's about 3 pixels. They probably have 4
Probably
pixels. We have 3.
Yeah, exactly. Probably not that much better for them. Oh, they're zooming. And Jharkhand.
They might have had Jharkhand on something. You often get the abbreviations written in brackets in India, so maybe they had one of them.
Oh, they have the town already. And the pinpoint.
Very quick find. Very nicely
Dang.
done.
We have a black screen here. This looks like a West Bank settlement to me. It's one of the worst places to find info from. because it's like a glorified American suburb. You have to find the one exit that they have, and everything is circles and roundabouts and everything. It's horrible.
I mean, I thought it could be max north rather than.
I mean, that's possible too. I guess the mountains are pretty big.
I mean, it's not the most region guessable part of the world, so.
No, I mean it's also a very small part of the world. But as you can see, they're having trouble getting out of this suburb.
Yeah, I mean that's average experience. But yeah,
Yeah,
I
and
mean
all
we
the
have.
information you find is in Hebrew, so it doesn't even matter if you find a sign. You have to find a highway sign. That's the only thing you can do.
Yeah, and no one's really learned Hebrew for Geoguessr because it shows up in one place. So it's not really
Is
worth
it
it.
hard to learn?
It looks hard to learn, but I don't know. I have no
I don't really
clue.
know how it works. Never looked into it. Yeah, let me zooming in on a sign just for it to be all in Hebrew.
Yeah.
Can't do much with it. Unless, I don't know, maybe he knows how to read Hebrew.
Evander seems to be out. So might be
They
getting
seem to
to
both
a.
be leaving now.
Yeah, it does have one of the best road numbering systems in the world, to be
Yeah, it's
honest.
so easy to figure out.
It's extremely
you
well
get there.
organized, and we
And we
do
got
have a
one
road
in
number here.
Jerusalem North, so you just got owned. But
Sure. Yeah, the 300s. I think they just go from like 100s to 600s in the north. Something. I forget how it goes, but
yeah, just bigger numbers, and they're very logically ordered.
yep. It looks like we have the town name, but there's a few towns along this road, so I'm not certain which one we actually started in. I just know one of the towns on the turnoff is Tekba or something.
Tekoa? I couldn't read it.
Yeah, it was Tech something.
Yeah, Tekoa. Okay, they're in there.
Yeah, you can see the layout of the place. It's a glorified circle. Um,
A lot of
just-
circles. I
yeah,
think they do have the pinpoint now. It looks pretty good. And boom.
and yeah, very nicely done. I have a USA here, so we'll probably be looking for phone codes, which I think most top players nowadays will have learned them, but it's one
I
of.
only know like a quarter of them. Um, looks pretty rural. Can be tough when it gets rural, especially in the south or the southeast.
Yeah, we have a
828.
828,
That's
which
in
is
western South Carolina.
western. Yeah,
No, North Carolina.
I was gonna say northeast and south, so I disagreed with you.
They're the same state. Don't at
I
me.
shouldn't. I shouldn't have agreed with you when you said I know a quarter of them. I should have realized.
There's a road number here, but the road numbers that are like the state road numbers that are high digits are never really findable because of an update they did not too long ago to Google Maps that just basically hides them unless you max zoom.
Yeah.
It's very
They
annoying.
seem to think it's Virginia, which I think
I
they're
mean,
both diamond signs, that things, but I'm not sure which is which.
I luckily have no idea what sign Virginia has. I mean, it looks weird for Western North Carolina. Maybe the area code was fake.
Yeah, I mean, it can be max east western North Carolina,
Yeah.
but it looks like
Northeast
Remy
Western.
is scanning there anyway. So
Oh yeah, okay. I mean, maybe he
they,
had a sign for that.
I mean, they might have the area code, but just might not be fully trusting us.
Mm. I mean, don't know if I would full trust it.
Yeah,
They
because
seem to
it
be
is
scanning
a
in the
mountainous
mountains.
area. Yeah, these road numbers can be quite hard to find. Quite a hard round here.
I don't really have anything other than a road number that's very hard to find.
Yeah, road number and a possibly real phone code, which doesn't seem very real based off of the flatness of the location. But yeah, I mean, we'll see. Maybe they'll find another area code.
I mean, they have the South or North Carolina, wow, things on the sign, the weird numbers.
We have a
So it should be
Waco
confirmed.
on a street sign, so we should be in Texas.
I don't believe that one.
We
Is it Waco
haven't-
or is it Wacko? Or is it Waco?
I don't know.
It's Waco, says chat. That makes sense. I guess it's two. It's Americans can't really say the other A sounds.
Did they say America then?
America, exactly.
Yeah, they have Flint Rock. We're in Minecraft.
Yeah, so true.
Yeah, I mean, this round just seems torturous to play. Like, it's just a tiny road number that might not even show up on the map, and that's all they
Yeah.
have to go off of.
Having good connection to
is-
Google is a boon in rounds like this, where you can just zoom down a road until you find something good.
Yeah. They have the same road number again. Maybe they saw like a front plate, which maybe made them not think North Carolina or something. But I'm trying to remember the diamond sign. I just think it's both, but I don't know which is which.
Oh, your road is 704.
704 is Charlotte, North Carolina, right? Or is it?
I guess so. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
It's
Oh,
Charlotte or Durham,
they
I
have it?
forget. Oh, they're in Waco.
they found Waco. Let's fucking go. No, backtracking from where they are now might be tough.
Yeah, because they might have traveled across the state.
I guess they found the road. Yeah, it's hard remembering where you went after 5 minutes.
Yeah. My mental would be gone if I was on around this long. They have
mean, that's
road names.
The main thing you gotta practice for these 1 million rounds is not zoning out.
Yeah, it's an
keeping the
endurance
focus
test.
going, which I have failed in the past, but gotten better at least. Or maybe I've just gotten better at letting my subconscious focus instead of myself. But they got it. And it wasn't that bad
It is.
for how bad the round was.
Yeah. We are in Turkey.
Turkey. Somewhere in the northern mountains, considering it's green.
Yeah.
Only green part of Turkey.
And then Turkey, you're basically only looking for bins, because most bins will say the district, aka Belediyesi, on it. But we actually have a decent enough sign with Dustre on
This
it,
is
as well as Kochali.
Kochali, which is not exactly a province, but it's almost a province. It's the one with Izmit in it. But that's with a E, Kocaeli. That's different,
Yeah.
I suppose.
We assume the Dustre is the real Dustre.
That makes sense. I mean, they might both be real. But we are quite rural here, so it might take a second for them to find it. Oh,
Yeah.
Rabbit River. This river might be helpful.
There's a chance it's mapped, you never know.
You can't be sure,
Yeah.
but oh, does he have it at the town? I guess not.
An unreadable bin. Maybe they can read it, but it's hard.
I can't for sure. They're both looking at this northern part. Oh, Kochali is actually a city on the north coast.
So they have potentially the river.
I think Evandar is explaining to his teammate now. Should be over soon. Although this road is not the angle that they have at spawn.
This round will be over soon. I think the run has a little bit of time left in it. Potentially. I'm not certain.
I don't think they seem confident on this town anymore, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hard round, I would say.
There's so many towns here too.
Yeah, I mean, this part of Turkey is just extremely it's so rural, but like so urban at the same time. Like it makes no sense, but like it makes it really hard to pinpoint. It does not look like a fun round to get.
No, it seems like a hard puzzle to put together. I have all the pieces, but confusing pieces. And maybe a little too many of them. Too many dummy pieces that don't fit in the puzzle.
Yeah, you have pieces from two separate puzzles and don't know which is which.
What a great analogy.
Thanks. I'm cooking that one up in the lab for a while. They're back to this sign.
We keep going back to this sign.
Yeah.
I don't know if they found the other places on the sign yet.
Yeah, because it's just there's two big places, which is Akchakoka on the coast and Dusche. And they just know there's somewhere in between them, but the other places don't seem to exist. Unless maybe they found one. Maybe they just have
Wait,
to
is
5K
this
and
actually
go
the
along the
pinpoint?
river. Is there a river north? Maybe there is.
I mean, there's a bridge. I don't know if the road goes. I mean, the road looks good. I don't know what the pinpoint is, though.
Yeah,
This
it's
might
sort
be
of
scary.
diabolical.
Is it actually the very end of the road?
That's
Damn.
wow. I would have
Interesting
spent an
pinpoint.
hour confirming that one.
Yeah, same. Props to them for insta slamming.
Yeah.
Is this
We
Crete
have
or is it? Oh,
lost
what
some other
is that?
Greek
That's such a
island,
cool
but
shape.
yeah, they're very distinct looking island, but I mean, I don't recognize it. I'm gonna say Milos. No clue.
I've never even heard of that.
It's close to Paros and Naxos and all the other ones that end in Os. Mykonos,
I've
all
heard
those
of
ones.
this. Well, I found the pinpoint. It's like Max South Peloponnese Island.
Wow.
The very southern point of the Peloponnese is should be the right pinpoint.
Big Google.
No, I just opened my map and I instantly found the right shape.
Sure.
I mean, there's a reason I'm the world record holder, you know? Not to flex, but we're looking
Sure.
at the right thing now. And should be over pretty quickly. No, don't zoom out. Or no, he's explaining it, okay. That makes sense.
As reason as any to zoom out, so
And they have the pinpoint. Boom.
Very nicely done. 350,000 mark hit.
Isn't Grong a place? It's spawned instead of Grong.
I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Yeah, Grong. It's pretty big north of Trondheim in Norway. It's just one of those places that you'll remember because it has a pretty funny name. But this says something else. This has Mosjøen on it, which is a different place
Yeah, I know that one.
in the same area.
That one's actually
Yeah,
big.
Both
But
use
I
the same sign.
don't know which one I would trust, though. Maybe I don't trust either.
It looks to be in a big fjord. Wow, beautiful.
It's hard
Town
to
built in a
find a
fjord.
not beautiful location in Norway.
That is true, to be fair. They're both looking a little too far south, but that makes sense with the fjords. I feel like this is a little silly far north for fjords with this kind of layout.
Yeah, man. I don't know.
Not a lot of
Norway
towns up
is.
there.
Yeah, Norway's
Oh,
just
they found it
notoriously hard to reach, I guess.
It seems like an annoying grid, but maybe they have road names.
You would hope they have road names, or else this. Yeah, they have one. It's one.
CM Havigs.
Looks like they're confident on this.
They're
They're both
both
on the
right
same
on
place.
And boom.
Yeah, very nicely done. We have a rural Brazil round.
This might
So,
take a while
yeah,
in a random ass field.
Yeah, in Brazil, you're usually looking for area codes, but on a round like this, an area code is not going to be enough to 5k because you're just on some random farm
Yeah,
with
you're
corn
gonna
everywhere.
need directions, which are not that uncommon in Brazil, but you might have to move a while to find them.
Yeah, they're definitely rarer than area codes.
And sometimes you get a provincial road, which are very hard to scan. They're not ordered very logically or simply at all. Let's hope that doesn't happen to them. Although they're both going south, I guess, on different roads.
They have civilization. Well, I saw 2 buildings, which is something. I think
Some
they're on
more
the same road,
buildings.
no?
Are they? I have no idea. Maybe north was a dead end.
I thought I saw the
Oh,
same
they have
building on both. Oh, they have a 55 area
55,
code, which is Western
is-
or GDS.
I can believe that. I never remember the RGDS ones. They're all
There is an
floating
address
around
at
in
the
my head.
bottom. It's something beginning with G, but I don't know what it would be. I don't know any places beginning with the G in or GDS. It might have it actually. That was very quickly found.
Whoa. Okay.
With an area code and a town name, like that's a very impressive find. Unless there was something else, but I didn't see anything else.
No, me neither. But this pinpoint looks tough. Might take another while to find.
Yeah. I mean, it's just one of those
There's
rounds
a
where
road
even if you
twice.
play it perfectly, it's going to take a while.
Yeah. And yeah, we're in a grid here too, so it doesn't really help too much to find an intersection.
Yeah.
But do they have it? Interesting if that's the pinpoint, because it's mapped as a double lane road. But it doesn't look like that in real life.
Yeah.
Although, I guess everything else looks great. There you go. Interesting mapping, but
Nice.
works.
Yeah, this map does like having some goofy mapping on occasion.
Yeah. When I did this, I had a round that just straight up did not have a pinpoint at all. Just a long straight road.
Lovely.
But it still worked out, so it's fine.
How did it work out? Did you just look middle and hope?
I got lucky.
Nice.
I just kind of guesstimated and it worked. I don't think it was too far into a run, but it was still a little annoying. Denmark is never that hard to do. You can always do it in like 3 or 4 minutes max.
Usually there's a road number, yes, but
Road number in a big town. I've heard of Brennerop before, but I don't really know where it is.
I mean it's literally your house, so.
I have never lived in Denmark, unfortunately.
Oh.
And they're stealing my citizenship for that because I don't live there. So there'll be a 2 citizenship Andy instead of a 3.
That's tough.
But see, that was very fast.
Yeah. And we're back in Brazil. I think they had a
Also Brazil.
20-something area code, if I saw correctly, but maybe okay, considering they're not zoomed into 20-something, I assume I missaw it.
Well, they're zoomed into 34 right now, so...
They are indeed. I mean, I'm just going to assume that I was 34 because, yeah. I swear the bottom bit does not say a 34. No, I think I'm just imagining it. I'm blaming the small screen.
It's 34 on that side. On the remise
Yeah,
screen.
okay, that is the 34, yeah.
Here's a whole address. Uberaba.
Uberaba is the second biggest city in that area code, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, and very, very big.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people in Brazil.
There is. This is true.
Yeah, it seems pretty tough to find out where you are.
Yeah. Large Brazilian cities are always a tough one. Sometimes you'll have like neighborhoods on the street sign, but oftentimes you will not. I guess the
I think the
general
strat here
strategy.
would just be to find a big road and line it up and hope you find the right one.
Yeah. Typically,
Um,
it's what you would do, yeah. They seem somewhat confident, like they're both in the same area, so.
I mean,
Yeah, this looks good.
that does look very good. I guess it's like a little reservoir thing, and that's why the mapping is weird like that.
Yeah.
Bang.
Yeah, very nicely done.
Wait, are we in
American Samoa.
Interesting one.
This could be
This
one of the
could be, like-
faster rounds, yeah.
That's what you think, but then it can be, sometimes it can be really like distractingly hard, but okay, they found it immediately.
Yeah, I think Evander has it. It's like if they weren't on 370,000 already, this would be like a 10-second round. Potentially. I'll have describing
I've
it
had
to you
some
to make it
rounds
help.
in American Samoa that have lasted way longer than they feel like they should have, simply because it's bad mapping and there's a lot of road that looks the same on the map.
Yeah. This one seemed like a reasonable enough American Samoa round, though.
Yeah, that seemed fast.
We have a
Kyrgyzstan
Kyrgyzstan.
can be tough, especially in urban environments.
If it's Bishkek, Bishkek's like the only one I struggle with. But I think it's Osh this time.
I've struggled in
is-
Osh before, but
I
they
usually
seem
just
to have
find the
some angle
mountain.
changes. Find the
Yeah.
mountain, yeah, that works.
The Sacred Hill of Osh. I forget what it's called, but
The Sacred Hill of Osh.
I mean, it's some sacred hill. I don't know what it's actually called. Sulamen 2 is what it's called.
Ah, of course, right on the tip of my tongue. I mean, I think they have it. Another fast
Yeah.
one.
Very nicely done.
Ooh.
Oh, this is going to be tough.
If I'm seeing this at 380k in a run, I
Low
might
key,
get
it's
a
very
little sad.
strict.
I don't know.
Like,
It could be not that bad.
No, but like in Senegal, like if you're below 500,000, you're probably gonna get back to 500,000 quicker than you would 5k the Senegal lock.
3-hour round.
I mean, that's just how Senegal goes. Like, I mean, this one we at least have a hill, which does limit where we are within the
Yeah.
country a little bit.
It's just like on the border with whatever country, Mali.
Mali, I think, yeah. Mali Hills would make sense.
Senegal is one of the flatter countries in the world.
Yeah. Well, it isn't.
Is.
Like on average, it's flat, but it's got some hilly parts.
Yeah, but most of it is just extremely.
Yeah.
Clearly not this location though.
Yeah. The highest point in Senegal is the Bonez Ridge, reaching 648 meters above sea level, which is 2,126 feet. And it's on the max
interesting
southeast
fact.
border.
That makes sense.
Yeah, they are scanning the southeast border because the hills are pretty big for Senegal standards. I don't think they're big enough to be the border hills, but I do not blame them for looking here. Although I am aided by the information of having just Googled the size of the border hills, so they might not be privy to this information. But I mean, it could be here.
I think it's a little further up.
Yeah, it's hard to judge exactly how big 648 is.
I mean, depends on the surrounding height, I suppose. Does the road they're scanning even have coverage?
Which road are they scanning?
The Max South road. It's a little white road.
Yeah, the road southeast of Kadugu has coverage. Yeah.
I did not know that. That's news to me.
It's the hilliest road in the country, which is of course why they're scanning there. But yeah. It's probably like one of 5 roads in the country where you can actually see elevation.
Well, here's another one, and we think we got some info here. Hard to tell though. Infrastructure is not really very standardized in this part of the country.
Yeah. Yeah, this is just not a fun round. Like I told you, they'd be faster to reset than to try and 5k a Senegal lock.
I don't know if it's gonna last 3 hours. I believe
Yeah,
more. They have a thingy. Oh wow, look at that kilometer marker.
It used to be a kilometer marker. Now it's just
It
now
used
it's
to be
just
helpful.
yeah, now it's just a concrete slab like a GG. But I like the road they're scanning now because this is like the slightly hilly road because they first scanned the very hilly road. But I do prefer the slightly hilly road a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was this red from the beginning. Like, even when you have the... Oh, they have a commune on that side. Something with a B.
I mean, I know Bakel is the
That
largest
would make
town
sense,
in
yeah.
that area. But yeah, the commune could be big because it's a pretty rural part.
But at least the Kelowna market tells you were on a national road since it was red.
Yeah, that is true. But again, it's a very long national road. But I mean, the hilly section of it's only like 100 kilometers or so, probably. But it's still, yeah. This is just how Senegal goes, and there's not much you can do about it. They have another sign of sorts, it looks like, but
I mean, they've had that sign for a while. I haven't been able to conjure anything up with it.
yeah, this is
They do
just
seem
not
to
a
think
fun
it's
one.
this part of the world. They keep scanning here.
Yeah,
But
like
they're not really finding it.
yeah, I mean, it's like it's very hard to find because like they don't really have much to go off of.
Yeah. Oh, they're both looking at the same town, to be fair.
Is
But
there
it's not
coverage
in
off of
red.
this road?
Maybe.
I mean, they might have had that on a sign, so they might just click the main road near to that then.
I mean, it did look like they had a big off-road.
Yeah, so I guess the off-road might be to Amaji, and then they just need to track back.
I think they have it. Or at least Remy has it. They have a mosque. Like, everything works. See, I told you it wasn't going to be 3 hours.
It wasn't 3 hours, but it probably was the longest round so far. From at least when I have seen it in the last, hour and a bit.
I don't know, that one North Carolina round was very long.
The North Carolina round was quite long, yes. It's one of those two. But yeah.
Definitely
I just-
far from the longest round I've had in a 1 million. I went up to an hour once in Argentina on an empty road.
Yeah.
So it can get worse.
Was
There's
that on a
always-
community world by any chance?
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Like
community world
last year when I
Argentina.
did it last year. Ferozepur on the sign. Manot, they have a whole district at spawn. Ferozepur is big. I don't remember where it is. Is that in Delhi? I don't know. No, I'm thinking of Faridabad. It's definitely famous. I've heard of it.
Yeah, I don't know. I've not gotten to all of my districts, but it looks like they are in Punjab.
Oh, that would make sense.
Yeah, the text does look Punjab. Mamdot could be the smaller area they're in.
I mean, they're zoomed in or something.
Yeah, I didn't get to see what they zoomed in on, but I assume they are correct.
It's a little faster than I was keeping up with.
Yeah.
Is it really that? That is a very messed up pinpoint, if so. I guess it makes sense. Outskirts of town. Yeah, everything makes sense, I guess. That's a pretty fast solve then.
Yeah, very nicely done. Okay, we have another North America, which I mean we've seen a few North Americas. The North Carolina and Manitoba being maybe two of the three longest rounds.
Yeah. It can get bad and very bad fast.
Yeah.
Or slow, I guess. Especially when both of them keep walking into Gen 1 coverage, the
Yeah.
worst quality of camera from like 20 years ago at this point.
Yeah.
Although it looks like Evandar is at least in downtown now.
Yeah, but Gen 1, I don't know if you even want to be in downtown if it's Gen 1, but they appear
Like
to have
Montana
gotten
or
into Gen
something?
3 at least. Yeah, it looks like something northwestern. We might have an area code there.
775.
775 is Nevada.
Oh, interesting.
So maybe thinking Reno then? Because it's kind of green.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with it. Reno makes sense. I did see a casino. There was a big casino.
True.
It's on the screen right now.
Not to be confused with the town of Casino in northern New South Wales. We're in
Did it
Walnut,
say
potentially.
Walnut?
Yeah.
Hey man, I live in Walnut.
I'm not sure if
I
I've
see
heard of
Nevada on the sign.
Not sure if I've heard of Walnut the place, but I've heard of Walnut as a concept.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Elko. Okay, that makes sense too, I guess.
Okay, yeah, that makes
I
sense.
didn't know
Yeah.
Elko was this big. But this should be the faster of the North America routes.
Yeah. I mean, getting somewhere like even though it's like empty and kind of remote, like getting Nevada is like pretty good because as soon as you have a town name, you're gonna be able to find it pretty quickly because there's just no towns.
Yeah, especially if you're in a big town.
Yeah.
You know, it has to be one of 5 places.
Yeah, I think it's probably the third biggest. Actually, it depends on how you define city, because like I guess Paramount, it's basically Las Vegas, but like it's yeah.
I mean, Las Vegas is like 18 cities if you want to go by that
Yeah,
definition.
yeah.
Americans don't know what a city is. That's the
Yeah, it's tough.
takeaway here.
But yeah, it's the fourth biggest thing that isn't close to another big thing. I would say.
Yeah, that sounds about right to me.
Yeah, because you've got the Vegas area, you've got Reno, Carson City area, you've got Pahrump, and you've got Elko.
Is Pahrump really that big? How many people live in Pahrump?
I think it's bigger than Elko, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, you're right. Double. That's crazy.
Pahrump having a population of 44,738 as of 2020.
That's a lot of people living there.
Yeah.
I feel bad for all 40,000 of them. It's not the nicest place I've ever seen. Beautiful coastal Chile around here. It'd be more beautiful if the camera was clean, but we take what we can get.
Yeah.
Is that a
Very red
volcano?
soil as
That's
well
crazy.
for Chile standards. I kind of thought about the town of Guanqueros, but I'm not certain.
I have never heard of that.
It's like southwest of Coquimbo.
I mean, that's where they're looking.
Maybe it's just Coquimbo downtown. They're looking more south now. It's kind of hard to like place this lock on the coast.
Yeah, I mean, coastal Chile can do that, where it can look the same everywhere
Yeah.
for 1,000 kilometers.
Yup.
They have address here, I think. Maybe. I guess not, since he didn't look at his map. Puntitos.
Wait, what do they have?
Yeah, I don't think they have anything. Although they're looking
Oh.
at Coquimbo very seriously now. Maybe they did find something. I don't know how much I agree with this.
I mean, yeah, it's just hard to know what's right and what isn't right.
Interesting to see Leremy still using the manual lineup.
Yeah.
to see the road angle. I guess some people are born old, and they have to stay that way, using their old muscle memory.
I like someone who's doing a 10-hour Geoguessr run. Old is crazy work,
That's
but
true. That is true, to be fair.
it looks like they have the town. I didn't actually get to see what town they zoomed in on, but I'm going to assume it's Coquimbo because that's where they were the whole time. But
I don't know. It's some other town, but they got
they
it, so it's fine.
sent. I didn't see if it was Coquimbo or not, but it was probably near to it if it wasn't Coquimbo itself. Yeah. We get a Greenland location. Oh, we have the mountain northwest of us.
Remember seeing the mountain before, but I don't remember where it is.
It's that one town that I forget the name of, but I'd be able to see it on the map because every Greenland
true.
place name sounds the same to me. Which is a bit tough, but yeah. Ooh, I found
They're
it.
getting very high up.
Uamanak, I think it is.
I haven't heard of it.
That's a different one, but it looked like the Uamanak mountain. But maybe there's multiple mountains that look like that. I don't know if the Uamanak one is snow covered or not. I didn't think it was snow covered, but maybe it is. I don't know, there's probably a bunch of these like rock things looking like this in Greenland, but yeah. I'd be saying the place name's Alafia. This is Communip, which kind of sounds like the word commune.
Doesn't really sound like a place.
Yeah, I mean, to me, no Greenland places sound like places, full stop.
Wait, are they there really?
Where did anything there?
There's not even a place name, but it looks good, I
Ikarasak.
guess.
Oh yeah, that's like right next to the place I thought it was, so I guess the mountains are that area, not exclusive to that town, but very nicely done. We have a potentially Jerusalem location.
Looks interesting for sure. It might be hard. I don't know if it's Jerusalem.
Yeah, it could be Ramallah or Jericho or something in those. Actually, it's too hilly for Jericho, but
And the car is weird.
we have a sign for center.
Center, my favorite town.
And maybe Gila was findable, but I am not
And they're looking
certain.
in the same exact area they were before. On the restaurant. I mean, they have Tacoa on the sign again.
Oh, did they? They do, yeah.
So we're back here. It did look similar, to be fair.
Could be a tricky pinpoint though.
Seem to be having
Probably will
trouble
be.
finding this big runabout.
Yeah.
It looks confusing, to be fair.
Yeah, I'd like to commentate, but I don't even know what I'm looking at either, so
No. It would help if we could see the information of the signs, but
yeah.
tough.
I mean, yeah, it's just somewhere south of Jerusalem, but there's a lot of towns surrounding it. Which is rather unfortunate. Okay, they have a divided road. I think they were here earlier, but they've gotten back to it again.
Oh, going back to spawn. I guess it was Jerusalem this time.
This looks decent.
Boom.
Very nicely done.
Wasn't that bad when they figured out where they were.
Yeah, that's typically how it goes. Once you know where you are, you know where you are.
Fair. They fixed the score timer that was apparently wrong. I didn't even notice.
That's, yeah, it was out of 10,000. Oh, I don't know if I like the look of this round.
Well, it says Cotopaxi, which unfortunately I don't think means that much when it comes to Ecuador, but it is a region also. And the name of a huge mountain.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the second tallest mountain in the country. I'm not certain of that, but
Well, it's definitely not the first tallest.
yeah, Chimborazo being the first tallest, but it's definitely somewhere up there in terms of
I can't name a third
size.
one, to be fair. Tunguruja is in one of them right now. I don't even know. They have a lot of mountains, to be fair.
There's Cayambe as well, which is like the one that
And
has
Pichincha.
coverage. No clue what that is. Oh, that's the Quito one.
Yeah.
I see.
Lots of big ones.
Yeah, that is how being in the Andes works. I've googled it, and Cotopaxi is the second tallest. So
That makes sense. I mean, the other Andean countries don't have as many volcanoes or volcanoes at all, really. It's just Ecuador that got like all of the cool ones, and then the other ones just kind of had to deal with it.
I think Chile got a lot.
Chile got a lot of them too, but
I think
it's
Chile
different
has by
volcanoes.
far the most. I think. Like the
It's,
Chile-Bolivia border is all just volcano, volcano, volcano,
That is
volcano.
true. That is true. That's the other spot where they got them.
Yeah,
Is Huascarán a volcano, or is it just a mountain?
I wish I could tell you.
I'm googling it. It is
I
a
feel
volcano.
like it's.
Interesting.
Is it actually?
It's an extinct one though, so it's not
Oh.
about to explode anytime soon.
That's how they get you.
But they seem pretty zoomed in at the moment.
Paxi is an active volcano, apparently.
Ah, get away from there. Dangerous. I do think they have the pinpoint, and boom.
Nicely done. And we have a Kinmen Island?
That could be true. I absolutely despise pinpointing Kinmen. But they have
Well,
a
I
PR
think
here, Hujing
the War
War
Museum.
That
Yeah.
surely is findable. I think I've even looked at it before.
All I know
Should
is the
be
entire
fine.
island is purple war POIs, I think.
Might not be that helpful then if it's all
Oh, no,
POIs.
they have it.
But it seems like you have something at least. But yeah, rural locations on this island can
Yeah.
get really bad because there is signs and for places, but the places I don't even think they're real. I think they just set up the signs as a joke to confuse people.
Yeah, I think they only show up in Chinese as well.
Yeah, and they're only in Chinese too. But like even the Chinese places aren't even real.
Yeah.
But they have it, so no need to worry about that.
Indeed.
That was a pretty fast one.
Yeah, very well played. Nicely done. Japan now, which is a decent country for moving, as each kilometer marker will tell you the state you're in.
It's straightforward, but it can take a long time before you find stuff that you need. Although we
Yeah, on
started
this round
already
it's
on a
fine though.
highway.
But yeah, like there are tough rounds, but like when you're on like an actual road, you're usually fine.
Yeah, especially since we've got road names here. Numbers, provincial numbers. No
Yeah, we
places that
have.
I've heard of, to be fair.
I mean, I assume the green thing, like the E35, is going to be findable like Expressway 35.
Yeah, but we also have the 323, and since it's apparently Kyushu, can't be that hard to find. And now the places should be findable.
Yeah.
And if not, the road number, you can just scan along it to find the 306. So it's pretty simple, straightforward.
Yeah, just find where you are and then, yeah.
Just find where you are, and then you find where you are. Pretty easy. And they seem to have done exactly that. Although it's a little scary because it doesn't look quite right to me, but
I think it looks
no,
fine.
it is correct.
We have the
It's
bridge, yeah.
like it's mismapped, but it's correct.
Yeah.
And they got it.
Very nicely done. We have an Argentina round.
The pinpoint here is a little scary. It's just one road west. At least they have a curve to the north, so you can tell which off-road it is.
Yeah.
They have a road number here. Couldn't read it. I think it's at RN8 or something. Oh, ooh, that was a fast one. From finding the road to finding the pinpoint immediately.
Yeah, road
If
number
it's correct.
18 looks like they might have it.
Boom.
Yeah, I mean, it curved north. Yeah.
Yeah, and it curved south. Everything works. I am a fan of this.
They're a bit concerned, but it looks
Yeah,
like they
I
like
wouldn't
it.
insta slam this either on 425,000. But they did
Nicely
it.
done.
That's fine.
South Africa here, so probably be looking for area codes.
That's not how I play South Africa, but it is a smart way of doing it, especially in these urban locations.
Well, how else do you play South Africa? Look for a suburb name and hope you've heard of it.
Either that or I just try to get to a big road and find signs. We got Springfield on this sign, whatever that means.
I mean, it's going to be a suburb of some random city, but I feel like they don't say the city name sometimes. They usually just say the suburb of the city.
Oh, yeah,
But
you
they
can
might have
get
actually
to-
found Springfield Guerra. I can't read it, but like it looks like it kind of says Springfield. No, I don't think it does.
Well, I found
They
something
probably
that
have
says
area
Guerra,
codes.
I
Or
should
could
read
they
out
have
the
be
area
like
codes 'cause I do
041, I think.
remember them. But they seem to have narrowed it down to the exact intersection.
Yeah, amazingly done.
That was a fast one. Okay, are we back in New York City or what?
I thought we could be in Detroit or something.
It's some big US city, that's for sure.
I might have said something, but I didn't get to read it.
I mean, this has to be a massive city. Say
Let's say
yeah.
Cleveland. Yeah. That's basically next to Detroit.
Yeah, fair enough. And we got big numbered roads.
Yeah.
It should be pretty quick since now.
Yeah. Big American cities are probably the easiest to pinpoint.
Yeah, once you figure out where you are, it can't be like there's a system you can apply to almost every single location.
Yeah.
You just look at a street sign, and it'll tell you exactly where you are. Here we are in.
Sandyville, Newfoundland.
It's a very hilly location.
And probably a sandy
Newfoundland.
location if it's called Sandyville. Unless I misread it, but
Definitely interesting landscape.
looking at Nova Scotia, I think is also possible.
I think we saw Newfoundland, like one of those bins outside the houses.
True. They do usually tell the truth.
Oh, we
We've actually got good signs
signs
here.
We're at 364 and the Trans Canada 1.
Yeah. I think the roads go like 200 to 400 as you go east to west or something.
I mean, there is no Trans Canada 1 on Nova Scotia. So this can't be right, I don't think. Or maybe it's mismapped in the map. I don't know. I don't know how it works.
Yeah. They're still looking at Nova Scotia, which, I mean, it definitely can be. But I just don't know if it is.
I feel like the sign should be able to tell us where it is, and I feel like we're being bad at the game by not knowing that. Sandyville, Seal Cove, and Hermit. Isn't Seal Cove big? I feel like I've heard of Seal Cove.
Seal Cove? I don't know.
Yeah, Seal Cove is east of Jackson's Arm, west of Baie Verte on Newfoundland. So I assume we are somewhere.
I think we're in Sandyville, wherever Sandyville is. But that's what I said at spawn, I'm pretty sure.
I mean, it says Sandyville South on the sign that Jeremy is looking at.
See Sandyville at all, though.
No. This says we're entering Hermitage.
Am I entering what?
Hermitage. Like
Oh.
in St. Petersburg.
Yeah. I think I've heard of that in Newfie.
I don't see it. And they don't either, so I'm confused.
Well, I'm confused by the road number, because, like, it said 364.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen, like, every other something 4 except for 360. So I don't know where it is.
Wrong here. Wait, they found it. Okay, I
They
wasn't
found
paying
it.
attention and they found it. Oh, it's on the
Yeah,
south
no.
coast. There's another Seal Cove.
Oh, that's unlucky.
But they got it
Nicely
faster
done.
than us. Boom. And now we're in Poland.
Yeah.
Another area code country, but usually you can get by without them. With the sign that has road numbers.
Yeah,
You just
very
look for the intersection
organized.
between those road numbers
Yeah.
and then you have the town. It
Yeah, 2 should be
gets rather simple.
south. Wait, no, they should be like on label basically too, right?
I don't know anything. I scan for them
Okay.
every time.
Fair enough.
We have zoomed in pretty far now.
Yeah, they have the intersection, it looks like. Just trying to find where they spawned. Seems like the pinpoint's a bit weird.
Yeah, it seems to be a little bit more confusing than it should be. I guess it's either mismapped or
Maybe there's two intersections of the
differently.
roads.
Yeah, that's also possible. But okay, no, they got it now. I think.
Yeah, looks good. Nicely done.
Bang.
And that's 450,000 complete.
That is pretty good space for 4 minutes and 4 hours and 1 minute.
Yeah, if they were on this after 4 minutes and 1 second, that would be quite impressive.
That would be very impressive. I would probably report them immediately.
Yes, I
I don't
would.
think it's humanly possible.
Yeah. I could have my house that many times, and I wouldn't be able to zoom into the map this like 90 times in 4 minutes.
Yeah, I mean maybe I could if it was your house, but I'm not sure. I guess it depends on
Not sure how
internet
to
speed.
interpret that. Can you hear? Usually looking for PO boxes, which are quite common.
And even if you get the post box, the PO box, it might
Not
still be hard
exist.
to find where you are.
Yeah.
Very dense coverage with very dense roads with very little actual like big roads or even towns.
Yeah.
Towns don't really exist. They're not mapped, and also it's just such a still rural country that villages aren't really common. Everything's like basically equally populated in these parts of the country.
Yup.
But you get POIs like this primary school that you can scan for,
Yeah.
and they seem to have Embu County on a sign somewhere. It's probably. Oh, here's a big red. PO Box Embu. Nimbure. That might be findable on a POI somewhere.
You would expect it to be, but POI scanning is not the easiest thing to do.
That is a skill that you have to hone, being able to find POIs and understand when something's going to be a POI or not. And how big a POI is going to be. I mean, they seem to be looking at the same-ish area, so maybe
Yeah.
they've narrowed it down to here.
It's very hard to get the 5k here. Not a
Mango
very
Tree
fun
Nursery.
land.
You think Mango Tree Nursery is going to be a POI that you could find? It's not a valid question. Or maybe Mango's the town name. It's also possible.
Potentially. Potentially.
Yeah, I mean, rounds like this is why AOW is so much harder than ACW.
Yeah, I mean, ACW is easier until you get Argentina.
There's a lot of locations and countries that are very hard on ACW, but rounds like this are very rare on ACW. You can always just backtrack pretty quickly.
Yeah, I don't know. Argentina was not for no move, and so was Mexico on ACW.
My biggest problem on ACW is honestly Colombia. Sometimes they are evil with that. But I mean, Leremy has something that looks pretty convincing. As I say that, he angles it and it's the wrong angle. Yeah, this is tough. Ooh. That might be it. I think it might be over soon.
Yeah, I think it's
Not
the
the run, but
6-minute
the...
mark, roughly, for this round, which is a tricky round for sure.
Yeah, that's not what you want to aim for.
Yeah. And they get it very nicely done.
But I mean, it's nothing you can really do anything about other than
Yeah.
get better RNG.
True. Japan again, so probably be looking for similar signs.
Here we go, one with no places I've ever heard of,
Yeah.
but might be useful later. I got two actually national road numbers, the 229 and the 230. Better call a doctor, 230. Whatever.
What?
If you're 230, you gotta call a dentist.
Oh. You could have said dentist, and then I would have understood.
I guess so. It's the same thing, though. A dentist is a doctor.
Mm.
Are we actually in Okinawa? Interesting.
I have no clue.
It was not my region guess. Yeah, my region guess was Hokkaido. So
I thought we saw Sapporo on something.
well,
But
the two teammates seem to be on different sides of the country, so I guess.
but they're both in Okinawa again. I mean, I think it's a
Oh.
Tohoku. No, I should wait. No, Tohoku.
No, it's not Tohoku.
Transformer. Was it
No,
not
with the
Tohoku Transformer?
No, with the pole plates. The pole plates are not Tohoku.
Oh, we had a Tohoku Transformer.
I've never learned those. Definitely looks very northern though.
Okay, well that looks like
that's a Hokkaido plate. I'm sorry to tell you that.
Okay.
Okay.
So it did
now
say
he's scanning.
Sapporo.
He did scan Kamchatka for a second, but we're back on track.
It happens.
Not quite Japan. Hokkaido can be tough. It's like the hardest area of Japan.
Well, it's because if you get a prefectural road, it's such a big prefecture that just like it doesn't really help as much.
No, it's useless. Yeah. At least they got national roads here.
Looks like they're doing the final bit of narrowing down.
The intersections look right to the north, and to the east, the curve looks right. I would slam it. But they don't seem 100% sure.
I mean, it's always going to be nervy to send on
Yeah.
400,000 in. Crazy thing that we're not even halfway through. 4-hour run.
Yeah.
What we get?
It takes a while. That's the whole point.
We get India.
This is an interesting sign. I've never seen signs like this in India.
And we have a sign on this. I didn't get to read it, but I assume they were able to read it.
No, they're already in a town somehow.
Does it say Ranchi? On the
I
right?
didn't try reading.
Yeah, I have no
But
clue.
it seems like Evandar somehow magically figured it out. Oh no, actually no, he's looking at something else.
Well,
Okay,
they're in
now
the
he's
same
got it.
place.
That looks right. Okay.
Yeah, very
That
nicely
was very
done.
impressive.
Yup. Wait, where are we?
Wait a second. This is my country. Mamir and Kapalan, they're like just west of the capital. And Holzum
Yeah.
is the town.
You have to just say the capital is to our east, so good stuff.
Oh, it does say that too. Lol. I never read the longer ones because I always know the small ones.
Crazy flex.
Or almost always. But with the road names, like Luxembourg is one of the most forgiving countries in the world with pinpointing. It'll just tell you exactly where you are, exactly where you need to go, the road you're on, and everything you could possibly need.
Yeah.
And everything is usually very well mapped. So
Yeah.
there's
Shout
definitely
Luxembourg.
discussion for it to be like the most easy to pinpoint country. I don't know if there's anything that can even rival it. Maybe Singapore, but then you even have to know things.
Do they know the lake here?
They have insta zoomed on something that doesn't have the right angle, but I think that may have said something because they insta zoomed on something on the Sossus fly.
I might have thought we were in Oman.
I thought that for the first few seconds, and then I sobered up.
I still think we're in Oman. Maybe I'm trolling.
Wait, okay.
But they seem they look like they know something. Like, I don't know what they know, but they know something. Looks like they might have the 5K.
I mean, does Oman really look like this?
Well, the
I mean,
sun
the
is
sun is
south,
in the south.
but it also
That's a
lines
good
up.
point.
Wait, I'm so confused.
I mean, where in Oman would this be? Like Mike's West?
The road north of Facade.
I don't know where that is, boss.
It's north of Salalah, so
now
yeah,
I
pretty
know.
far west. But I might just be
Maybe
trolling.
that was a road. I mean, they don't seem confident. Maybe you're right. It would be pretty funny if you were right.
Imagine they sent wrong country. That'd be so unlucky. Okay, I might have coverage checked on I found it.
Okay. Well, tough.
It's the Empty Quarter Eco Lodge. I mean, this is an
I mean,
unfortunate
empty
case of
quarter,
television. Like, they probably thought they had this rhyme before, And it's just an unfortunate case of tunnel vision, which it happens.
They'll
Unless
realize
I'm
sooner than
trolling.
later. Like, there's no
They
way
will.
they're finding the pinpoint of the wrong country. It's not gonna happen.
Imagine. But yeah, like
It would be funny, but I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. Missing the
yeah,
pinpoint.
that would be tough.
I know how
But
it
yeah,
feels to miss a pinpoint pretty deep into a run. I think I did it at 800k once, and it does not feel good. Especially, I feel like it would not feel good if you sent the wrong fucking hemisphere.
No, but yeah, it's just very unfortunate because, like, I think they probably think they've seen this road before, and it's just a road that looks similar. I mean, I'm pretty sure I've
Yeah, I
sent
mean, it definitely
Namibia
looks like
on this
them.
road before.
Why did they make two places across from the globe look so similar?
That's the power of deserts.
Shut out sand.
Yeah, I don't really understand what info they're going to get here, because, like, I'm on the map, right? We are 100 kilometers from Facade, which is the only other town that shows. There's this
100
POI.
kilometers.
There's no other POI that shows up. So I don't know what's gonna happen.
I mean, that's like 15 minutes straight of fast moving if you want to get there, no?
I thought it would have been longer.
Isn't
I
fast
don't know how
moving like
fast it goes.
400 kmph?
I don't know. It's also a curvy road.
I don't actually know anything. I guess that depends on your fast move speed, and it doesn't seem like theirs is like the highest thing.
They
This
have
says
Oman on
Oman
this. I think they're having an identity crisis.
The zoom out.
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh no! Oh, the map shake.
The
Oh,
map
this
shake
so
is
sad.
it hurts to see. I mean, it happens to the best of us. Like, after
Yeah,
you've
I've
been
done that
playing
many
for
times
4
too,
hours,
yeah.
like as well, like it's like, yeah.
I've made some stupid blunders on 1 millions too. Especially like this middle section, because it's like you don't have the adrenaline of the last few thousand locations,
Yeah.
but you don't have the beginning adrenaline either. So you're kind of in this slump in the middle where your brain doesn't work and you have very little motivation to keep going. Just need to hit that again. Especially something like this happening to you, it's not good for the mental. I do wonder what they're supposed to find. Is it like a coverage end north at some point? Oh yeah, but it's really far, and there's no info there. That is tough.
Yeah, this is the round of all rounds.
This might be that hour-long Argentina run I'm talking about.
This might just be.
Oman. I mean, it's kind of fire now.
Welcome in,
Welcome in.
Suki and Gelotris.
Hello, hello. Good evening.
Hello. They're on a Oman round where they might have spammed Namibia for 10 minutes.
Yeah, I was quite surprised because
Do you remember
I feel like
when
even
the
after they
started?
started what Oman, they were looking in Namibia.
No, they saw it and they had an identity crisis and questioned their life choices, I think.
Well, happens.
Yeah, but I have found it by scanning because I had this road a few
Nice
days
Googling.
ago. I know, I sent Namibia on this because this road was driving left when I had it.
Okay, maybe we should clarify for the viewers that Googling usually is not allowed, but Finbar's just doing it for no reason.
No, because we're the commentators, so we're providing insights about the location.
Oh, all right.
That's a good excuse.
Yeah, my fault. Okay, well, I think it's time for me and Malfunction to hand it off to you two. So enjoy.
Yeah, I mean, we will enjoy driving through this
This is
blessed landscape.
Yeah, we were watching and
Yeah.
thought you guys might wanna dip on this round, so we got you on that.
Yeah. Thank you, much appreciated. Well, goodbye, chat. I hope you enjoyed the app.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. Good luck,
Goodbye.
Ziggy Deluxe, with this one.
Thank you.
Yeah, we really got the best round to start off in.
We did. I mean, as I was already saying, Ziggy and me did watch a little bit of this round already, but see how long will take them to figure out where they are. I got the country down, at least.
Well, maybe they're not sure yet, even though they had the word Oman on it. Who knows?
Maybe.
Maybe it's just a bait after all.
Yeah, you shouldn't trust everything you see on Street View.
I mean, honestly, I just saw a single small sign saying a place name that didn't really sound like a place name because it had the word Oman in it. And yeah, so what's the move here? Will they just continue driving?
Well, there's no other choice, is there? Well, you could, like in some countries where you don't have that dense coverage, you could scan for roads, especially if you are on a main road. But in a country like Oman, I don't think that's very easy to do, especially with how much more coverage there is now. So many roads that could be possible.
Yeah, although this is kind of distinct for Oman because I've never really seen mountains this big in the middle of the desert. Like, I've seen ones in the older coverage all the way in the west of the country, but there could be new roads that have been covered with mountains like this.
Maybe. Also, these mountains look a bit sandy. I feel like I'm also used to see more rocky mountains in Oman. Kind of look distinct, but still not distinct enough for me to tell where we are exactly. And
Yeah,
it
the weird part
seems
is we're
like
getting nowhere.
seems like we have one side scanning and one side driving now.
Yeah, I mean, one person is definitely driving over like a hill crest now, but it just seems like, okay, we're just in the next valley now. So nothing has really changed in terms of the landscape.
Yeah. I think
But,
Evander is trying to make out the terrain on the map, switching zoom levels a lot. So not driving at all, just lined up the road.
I mean, that's
It's
a
like they're
valid thing,
discussing.
but yeah, they're looking maybe in the same spot and discussing whether that could be the correct thing. And they're putting a checkpoint because they have found something. I mean, this off-road in an ideal scenario should be mapped. So
Didn't see where exactly they stopped, because usually you set a checkpoint when you are not sure which direction to go.
or you just want to go back to spawn real quick, even though you can just undo the move, I think, and then just
That
continue.
as well.
But I think
Yep.
it's a bit safer to just set your checkpoint so that you don't lose your progress of driving for 5 minutes or even longer.
Definitely,
That's just,
especially in their scenario now.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like the pace so far, like when I look at 470K in 4 hours and 20 minutes, I feel like they just want to keep that 100K per hour rate. And so far it's been going well, but this round has been a bit of a stop in their run. But surely we will be on long enough to see the halfway point reached.
Yeah, also,
Surely.
I mean, country has been out for a while now, but especially the new coverage not that long ago. And I still have a hard time to judge how hard it, or like how long the average round should take on Oman. Because it really depends also on the location in this country.
Yeah, the problem here is just there was just that one singular sign, and it's not like they're getting to another road that they could maybe line up better or that's a bit bigger, like a paved road. This could be the smallest white road on the map, so it might be really, really hard to find it. But yeah, they keep scanning the same area. It's like, okay, the terrain makes sense, but it's just not there.
Yeah, I don't know if the terrain solely is the reason why they are considering that area so much. Evander also all the way up the coast. He's still scanning a lot of areas, to be honest. I mean, the zoom level goes out a lot and very far, switching between regions.
mean, what's a bit weird, yeah, there's a lot of POIs where he's scanning, and this could be like a general area of maybe tourism, but there's like a campsite POI in every kilometer, and I don't see anything around us. Like, I haven't seen a single building other than the one we were at spawn.
Nope. Same. I didn't even see the Oman sign that you saw earlier.
Yeah, it was like, I think the name was like Buri Oman.
Okay.
Oh, there's actually a sign. Maybe probably not helpful.
Somewhat.
I mean, that might just be pointing to one of those camps that they've seen on the map.
Yeah,
And
that's a
it's
good point. There was a lot of POIs actually. Points of interest, those little icons you see on the map, you could see a lot of them.
Yeah, the good thing about them, they're usually not in the native language, so a lot of them would be probably in Arabic, but most of these are in English. So that's pretty neat.
Yep, it's good, but you would also need to hope for the sign in the actual Street View to also be in English, which is not promised.
Okay, Evander actually finding some trees here in the middle of the desert.
Yeah.
So there is civilization. So that could be one of those campgrounds that is mentioned on the map. But yeah, still no sign.
Truck. Tumreit written on it.
Ooh, Tumreit.
Doesn't really look like an address, but could be a place name.
Yeah, I mean, that's got to feel better than
But then
driving through the desert.
again, we are looking at a truck here. Could have just come from anywhere. Well, actually, Evander's actually on a place that's saying to.
Yeah, it would kind of like confirms my suspicion that we might be in the very far west. Because that is like the area that usually had these mountains, but the question is, how much does this truck help?
Well, once again, how much do you want to trust that the truck is from somewhere nearby? I guess it's worth checking the surroundings of, once again, a terrain that could line up, an alignment of a road that could line up in the middle of nowhere. Which is also distinct about this round is that we have the mountains on both sides of the road. We are very close along it, so might be findable.
Honestly, it's just crazy because they've been moving and moving and nobody's getting anywhere.
I think the right approach here is to have, especially in a co-op environment, to send someone on a fast move for very long. Just get out of here. Try to find anything. Because I notice they do a lot of breaks on their movement, especially Evander has been on the map very, very long. And I would believe that at some point you would get to a sign that's helping you much further than just being on the map, finding the road.
Yeah, but there's also the chance that he's moving in the wrong direction. So, I mean, generally speaking, you should maybe move south in Oman just because, like, the terrain would fall off to the southeast and you might be able to get to coast or a bigger road, but it's still a gamble. Like, I can't really tell if we're going uphill or downhill, northwest and southeast. Like it feels like we're going up north, but that could just be an illusion.
You could also always just move north until you're at the capital.
Yeah, it's probably going to take some time.
It might take some time, but it will guarantee you a good backtrack.
I wish I knew the timestamp of when they started this round, but it has to be over 20 minutes at this point. Or like almost 20 minutes now.
Yeah, it's a very big hit in their momentum. Countries, what are other countries where you're usually stuck on a co-op? I feel like Indonesia is a country where if you're in the middle of nowhere in the jungle, it can take some time until you find a cup of partner.
Yeah, but usually then you should, I mean, it's official world, so they're handpicked locations. So somebody thought, okay, there will be information here in like 3 minutes moving. And now the question is how findable it is. It said like one place name that could be very small on the map, and maybe even in Arabic. I don't know. It varies from map to map what the map makers deem findable or
Yep.
usable. So this could be just a very tricky location. I mean, obviously,
It is,
because
but
it's taking
seems
too.
like they
too
both
quickly.
decided to move more now. We see them both fast moving. There's always that option to scan on the side, but I would not leave the spacebar button at all if I was in this round. Ooh, a good sign here, maybe. At least something. I don't want to say good sign, but hey, we got a sign. There for Remy.
Oh, he finds another truck. Is it the same truck? No. It has a different thing written, but it's also not very helpful.
Oh, we got help from chat. The round started at 4:12, and we're in 4:35 now.
All right, so 23 minutes. No, sorry, 18.
Hey,
My bad.
okay. Yeah.
I mean, math is not the
Didn't
strongest.
even. I just accepted the number you said, and then I was like, wait. Something doesn't match. And both standing still now again, changing the approach once again, going for that scanning. But as I already said, if I was in the game now, I would just never ever leave my finger from the fast move button, because at some point you would hope that there will be something.
Yeah.
How many scripts do the runners know for this? I don't know, especially, I don't know Remy and Evan are that good to speak for them. In general, something everyone should know is definitely Cyrillic. I feel like
Yes.
that's
I mean,
the first script everyone learned.
yeah. I mean, then it really varies what you want to focus
and
on. I
then,
feel like
yeah.
everyone knows Bengali, everyone can read Greek. I think Greek is somewhat similar to Cyrillic.
Yeah.
I feel like for this type of run, you have to almost log in on most languages, such as maybe like Cambodian, like Khmer.
Before that, I would say Hindi is maybe more important.
Yeah, I mean, Hindi, yeah, totally.
Yeah. Hindi
And then you could also
important.
learn all the Indian languages, which is going to be quite a task.
Yeah.
And yeah,
it is a task, but if you can't read it, you're gonna have a hard time in India. So they are rewarding. There are a lot of scripts that are not that rewarding, like Greek, for example. Yes. I mean, sometimes the signs are only in Greek, but most of the time you will also get to a Latin script at some point. Whereas in India, it can take a very long time.
Yeah, especially in smaller cities. If you're in a bigger city in India, I feel like there's a higher chance you will find a sign you can read. But in smaller cities, they're not really accustomed to people not being able to read Hindi or any other language for that matter.
Yeah. And we didn't even mention Thai. Thai is also very important to know.
Yeah, but you can also just get away with knowing some letters, I feel like, especially the abbreviations of the states.
I mean, in a speedrun environment, should, but it doesn't hold you back as this round does right now where they are on.
Yeah, I'm still not quite sure what the information would have been here. But yeah, I mean, honestly, the only sign that looked somewhat helpful was that one sign I saw when switching into the channel, which was like something like Bori Oman, and I don't know what that means.
No idea, Ziggy. No idea.
That's unlucky.
It seems
then.
like they are also clueless. I mean, when we joined the cast, they were looking all the way north, scanning along the north, northeast, northwest. Now we have them on the southern border.
It does make sense though, because I mean,
yeah.
as I said, those are where I would imagine these mountains, and we had the name Tumrait,
Mhm.
and
Yeah, the middle
mountains
is
quite
just
flat.
just to explain for the viewers, the middle is usually very flat in Oman. So you would have mountains in the north and south, a bit along the edges of the borders as well,
Yeah, and I
which
feel like
is why
yeah.
they are avoiding that area to scan.
Yeah, and also I feel like the mountains very far south and very far north are very rocky, and we're just like in a deserty dune environment, and that's like kind of the one that's stretches along like Saudi Arabia, Oman, Yemen, like across the tri-point, which is just a big desert. I have no clue what it's called, but
Yep. No idea either, but I
don't need to
agree.
learn that.
Nope. There are actually a lot of things generally people like expect from a Geoguessr Pro or from a Speedrunner Pro that they know these things, but a lot of players are so focused on not general knowledge, but especially street view knowledge.
Yeah,
Where
like
it's sometimes surprising to people if we don't know some very basics.
yeah, you can't ask me what the capitals are of most countries that are not on Street
Yeah.
View. There's just
Yep.
going to be a good chance that I just don't know, especially the ones in Africa. I'm not very educated on.
And I think you speak for a lot of people,
Maybe.
including me, myself as well.
Ruba al-Khali, or the Empty Quarter. Is that what the
What it's
dunes are called?
I guess.
All right. There's something. Nope. Never mind.
Not really, but hey, having a sign is something, you know?
I was just getting super desperate. And you can always have something stuck in your mind that's like, okay, somebody chose to put this location in this map. So they thought this would be gettable within 3 minutes reach information and findable on the map.
Yep.
And I'm starting to have doubts whether the information was just so hidden or whether it's just not findable. It has to be
That
one
could
of the two.
maybe explain why they refuse to move that much. Especially Remy as well. Again, standing still, lining up, and just scanning instead of moving further because they probably assume that they already were within the range of getting to the right information. Don't expect more.
Yeah, I'm really not expecting anything from it. It just seems like endless desert. There's nothing here.
Yeah.
Which kind of confirms my intuition that we might just be very far north towards the border in those hills.
Yeah, as a region guess, I would agree. I do consider the northwest as a reasonable area where it could be.
Maybe Buri Oman means border Oman, but why would they put that there then? I don't know.
Yeah, especially after we were late into the round, you would assume that we are not on the border.
Yeah, I mean, they've been
Maybe
driving
also
forever.
just, yeah. Could still be close to it, who knows?
I mean, honestly, it just looks like Remy has completely given up on moving.
Mm-hmm.
Evander is still hoping that there will be something out there. But literally, I don't see anything but these hills and endless sand.
Yeah, I don't think they are also too sure what to focus on and which strategy to use to get to the 5K here.
I mean, realistically, if they drive like half of the length, like north-southwest, how much would that be? Like 60 kilometers? How long would that take? Just fast
I
move?
guess. Yeah. Maybe
10 minutes? 20 minutes? I don't know.
something like
honestly.
that. Something
10,
like that.
20
If you
minutes?
don't stop moving, if the road isn't too bendy,
I mean, it
You
looks fairly
just
straight and
die.
fairly north-south, like
Mhm.
southeast. Southeast would
Yep,
also
for
make
now.
sense, but yeah. It just goes on.
It really does, and still looks the same. Really nothing changed here in the last 10, 20 minutes. Finbar is saying Evander has went 60 kilometers in the last 12 minutes.
60 kilometers, okay.
Oh, and apparently Remy hit a dead end. So, yep, that would explain why he stopped moving.
Oh yeah, in this mode, in the official 2v2 Geoguessr mode, well, I guess it doesn't work on challenges. You can teleport to your teammate, but it would literally just be you moving in the same direction. There's no intersection they got to, so they can only move one path. So right now,
Yep.
they're just using what they can do the best. Just one person continuing on, even though there seems to be no end. Yeah.
Especially if you are, let's say, in a semi-rural European location, you always expect to get some information, or you would assume that you might have missed something. Whereas on this
found
location,
something.
it's literally impossible to miss a sign because there's just not that much stuff to look at.
Okay, they were
Just
zooming
really
into the
can't be
same
that.
area here, and he stopped moving. It's like Remy's found something.
Mhm.
He saw a certain name, like Ansvar or something, and I don't know if they had that earlier.
Okay. Yeah, you see him leaving his pin right on it, which would indicate that he is familiar with that place name or has heard of it before.
I feel like the craziest part is you always have to keep in mind that you cannot make your guess, because imagine guessing right now after moving for this long.
Yeah, you really have to confirm it.
And yeah, there's also no point in really putting your pin down until you really want to guess, because your teammate doesn't see your guess.
True. To me, it looks like they must have seen some word or place name. It's by how they always stop on POIs and read it. Seems like they are checking them.
Yeah, translating every single POI might be quite a task.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is a desperate situation, so I guess drastic measures are needed.
Yeah, that's literally just the worst scenario, being in a speed run and ending up in the middle of nowhere.
And we
Which
crossed
also
30-minute mark for this location.
30 minutes.
30 minutes on the singular round in Oman.
That's also putting some extra pressure on it where you could lose your focus.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like the worst part would be getting this after like 7 or 8 hours where your mind is quite cooked.
Yeah. I mean, they have already been running for a bit.
Yeah, I mean, 4 hours of
4
constant
hours,
communication.
43. I mean, we are getting close to 5 hours. I mean, Evander stopped. Seems like he's explaining
Yeah.
his current location. So
And
if
there's
they agree on it,
intersection.
it looks good. Yeah, they
That
do
would explain
agree.
the big mountains, yeah.
And finally, you can see the relief on Remy's end shaking the screen. That is a relief. That is a relief.
Yeah. I mean, 30
getting out
30
of
minutes
that
is
round.
enough. 30 minutes
Yep.
is enough, honestly. That is enough.
Yep.
And now they're
Yep.
greeted by Europe, and they know, okay, the information cannot be this far away.
Yeah.
And the craziest part is they didn't even find more information. They literally just worked with what they had and lined one road up.
Yeah, what exactly they used in the end, probably found the matching terrain and then just lined up the road.
Yeah, also there can't be too many roads in northern Oman, I assume. I'm just saying that, but I just can't imagine there to be this many roads up there.
Not sure either, but once again, we are in a rural round, but nothing I would be too worried about, like in the last round. Pretty sure they will get to the right stuff as soon as they enter town. Which Evander does right now. Driving through a village, he had that town name given in the entrance, and you would assume after leaving a town that there might be good signs to the next two bigger cities nearby.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's... Okay, there is a town exit sign, but
Mhm.
only 1 kilometer into the next town. That's not really what you want to see
No.
when
You
leaving
want
a
to
town.
cross another main road, ideally.
Yeah, but every single town you enter always has a chance to be like a T intersection town, if that makes sense. So it's like
There
leading
it
to
is.
two bigger town, and that's exactly what you want.
This is
Two-
the sign I was trying to explain. Leaving the town on another main road. But still, doesn't seem like too big of places. In
Yeah,
70
although-
kilometers is scannable.
Yep. And it seems like they found the towns somehow, and now they're just trying to backtrack where they've went. Obviously, they had the town name of the first town.
But a
So-
very distinct off-road, because we have this misaligned four-way. One going steep northeast, one going steep southwest, and that is very fast to find, and they do find it.
Ooh, and this round might also be very fast.
Yeah, looks like Germany.
There's not really many rounds in Germany that you can spend more than 2 minutes onto 5K. Like, usually
Yeah, I
it's very
guess.
quick.
Yeah. It's too
Just
many
because it's so
signs to work with.
populated. Oh,
Yeah.
there was a town entrance sign. That's what you want.
Yeah.
Main-Kinzig.
Kinzig. So somewhere along the Main River.
Hüttengesäß is a crazy name for a town. Can't lie.
It's
If you know, you know, but
Hüttengesäß. Who came up with that name?
I know, bro, if you translate it literally into English, it just means hut, but.
Yeah.
But.
Yeah,
Hut,
I would have a hard
hut,
time
but.
to even translate it.
Hut, but. I don't know.
Hut is they're looking for. They are zoomed pretty far into the map, so they have an idea of the general region. We know the Landkreis, which is the district. This is the beauty of science in Germany. You have the district, and then, I mean, in this case, we have 3 towns, like 3 informations given. District, town, and the village within the town.
Yep.
So it's
That's how
super
every country
easy.
should do it.
Yeah, I mean, ideally. There they are.
Yep.
On to the next round.
And only 3 rounds to go until they finally reach the 500K.
Mhm.
And it would be nice if they get it before the 5-hour mark, because that kind of means they're really on pace, because I think they're going to have like some type of break for maybe like half an hour to get food, because 10 hours without food and anything that sounds a bit
You would.
crazy.
Yeah, I guess
That seems crazy to me.
maybe they do it simultaneously. I don't know, but you also need that mental break. It's not only about getting hungry. You also have to kind of reset your mind.
I mean, me personally, everything would just get amplified by being hungry, so it
Yeah.
kind of serves the same purpose. But you were talking about Indonesia
Kabupaten
rounds.
Kola.
Ooh. You mean Kolaka?
Kolaka.
Not sure how you
Cola
came up with
Cola.
Cola.
I am not sure either. I thought it's named Cola Cola. I have that in my mind like that. And I didn't really read it. I just assumed it's that one, even though it doesn't
Yeah.
exist. I don't know what
So-
my mind was doing there.
Yeah,
Talking
so
about the
science
mental
with,
reset.
yeah, so like science with KAB, short for Kabupaten, give you the district, and then it says KEC, Kecamatan, and then a name. But these names might not appear on a map, which is a common problem in Indonesia. But usually it's made in a way where you can find maybe a point of interest on the map that has the exact same name. Usually.
Yeah. As a rule of thumb, if you are on Java Island, there's a good chance you have a label. And if you are not on Java, then you should look for POIs. As a rule of thumb. Not always the case, but mostly. Once again, they are lining up the road, trying to scan for the right road or grid, maybe even. Because there are some gridded towns.
Yeah, it seems like they found something with the name they had, because they're scanning quite extensively in a singular area.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it seems like they are both pretty confident to be there. But still a lot of roads that do work here.
Yeah,
And
it seems like
northeast grid. Where Remy is looking right now looks pretty good. Grid-wise. I mean, both of them are there.
Yeah, now the question is, obviously these streets do not have names, so you might have to count intersections.
Yeah.
Until you find something that is unique on the map.
Yeah. Like usually
use.
you want to look at building shapes. If you have them distinct. Sometimes some building shapes are so distinct that you can just use that. But also Street View isn't really always up to date. I mean, this is Gen 3 coverage, some older coverage. This could be 10 years old, so could be way more buildings there now than we see in this image. So I guess it kind of also depends on how old the coverage is, which strategy to approach, but counting intersections is usually the safest. Because there's more likely a new building rather than a new road.
But they do.
Nice.
Which means only 2 locations left to go, but they only have 8 minutes if they really want to get it before the 5-hour mark.
Yep.
But I feel like in a 2-player co-op, 8 minutes should be very doable, especially in Canada or US. I actually don't know which one it is right now. There's an area code, though.
I couldn't really make
6
that
for
one
1.
out. 6 for 1.
Yeah, Gelotrus, do you not know every single area code?
I think.
Oh, come on.
Which one
Can't
was
take you that long to Google.
Was it Iowa or? I'm actually not sure.
Iowa.
It was 6 for 1, right?
Yeah, 6 for 1.
I think. I don't know on which section of Iowa, but I think it was Iowa.
There's a flag of the state, maybe. Looks like a turkey flag.
Yeah, it did.
Okay, there's a McDonald's, so we have to be in the US.
True. Good indication. Yeah, seems like it is Iowa. They're both scanning within Iowa.
And Ottumwa was on many, many signs we saw earlier, so it seems like they found the town. And usually, if they're numbered in the city, it would be quite easy to find it. If they're like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah.
Not gonna say the 7.
Nope.
But
thank you for saving us from that.
Yeah, can't really fall for that one. The people already fought. Ooh, but Bloomfield, this is just a smaller town just nearby of Ottumwa, I guess. Which makes sense because the town we are in doesn't seem as big as Ottumwa was. And he's checking whether his lineup is correct.
Yeah, this time, thankfully, some signs to work with. Even though the grids in the US generally always look the same.
Yes.
Always
they
north,
do.
south, east, west, so thank God they have their signs at least.
Yeah, but they're not quite sure because they do have the street names and they haven't found it in Bloomfield. And I'm not gonna lie, I didn't count more than like 20 streets going north-south. So
Agree.
they're rechecking Otumba again. And it seems like
Looks
Remy is
pretty
calling.
good. Very, yeah. It looks pretty good where he was on.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And
Next
as the
round
final location,
is Finland. With the
Finland.
yellow-white mixed road lines. I think you don't see in many countries.
Is that so? Can you name every single country?
Uruguay, Argentina, Turkey, Finland.
Does Lesotho count?
Well, I wasn't talking about the outlines, but technically they also have yellow and white. You're not wrong.
Okay, good. But I found the road 25. The thing is, I don't know if that's a town name or it means like train station. It could. That's the problem sometimes in Finland.
Yep. Agree. That's also something you need to learn as a speedrunner in Geoguessr, which words translate to, for example, district or exit or that stuff that you see everywhere on signs. Well, not everywhere, but very commonly. Every one of us has scanned for Retorno at some point.
No, me personally not. But I have scanned for Keskusta in Finland.
Yeah,
for sure.
that is valid. That's valid.
And
I mean, Retorno you can kind of make out maybe.
And there it is. 500k done.
Boom.
And
4
Firefox open.
minutes. Yeah.
Maybe taking a break or maybe needing
Could
new
be.
challenge links. Who knows?
Could be as well. Yeah, they need new ones. They have 10 rounds per seat.
But it seems like they're continuing.
Yeah, the pace got faster, way faster after one round. Love to see that. They really needed that. If you get back to back like rounds where you are stuck in, can be very demotivating. It's pretty good for them to have some rounds that keep this run going a bit faster.
Yeah, and if they keep up this pace, we could get a sub 10 hour, even though I don't know how likely it is with the. I mean, it's quite a toll on the mind to play Geoguessr for 10 hours, especially moving.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, I feel like I could play NMPZ just brainlessly clicking around, but.
Yeah, you can just move on with the round, on every other mode.
Yeah.
But if you are guaranteed that you need to 5k and you need to stay stuck in the round for that long, it can be frustrating.
Yeah, especially if you don't want to miss something, because I don't know if they have had it until now, but I don't think they've missed a 5k. Like, that's something you really want to avoid, or like placing your pin and guessing while moving. That's just something you really don't want to happen.
Nope. La Mediana.
Yeah, usually signage in Spain really good.
Yep. I mean, you have to learn it first, how all the abbreviations work and what the abbreviations stand for. And after that, it's super helpful.
And yeah, I feel like they've just not backtracked as well, because they found Villa Mediana, but they don't know where they spawned at. But now it seems like they found where they came from. Just checking the angle once more to really confirm it.
Yep. Also not the easiest location to backtrack. A lot of ways to go.
But as I said that, it seems like he hasn't found it. I thought it looked quite confident because he zoomed out a bit, maybe to explain to his teammate where he is.
Yeah, for me it looks like both are still scanning. Sometimes you have the road number, or the road name, I should say. It's also letters. But it could just mean that you are on the way to the road and not exactly on it. Which is the case here probably, but yeah. Both got there in the end. Did take a bit longer than they wished for, I would assume, but
yeah, because they
fine.
found the road fairly quickly in the town name. It just was like, okay, how far away from it are we? And they were a bit further into the town than they initially thought. And now they get a divided highway in Ukraine. There's not many of those. So we saw Remy instantly lining up the road, which I like. Maybe going for that Insta 5K.
Maybe, I mean...
Scania, but that just sounds like the truck company.
Okay, we have some town names there. I mean, it is the road I assumed west of Kiev, the E40. I don't know which number it is. Is it the 06? Motorway 06. We had a lot. I mean, first off, the highway. Kind of a good indicator for that road. But also a lot of these Baltic pines along the road. You will find that all along the road for the whole country almost. Makes this road kind of distinct.
Yeah, I'm actually wondering whether this like footpath over the highway is mapped, because in some countries they are, but I wouldn't assume them to be mapped in Ukraine.
Yeah, not sure. I always try to use it because it's such an easy find if you have that and find it on the map. It's usually easy to find, but if you don't have it, could catch you off guard.
Yeah, and Evander found an even better sign. It kind of has to narrow it down even more because he saw the signs, towns that have to be north and south of it. So with that, it should be a lot easier. And he found an overpass next to a POI, and that looks quite good.
Yeah, it does look good. He's ready to guess, but Evander not there yet. But got there. Next round is here. Seems like Canada again. Don't want to speak too soon, but I think we had those mailboxes. Looks like British Columbia. Very mountainous. We had that greenish tint in the back of the sign.
Yeah, also
that's a good indicator.
Yeah, the pines are very big.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, there seems to be a pretty big mountain there. But so far we have a Nova Scotia, which kind of also makes sense because we have double yellow line. For a second I thought I saw Ontario pole top, which was a bit weird, but it just looked quite similar.
Yeah, I couldn't really make out the poles yet. But definitely also something that helps a lot in Canada. Oh, there are some place names with 100 kilometers distance. Doesn't mean too much in Canada, where you could easily drive for forever until you're in the next town. Bakerville, given on this billboard.
It doesn't seem like the middle of nowhere. There's like houses passing by right and left on Remy's screen. Barkerville. Okay, that's something. And Remy actually zooming into British Columbia, as you've said. Now, I have personally not heard of Barkerville, so...
No. Me neither. also 3 town names here on Evander's side, and once again 3 town names I'm not familiar with. We are jumping a lot of different camera generations, which usually indicates for view being somewhere around bigger cities and not in the middle of nowhere.
But they have the road number now, 16 BC, and finally a vendor switching from Nova Scotia all the way over. But I feel like it's kind of the road they already assumed it would be.
Yeah.
And they have found, it says Upper Fraser, and he found
yeah,
Fraser
it
Lake.
was on the sign.
Just
shouldn't take too long from now on because, we are on the main road. We narrowed it down roughly, and from now on, once again, it's just a matter of scanning and finding the right off-road, tracking it back to the spawn, communicate it with your teammate, go over to the next round, ideally.
It doesn't seem...
It seems like they are, scanning different regions. Even though we had those town names given, no?
No, they found Fraser Lake, and they had Upper Fraser given.
Oh,
but it could just be a river running across this entire highway, and then it would be quite useless.
Yeah, true.
And the other ones didn't seem to appear on the map. Now, though, like, he's zooming very fine. It looked like he knew it, but... Okay, he's zooming very fine now. It seems like he has something, and he's now explaining how to get there. Going back to spawn, so seems like he's almost ready to 5k this one. Checks the name on the spawn, and that's it.
Once again, a round where I was expecting them to 5k it quicker, just based on their zoom into the highway. You feel like, okay, they have it, but got there in the end.
It was a bit mean, though, because it was quite flat.
Yeah.
They were very close to the big mountain, so they didn't really look there.
Yep, definitely tricky.
And nice town sign here.
Yeah, looks like we are in Russia for now.
Yeah, there's a town name there.
Yeah.
Ooh, Lee...
Like
something, yeah.
Something.
I don't know, something like that. I mean, we had blurred antennas, so you should probably look near Kazan, Ufa.
Yeah, definitely the Google car can tell us good information about where we could be in Russia.
But usually something that moving players do not specialize in as much.
True. I mean, there's some basics I feel like everyone learns.
Yeah, if you want, you can.
But Russian car antennas is definitely more niche. You wouldn't expect from everyone.
Yeah, it seems like there's more hunting for phone codes here because they can be quite helpful in Russia. And with phone code and town name, this should be fairly easy to get.
Yeah.
And there's a good sign to Oyol. So it actually is southwest of Moscow. Rare blurred antenna, apparently. Nice. Or maybe it wasn't blurred.
I couldn't even tell if the antenna was blurred, honestly.
Usually you have to zoom in a bit to see it. And
yeah, it's really hard to tell, especially while they are moving. And of course, we are watching on a rebroadcast, so all those factors make it hard to tell. But they have 2 options here. Seems like they have 2 possible 5Ks on this road.
2 off-roads.
Yeah, 2 off-roads with the same road alignment, so they need to check whether they find some bend in the off-road or the buildings we had on the map. because it looks like there's some industrial. Or is it industrial? I mean, there's some
Yeah.
buildings, at least to his southeast. Looks like he's
Definitely.
trying to find them to confirm it. But it's so forested, it's really hard to spot them for him.
I mean, it looks pretty good where they are right now, but they really want to double check. Yeah, they're angle checking multiple times just to see if the road goes the way they would expect it.
Hmm.
We see another lineup, but they're still on the same intersection. So
Yep. I mean, you don't want to just send without confirming it 100%, especially after going for 5 hours, 10 minutes.
no,
Would be foolish to just send it without double checking.
I mean, I'm like 99% sure that they are in the correct one. Just because every angle they checked in every direction looked very good. Also, the buildings matched. They moved east and saw buildings north then. And
Yeah.
also buildings south. So it should be it. But again, it's just very tough to be in. Yeah, they're trying to see whether the road makes any bends. And in the location itself, it looks like it makes a bend, but on the map it doesn't. But they send it anyway.
Yeah, also bodies of water, super helpful for pinpointing.
That was a pretty quick 5K.
yeah.
I can't lie. I did not even see them zoom in on the map, and they were already on it. But as you said, bodies of water can be really, really helpful there. Even
Yeah,
though it was quite a
definitely.
small one.
We are also like on the intersection right next to it, which also helps if you want to have a quick 5K.
And are we in Indonesia, or what is this? Like, or is it...
I thought so.
Or is it Vietnam? I'm not quite
Especially
sure
with
right now.
the black bottom, but I was even considering Maluku here. But it's like the
Ooh.
poles don't match.
There's a
It also
volcano,
seems
though.
like, yeah.
Which, obviously, Maluku has volcanoes. So you might be cooking? I would
Not
love
sure
a
it was-
copyright check right now.
It was a vibe for me, but nothing I can go off here really.
I mean, it should be
Actually,
quite
Maluku has
forward.
the sunny coverage as well. Almost all of Maluku's coverage is sunny.
Real and true.
Yeah, but I mean, I would trust Wanda. He's in North Sulawesi, so he might have seen something by now.
Yeah, all they need is just one sign to confirm or just know where to scan, because if they have a single sign, they will find it pretty easily just because of how distinct the mountain is to the northwest.
Yeah, definitely helpful. I mean, also a country where you can get it almost everywhere. But in general, mountain ranges or like being next to a big mountain or a mountain ridge, mountain range, super helpful.
And we actually saw on a very small sign that it says Tomohon, which was nicely what Evander was looking at. So when we found a sign called, okay, this is the place name, Evander was like, oh, that's literally where I'm looking right now. And they were like, okay, has to be this volcano then.
Yeah.
And now it's about lining up the exact road, which can be a bit tricky because this looks very crowded with roads.
But also, nice, they got it. Pretty quick round for Indonesia standards. But also Tomohon is, I think, one of the Kabupaten sets in a circle. Doesn't make it too helpful to scan for it. If I'm not mistaken, I think it was Tomohon. Just in a circle.
I don't know if that's a Kabupaten. Isn't like the Kabupaten it's in Minahasa? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is.
Maybe
a
I'm
Kabupaten.
talking about Minahasa. One of them is, I think, surrounding one of the other. I'm not 100% sure. I mean, I've learned them for EMEA when I played.
Okay, that has to be.
It has been some time, you know? So if I get something mixed up with my Kabupaten, it has been a long time, and I never really revised them since.
I mean, it would make sense as its own thing. Okay. It says it was formerly part of the Minahasa Regency. Obviously, 2003. Yeah, I learned them before 2003,
Yep,
actually.
you did. Sure.
All
So
right,
is
so-
it in a circle? If you have the shape.
I mean, it's only
Oh.
the city. It's literally
Okay.
the city. So, yeah, it makes sense. It's a circle, but...
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
I
see.
did remember, but
Basically, we're both correct, if you think about it.
that's good. No one wins.
And...
But they are back. They are back
Yeah, I
in
was about to
Indonesia.
say.
It also looks like they have the rough region already. Indonesia,
rough region.
usually a country, if you are close to civilization, you will almost always have the Kabupaten on the next, let's say, on the next 3 or 4 signs. Should be one. If you have 5 signs without a Kabupaten, that's a...
Now, whether the sign is readable or not, that's a different issue. Because
another question.
It seems like there is a good sign, but it's just maybe a bit out of reach.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just have to guess the letters that stick out.
I guess. One approach.
At least what Evander has looks quite good. Although he's checking it again. But it looks like he's explaining the POIs that are next to it and...
confirming it himself by driving around, looking whether the off-road also lines up.
Yeah, it almost looked like the off-road was not mapped correctly. Although it's going in a bit of an arch, so it could be, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks quite good.
And they are both ready to send. They sent. And once again, correct on that. So go on over to the next round in Australia. We're driving on the left, double white line. Helps to recognize the country pretty fast. You would also see that in Malaysia, though. But
True.
find me a place that looks like this in Malaysia.
There's a possibility, but not many.
Many.
Yeah, I feel like we saw an olive green possum guard on the pole there, which would indicate that we're on Tasmania, which makes sense with the general vegetation.
Also some trident poles. I think that's also common in Tasmania.
Yeah, and basically it looks like New Zealand, but it's not.
Yeah. Also the soil color. It's a very distinct soil color. I feel like you see all over Tasmania. This golden brownish soil.
Yep. Sign saying wake up. Okay.
Time for them to wake up and log in.
He actually looked at it twice, maybe just to get the message across.
Yeah, he was really getting the message.
And he's looking at it again. Maybe because it says something in the bottom right. Oh no, it's a different sign. My bad. That looked like it said something. Thank you for visiting. And Remy is
So
scanning
usually, if
Tasmania.
yeah, thanks for visiting. It's either town, exit sign. Could say the place name on it. So pretty good signs. We have the numbers and the towns.
Yeah, especially single-digit ones should be really easy to find. And the town at the end of that should be quite big. And now it's about, okay, how did I get to the sign? Let me check how I get here, what the intersection is. And it seems like a fairly straightforward zoom in.
Yeah, they were confident with their region after they had the info zoomed in pretty fast, but once again saw that there are a couple bends that could work, but now it looks pretty good. That one just has to be it. You're just very unlucky if there's another bend that lines up exactly like this.
Yeah, especially with both intersections lining up.
Yeah.
Okay,
Next
another
round it is.
another spawn that doesn't look very pleasing off the bat,
No.
but okay. Actually
I
jumping into a
mean-
paved road. Never mind.
Also, I mean, looks like somewhat of a main road.
Yeah, there's a few cars here, so yes.
Boinsk. Written on that one. Not familiar with that place.
Yeah, can't say I am either. We do see a zoom on the map though, so it would have been crazy if you knew.
Yeah. Also, like, judging by where we are right now, leaving a somewhat bigger town, I would assume that we get to a sign that will tell us where to drive for the next city. Or what the next city is that we are driving to.
Yeah, interesting. They're in two like very different places. One is just right outside the town, looking for signs towards the city itself and the bigger city in the next direction, which Bingy has
Yalchiki.
now.
I mean,
Both finding a lot of signs to towns I've never heard of.
I mean,
But there it is.
25 kilometers isn't too far, but yeah, they found it.
I guess I just wasn't familiar with those towns.
So we were on a very rural road, jumping into a somewhat main road. So, and we did drive north to get there. So you would want to scan south of the main road. They do. And it looks like the other off-road isn't mapped,
Yeah, that's
which is confusing.
not what you really want in mapping, because you usually want to
Yeah,
avoid stuff like this. But
they
are
trust it, and yeah, I mean, it was really the only possible option there. Wasn't that many other roads leaving, entering that main road.
It says La Libertad, which is a province in Peru, and it says Labrando or something, and it says Capital. No,
Yeah,
Labranza Grande. Okay.
Very good sign to start off a speedrunning round. You
Yeah.
have literally everything you need right on spawn.
Also a bridge going over a river as kind of like maybe a confirmation for the 5K itself.
Mm-hmm.
Also something you kind of like.
Yeah, definitely.
Definitely better than getting a random bend on a bendy road in the mountains of Peru. Of Colombia, sorry.
Yep.
I just saw
You will have many
I just saw the Colombian crosses. I was like, wait, is it Peru? Because La Libertad is a state in Peru, but this is Colombia. But I don't think anybody has even checked it. It said Yopal though, and they should know that is a big town.
Yes, I mean, I autopiloted, and it's also in Peru the whole time. I mean, given the looks.
Yeah, it looks like Peru. Everything made sense for Peru. Then I saw the sign max, and then I saw Yopal.
Yeah. I also don't know why I just accepted that there is a cross. That should have maybe brought up some concerns.
But there it is.
Yeah. It is a very easy and fast round if you consider the right country.
Yeah.
Let's say. Let me correct my previous sentence. That yeah, they get there in the end.
Okay, but why does it say Capital de la Libertad? Like, maybe they just mean the word Libertad, liberty.
Maybe.
But still crazy.
Yeah, I was also confused. Also, to be fair, it's a very general word
we're in a pause
for a place name or department. But yeah, we are pausing. We need to eat.
And I think that means we can also leave because I don't think we're going to yap for 20 to 30 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen something, but I don't think we have seen enough to talk about for that period of time.
Yeah.
Double check that.
I mean, I saw some message referring to that, but don't know the exact wording.
So yeah, this might also be a good time for you, chat, to hydrate, get something to eat.
Yeah, you know
before
what?
we continue the run.
You know what? I feel like I'm gonna take you up on that offer and get a nice yogurt, I think.
That sounds great.
That might be the move. And then we have how many more minutes left until we get subbed off? Maybe like 20 minutes. But
Didn't
yeah.
really exactly look at the clock when we started, but yeah. There will be more. Alright, I should also check my fridge then. Catch you all in a bit.
See you later. Spread.
Spread?
No, let's get this bread because we're
Oh.
continuing the run. Seems like
We
we're back on air as well. So
do.
gotta lock in.
Back on air. Back on track. Back on the road.
On the road again.
Yes. These two players continue their run. They are 5 hours and 48 minutes in. Bit over halfway through, aiming for that 1 million points mark.
Yeah,
in Europe.
Obviously, their pace has taken quite a hit by this break, but I feel like a break is inevitable in a run like this.
Yeah, definitely. We'll surely get that time in again by having a fresh mind.
Yep. Especially when being in Slovakia, maybe. I'm not sure. I haven't seen anything confirming it, but it looks like Slovakia to me.
Mm-hmm. We had some metal roofs, a bit more likely. We have a mountain, bit more likely to be in Slovakia.
And we have a Lidl, maybe a bit more likely to be in
Have a
Slovakia. Who
Lidl.
knows? We have a road number, though. That is good.
Yep, and we seems like we're close to the Polish border.
Yeah. It says Biela.
Mm-hmm.
Famous.
Pretty big town. It is big enough that you could also see it a bit more inland in Slovakia, but I would still assume that we are somewhere along the northern half at least.
Yeah, I can't really read the upper road number, but I feel like the 78 and the 75 should be enough to find this.
Yeah, if you have a roundabout leading to 3, not necessarily different road numbers, but we have definitely 2 of them. So you would go on the map and try to find those 2 road numbers and where they meet.
And of course, to make matters a bit harder for the speedrunners, the location is as far away into the upper outskirts of the city as possible, so that they need to find the exact intersection, which is still some work at least.
That seems doable. I mean, in this size of a town, and there are like many sections, I should say, which makes it a bit easier. Just have these rows of garages, which shows up very well on the map.
Yep, there we go.
They got it. Nice.
And we continue with the Europe. I feel like an all European seat would be what you kind of want, unless it's a Portugal.
Unless Portugal, that's true. And maybe not too urban. We're in Belgium for now, in the French-speaking part. Oh, actually, never mind. Well, I saw both languages so far, so...
I mean, it's not too unlikely to happen, but...
Yeah.
Yeah, this seems French again, so we definitely have seen both at some point.
Yeah. Could be somewhere, maybe around the capital. Maybe. Not necessarily. Obviously, you get like all sorts of languages all over the place. Yep. Usually the French-speaking part, who would have thought, is closer towards the French border.
Who would have thought?
Who would have come up with that?
All right, but I've ironically haven't seen a town name yet, which is unusual for Belgium because it usually says it on every sign, but...
We had one right when we left the town, but I don't think it said the bigger... Oh, that's a good sign.
Yeah. Dentergem is very big. And Waregem also big.
Yeah, these signs should definitely help enough for them to find the town where they are in.
At least I've heard of both of these towns, but... I don't know.
Find out.
Like, I'm 1,000,000% sure I've heard both town names before.
Yeah, they do sound familiar to me as well.
But maybe it's just the ending that a lot of towns share. As we make our way to the 5K, now it's about, okay, where did we actually come from? Doesn't seem that easy because we're in pretty clustered area, although it seems like Remy has the 5K and is explaining it to Evander, and there we go.
Nice. Well done. We are in India. We have Hindi, but also everything in Latin on the highway.
Yep, so we had some
Does
town
help a
names
lot.
there, but they decided to move a bit more. Didn't sound familiar to them.
Yep.
Although it's always a bit harder to read, obviously, in India with this camera
the
quality.
camera quality makes it pretty hard. Especially if the text is a bit further away or small.
And we see the exact same town names as before, I feel like. And there is an address on that, but it's barely not readable, I feel like. On
Yeah, I
Remy's
don't
screen.
know how it's looking on their side. Cannot read.
I think the amount of pixels is just not increasing.
Nope.
I think we just saw a pole top. Evander was hovering it a bit with his mouse, so it should be Chhattisgarh.
That's where they are zoomed in right now.
You do
Trying to
find
find the town
similar
names.
ones in Madhya Pradesh, but they do have a slight difference. And I'm quite sure that they know the difference.
Yeah. Assume the same.
But again, they took a quick zoom into the area they thought it would be, looked for the town names they had that were like 50 kilometers away, which is decent for India, but not the best. And they decide to hunt for even more information.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the bet, it doesn't look like the hardest India round you could be in.
So he goes back to spawn.
Double checking if he had town names remembered correctly. I am not a main moving player myself, but whenever I play moving, the amount of times where I see a place name, move 2 steps and already forgot what the place name was happens way too often.
Seems quite familiar to me.
Yeah. So always a good thing to go back and double check whether you have it remembered correctly. Seems like one side of the stream crashed. But it's a co-op. So we will still see what Evander is doing, and he should probably somewhat have similar screen as Remy, but there he is. Back again.
Yeah, back again on the exact same sign we left off, so we haven't really missed anything.
Nope, not really.
Ooh, even more place names.
Yeah, I don't see them in Latin. Map is hiding it for Evander, but I'm sure he knows what he's looking for.
Yep.
Now, is there a point in moving more? I don't know. I would probably, from now on, stick to the map and scan.
Yeah, the problem
Or
is...
maybe let one player move more and one player should scan. Maybe split the work.
Yeah, I mean, they found a new town name. I'm just getting doubts that this is not Chhattisgarh or Madhya Pradesh, because I'm not seeing it anywhere. And wait, Remy is scanning all the way in
Very far north, yeah. I know.
Jammu and Kashmir. There is coverage there. However, it's very limited, and Smallcam, I think, crossed the border to it, but that's about it.
Okay.
And another sign, probably exact same town names yet again.
Yeah, that's what I meant. I don't know how likely it is to cross to another place name that is even bigger of a place than those we already had multiple times.
I mean, maybe you're trying to find a road number, because obviously they would go through the whole country, and maybe if you take a look on the map, you would maybe see them. But it seems like we're still looking for Datgaon and Nandurbar, but haven't seen either.
Yeah. Also, the town we are in right now doesn't seem too big.
I mean, it's like decently sized, just because we
Yeah.
have like a divided highway around it.
Yeah, it's just passing through it that makes it maybe a bit more findable, but I don't know. It's not big enough. Whereas I think that when you leave it, you will have the town entrance sign and can scan for that. I think it's about the same size probably as the other towns we had on the sign already.
And there's the next sign for Remy and
It's
Dule.
I mean,
feel like
Dule
it's a new one.
is 96 kilometers. That should definitely be findable. Yeah.
And we
It's a
know
pretty
it's
big
in
city.
Maharashtra. Okay,
Yeah,
that's
Remy
very
has
good.
it. So from now on, every other place should be findable, as we can narrow it down specifically to that region around Dule.
Yep, and there's Shahada, which is only a few kilometers away from him. So maybe that's where we started out, because they've moved for so long. He might have moved like 5 kilometers away to the city. We don't know.
Yep. I mean, I think if I remember correctly, we did cross a river, which can also help here because we see that river floating along the north.
Okay, apparently Macam knew the district instantly, Nandurbar. Looking at it on the map, I mean, it's like
Someone
a decently
knows
sized
it.
town, but I don't know. I've never heard of it personally. But that's just me. Doesn't mean anything.
It's like they're scanning different areas within the region. I mean, that's pretty good on a co-op. You shouldn't both look at the same area. But it seems like they have found something that lines up and looks good. Not too sure.
I mean, it looks like they're sending now. Yep.
They decided to send it anyway, and we're correct, and we are back in Europe. So
yeah, it looks like Austria instantly. I saw German. I saw it's way too early, and I mean, these houses just don't exist in Germany. That's pretty much the explanation.
Yeah, and also like all the infrastructure looks a bit more Austrian rather than German. Pavement, the roads, just how the town is built. I don't know. It's a little bit. It's like the tiny differences you just notice if you lived your whole life in Germany, I guess.
Yeah,
you can tell.
Okay, I've seen the word Weich on every single sign, so I feel like I could have picked up that it is the town name we're in.
Could be. Wouldn't know what else that could mean.
Ooh, Dorf Weich. It says St. Barbara. Yeah, I'm not sure what that is. Austria is interesting with the abbreviations they have behind like the town names. Like it said St. Barbara and then I.M. So it stands for something. They might be grouped, but it could just be a one-off as well. Yeah, but no good road information so far.
No, that's weird because Austria also usually doesn't have the worst signage.
Yeah, and signage is there's a lot of signage that just says like a small town name over and over.
Yep, maybe you could hope for a road
Ooh,
number
there's a
here
good
as
one.
well, and there is one. S6. I mean, it's pretty long, but still, if you have a place name plus the road number combined, you can scan along the road, and you should stumble on the town name at some point.
Yeah, it's just a question of time, honestly. They have everything they need. It's just about, okay, let's use what we gathered and just find it. And it seems like Evander has zoomed into Weich, so...
Yep.
Yep, they even have a road number. Oh no, zu den Häusern. That is not the street name. That means to the houses, numbered this and this. So do not get fooled by that.
But once again, a grid where I think especially, well, actually you have it on all intersections, that long building crossing. So in this case, counting intersections does make more sense.
Especially when it's only one off the main road.
Yep. Shouldn't take too long. Still nice to confirm it.
Yep. I mean, obviously, they have technically a bit of leeway when 5K'ing. It should be around 180 meters, 175 meters on a map like this. So on intersections that are this close together, you could technically just send and get lucky by saying the wrong one and even getting it. But on ones that are bigger and further apart, it can backfire.
Yeah, especially in solo speedrunning runs, it looks way different from what we see right now. Because if you hunt a fast time, sometimes you just have to gamble to get the right intersection. You just click and pray it's the right one or the one next to it. And if it's not, then it's unlucky. I mean, especially if you look at the records, they are within 1 minute something. And you just won't get that time if you double check every single round.
Yep.
But this is not the goal. It's not about time. It's about being correct in a good time. Over a long time, especially in a 1 hour run, we'll need that. And you don't want to fumble it.
Yeah, something that's pretty interesting, at least to me, and also somebody in chat mentioned it. It's like getting seats of 10. Usually the limit was always 5.
Yeah, right.
I don't know what the limit is now. Can you technically do more than 10? I'm not sure, but...
I'm also not sure.
Maybe
Never
20?
really
Maybe
used it
20?
myself.
I don't know. As we see them not getting the easiest 5K yet again. I mean, they instantly have the town here, but it's about, okay, where do we actually spawn? There we actually find a road name. Not like in the last location where we didn't have one. Also, we're crossing a small stream, which also helps.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the type of locations we have been getting in the last few rounds will consistently give you a somewhat good time, but nothing you can really speedrun.
Yep.
Instantly get, because we are usually in a grid which requires some more double checking time.
Okay, for a second I thought we might be on a very rural island in Cambodia, but it seems like we're just on the mainland somewhere because we do have car. And a very quick zoom, I did not see what they found.
I mean, with the size of body of water plus the alignment being north-south.
I guess. I didn't see if there was water on both sides, but... Although it has to be said, with like flooding being a thing in Cambodia, I would never really trust water being there or not being there.
Yeah, I mean, on this size of water, I would trust it. I don't think floodings will fill in that much amount of water.
You'd be surprised.
But yeah, there can be definitely some small lakes building up out of floodings.
There's a very famous boat tracker on the lake in the middle of Cambodia, and on the map you see a normal road, and you also see a car driving up that road, but then it switches into a boat, and then you see everything went up by like 6 meters. So you see houses on stilts, barely being above the water line, and everything else just being completely flooded.
I don't think I've seen. I think I've seen a tracker, but I didn't see it on the map. How it's.
I can send it to you after. It's quite cool to look at. And after I saw that, I was like, okay, maybe I should not trust like how something looks on a map in Cambodia.
Yep. Also something. I mean, you can build up a feel for it, I guess, over time, but you can never be 100% certain, because even in countries that are usually decently mapped, I'm sometimes getting baffled by how wrong something is actually on the map.
Well, we got into a different generation of camera now, but the road doesn't seem to get any wider. It seems to be getting smaller and smaller on Evander's screen. Seems like he doesn't. Oh, wait! He jumped to a bigger road for no reason. The road looked like it was about to end. The road was about to end, and he just jumped somewhere. And
I mean, that's good to see.
That is good, because otherwise, I feel like he would have hit a dead end. I mean, me personally, if I get this type of round in a 25k run, I'm resetting.
Oh yeah,
just because it's Cambodia.
It's going, yeah.
But they are forced to 5k this, so yeah, they're stuck with this round.
Lucky for them.
They need to make the best out of it. I mean, the best they can find here is obviously a kilometer marker, with hopefully the correct town name. And
yeah, I guess labeling. That helps a lot in Cambodia, where you don't want anything with their script, but kilometer marker might help. Also, I mean, for the main roads, I would say Cambodia has a decent road numbering system where you also get road numbers seen quite frequently, especially for Asia standards. I want to say it's up there.
Yeah, it seems like the big body of water is just continuing, so I'm not quite sure if we're actually on the Mekong River, but we're definitely looking at something bigger. And now even considering where Angkor Wat is, interesting.
The round doesn't look too promising so far. Seems like both players are not confident with the region at all.
Although they found something. Now the question is, they will like backtrack, okay, did this look like something I drove down? It would make sense because they were just driving around something that is square. And Remy is about to send. There we see the double send.
It did. Nice. Good find. And once again, for Cambodia standards, I want to say it's a good time.
I mean, given where we spawned, I think, yes. Yeah. And I personally have never seen this like perfectly square lake in Cambodia, how it looks. I would have imagined it to look way more artificial than what we saw. That looked pretty natural to me. So that's why I thought it would maybe be a river.
No, I would fully agree. I mean, always a bit of surprising how things are actually on the map, especially in Cambodia. We are in a rural forest, which looks like Finland to me.
Yeah, I was about to ask, the question is whether Finland or Sweden. I mean, it doesn't really make a difference right now because they're just moving for something.
think the Poles looked a bit more Finnish than written Swedish to me. But so far,
Yep,
yeah,
there's
should
definitely
be Finland. And once again, we have the yellow-white mixed line.
And it seems
Should
like
be
they found
Finland.
one of the place names.
Mm-hmm. Surprisingly, I mean, both not too far away, 10 kilometers, pretty much nothing. Usually you want town names that are a bit further away because you would assume that those lead to bigger towns since they are already on a sign, even though they are far away. But on 10 kilometers, I don't know if I would scan for that.
Yeah, me personally, I mean, the question is, what better would you find? Maybe a road number because they have a nice numbering system in Finland. But other than that,
Yeah, I would definitely hunt for a road number there or hope for a sign to the next bigger city. But good find from them, and seems like they're also on the pinpoint right now, double checking it, going up north. It still lines up. We have the bend in the distance as well. So everything looks right here.
Yep.
And it is. This time we are in Sweden,
if you say so,
I think.
I hope so.
Looked like it on spawn, but okay.
It definitely is.
Okay.
I mean, I'm never sure, but with Velkommen, I don't think that's how you would say it.
Yeah, that sounds a bit more Swedish than Finnish, but actually after you asked me,
oh, it says Mo i
was a bit
Rana, which is in
concerned.
Norway. Interesting.
That's interesting. We are not that close. I mean, they're both in the town already.
But we were just near the E6, so obviously it would lead pretty far away.
Yeah. It's another quick one.
Yeah, they're pacing right now, almost at 600k. And
This could
Evander
be
is stuck
around.
in Ari.
Here's an Ari. Finds a good sign, or at least with the town name saying Danville. Could also just be the name of the campus. But I feel like a campus this size is maybe more named after the town. And we have good signs there, actually. The highway signs.
Yep, 125 and 150. Doesn't really get any better than getting these two.
Yeah, definitely. I was concerned when we spawned in. Could be a difficult round. They have everything nearby that they need.
They're already back on the map, looking for that northeast angle. We see a lot of north-south angles and east-west angles, obviously, because we're in the US. And they found something, but it seems like we have visitors.
We have
Yo.
visitors. Welcome in,
Hello.
Duck and Guava.
How's it going?
Going good, going good. I mean, y'all saw the round we joined on.
Yeah.
So that was a rough start, but everything after that, I would say, was smooth as butter.
Yeah.
They're getting some wild fame points in big urban areas. So that's like some of the toughest thing out there.
Yeah. They're getting non-mapped intersection. They're getting that Cambodia round, which I'm not sure there was anything south, but
yeah, it's very impressive that they got that. There's very few people who know Cambodia coverage. Like I feel like most people could be named who know Cambodia well enough to solve a run like that.
Yeah, definitely not the go-to country to learn. It's like very niche.
Especially the newer coverages, I would say, because I think there's more learnable stuff with older, the old generations, but.
Oh, really? I've been told that the newer coverage, the worst camera quality, is more recognizable and more learnable. like clustered within recognizable areas, but maybe it's just the car meta that's clustered. I don't know what they were referring to.
Well, Makim is in the chat. I don't know if he knows this, but
He probably
Knows
does.
everything.
He'll
He knows
give us like a
everything.
paragraph soon. It's fine. He's probably typing.
Yep.
We haven't said much about this round yet. We are
Pretty
somewhere
standard.
along Baja, but
Yeah.
yeah, Laredo is a town there. It's also a district in another country, but I think I've seen it on like the East Coast there, which is what they are scanning right now.
yeah,
Yep.
seems like they have the rough area. Once again, they are trying to find the exact pinpoint. Shouldn't be a hard task here because we're on the main road. And there's literally no other roads leaving the town rather than this yellow road. So trying to find the right bend.
Yeah, on ramps like this, which is what I saw Evan there do, you ideally want to find a longer straight stretch that you can line up and then chase back from there. Because those stand out a lot more when there's a lot of curves.
Yep. Agree.
Looks like they have it. Pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Pretty good. And that is the final round for us. We'll give it over to you two, Doug and Guava.
600k. Yeah, I think 600k is enough.
600k. So yeah, have fun.
Thank you, and thank you for your
Yes.
casting.
So yeah, of
No
course.
problem.
I will keep watching you guys. Have fun.
See ya.
Have fun.
See you.
Goodbye.
So I believe they are in Ecuador on this round,
Yeah.
which is evident by the fact that there's multiple coverages. I think I've seen all three kinds that exist in Ecuador. Because honestly, there's like three types of coverage in Ecuador. The older generation stuff, which we call like Gen 3, but for people who aren't in the know, that doesn't say much. There's also the one with the truck, and there's also the bad quality camera, which they went back with in between the two.
Yeah. Hopefully we don't get much more of that.
Yeah,
It's not
Hater-
too bad of a country usually. Usually has pretty good info.
that is true, and also it's quite like region guessable based on just vegetation and well, I would add the vibes, but that's the vaguest way you can describe how to guess where you are in a specific country. So Hippie Hoppa could be a town name.
Yeah. Often it will give you one of the cantons as well, and I don't think many people have learned all of them. But can be useful.
Yeah, but cantons are always town names at least, so
Yeah.
they can look
It's
for
usually
something
just-
on the map.
Pretty decent region guess, or big town name.
Yeah, definitely in the mountainous parts, although I think this is one of those rounds where it's there
A
we go.
great sign, yeah. It's a good sign.
It's partially broken, but it's probably Porto Viejo.
It's Puerto Viejo. Yeah.
And Hippie Hoppa, which was also on another sign that one of them went past. They also have road numbers, so in a situation like this, you can either look for the town names or look for the intersection of the two roads. It really depends on the country and sometimes even the specific round,
Yeah.
which one is better.
Should be pretty quick from here.
They do have something by this point. I think they're
Probably
both
going to
looking
be
at the
some double checking necessary with this one.
Yeah, it's a lot of very annoying curves that look kind of similar to each other, but I think what they have looks quite good. There's a mild curve on the map, it's not very visible,
Yeah.
and they are on the 5K. Brazil, and I think they saw an
I can
area
see
code
it.
maybe, that's where they're zooming in. I didn't see it, but it's 64. Brazil is one of the first countries where players learn area codes because like when they start becoming better and learning more like text information. Because
they're some of the easiest ones to learn, as they have like a somewhat decent system, and it's only 2 digits. They're not just completely random.
yeah, exactly. So
Like the second you see 6-4, you know it's Southern Gaias, and it's already it's makes it very easy the second you get the town name. There's a lot of towns still. So.
Yeah, the biggest problem I have in Brazil is usually finding a town name and then scanning for the town name. Because even though it's very easy to find the general area, which is good if you just want, if you're in like a generic duel and don't have to find the actual location, finding the town and the town name can be very difficult. They are sometimes smallish towns that in Brazil there's still millions of. So
Yeah.
but they have a road number this
It
time.
looks like it has a pretty decent road near it. Don't know, it should probably be yellow, but you never know. And they have a few smaller towns nearby, so just a matter of scanning and finding it at this point.
Yeah, I do think they had a road number on it. I couldn't quite read it, but sometimes those kilometer markers have road numbers on them, and sometimes they just say norte or sur, whether you're going north or
Yeah.
south. And that is a very annoying thing to find.
Especially with the state-specific roads, they are often grouped in a very random way. Like the main national roads are usually pretty easy to find, but
Yeah, and they show
often
up
the
very
case with
early.
these where you find like 2 or 3 numbers nearby and you can't find the exact one you're looking for. Looks like they have
Oh,
it now, though.
yeah, they are both zooming in on the same town, which
Yeah.
probably means they have it. They are on a T-junction. That's not what I want that is called.
No road north, looks like.
This is one of
Yeah,
those somewhat annoying urban pinpoints, but I think what they are on right now looks very good.
looks pretty good. Nice.
Well done.
Oh,
Is this you?
uh, no. I guess it is. Yeah,
Yes.
just Wexford and Gorey and the southeast of Ireland. Easy. Right
Oh,
by the water, so it should be a very quick 5k here.
they're already zoomed in on the stretch of road. I think they're just
Yeah,
trying to narrow down, which that looks very annoying. There's like 7 very similar driveways to the north of it.
yeah. If I was playing normally, I'm just clicking in the middle and just going on, but of course they can't do that just in case.
They are clicked between 2 of them right now, but thankfully this is not one of those La Ligue maps which is a Geoguessr league where they make moving maps a lot, and sometimes they make the 5k radius shorter, as in you only get perfect score if you're within like 25 meters or 50 meters, and thankfully word maps are generally
I
at
don't know
least
official world.
150.
Yeah, I don't know
I
official
think
world top of my head. It's probably like 160 or something.
yeah. They have a lot more leeway.
Really making sure pinpoint there.
I mean, the houses to the west look pretty good either
Yeah,
way. So whether they are 15 meters, okay, they are
nice.
0 meter in the
Yeah.
back.
Really made sure to get that one.
There's immediately a green sign on this one. They are in Namibia,
Yeah.
as seen with the truck that they have. And they have a road number as well. And Rundu is also a pretty big place, which they had to the west.
Yeah. And they found this info very quickly.
once again, they just need to find the correct off-road and with the right angle. Although it's a lot of road with very similar angles.
Yeah.
But I think they did have a road number and they did zoom in on it now. Because they both clicked on the same thing. And
Oh, no.
no!
Oh no.
Well,
Oh.
uh,
That's you
that
went a
might
little bit quick on that one. That's really
Mm,
unfortunate after how long they spent on the Ireland one, double checking.
did they have the road number on the off-road side?
I think so, and I think
Yeah, they did
can't
have it.
always trust the road number.
Yeah, Well, they're just going on, but
Yeah.
that
as-
number on the bottom left is. Are we gonna change it to?
I don't think so.
Is it just gonna be okay? I mean, it's fair.
Yeah. As unfortunate. It's just
It would be a lot more annoying.
99.9% of the time you have a road number like that, you can trust it. It's done right, but especially with a country where it's only got a lot of its mapping recently, like Namibia, it's always possible that it could just be wrong. That is very unfortunate.
Yeah, I remember Google released the Namibia coverage, and people I was in voice chat with were mapping the roads in cities and not in street names and stuff. I think actually Mecca was one of them who is in the chat, and I would also like to shout out Alex who was doing that, I think, but I'm
I
not
do wonder
sure.
if they'll commit to the bit, like people are saying in chat, and do one more round at the end so they do get 1 million.
That is true.
Slightly over 1 million, but still 1 million. This is Philippines, pretty easy country once you learn the provinces.
Shout outs to Emily who gave the advice for not double checking, and that is exactly what I did. But honestly, I also probably wouldn't double check that if I like that looks certain.
Oh
Let's put
yeah,
it-
yeah, it's the right angle, it's the right road number.
Yeah,
It's going in the exact right angle, you know. It's just a unfortunate one.
I think we have to. This is when you blame the mapper for. Although I don't even know if that was intentional. You know, sometimes they don't. They just check whether there's info at the intersection and then
Yeah.
don't look whether
Positive though
everything is.
is, it's improving Google Maps as a whole because someone will submit that immediately and get a change. So it's always a positive.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool people in the community who do stuff like that, I'd say. And honestly, Geoguessr players might be one of the biggest contributors to Google Maps.
It's
Low
probably,
key.
yeah.
It was nice to see some form of collaboration between Google Maps and Rainbolt last year, because Google Maps has pretty much been ignoring Geoguessr,
Yeah.
and I do feel like it's big for them, kind of, the Geoguessr community.
Ah, yeah. On Serbia here. Didn't think it was Serbia at the start because you had antenna, but I guess we're just on the main highway. Does that make sense?
Yeah, there's a lot of, as mentioned before, truck metas and car metas, and antenna is one of those. There can be long antennas, there can be short antennas, no antennas, and between those, if you look at Russia, there's very specific subtypes of antennas.
Yeah. It won't be worrying about them too much in moving usually. You can have a quick check, but you're usually looking for more definitive info anyway.
Honestly, not knowing the country at first might not be a big issue in moving at all,
Yeah.
because you don't have to know until you have a sign, and when you have the sign is often country specific anyway.
Looks like a bit of an annoying pinpoint, but not too bad.
Yeah, it seems like they're between a few off-roads, and after the Botswana round, I would imagine they are definitely double
Yeah.
checking this one, but they got it right.
We're in Turkey, is it? Thinking.
Yeah, it is Turkey. And you usually want to look on the bins
Yeah.
because the thing's called the belediyesi, which is kind of like municipality, I would say, is often written on there. And sometimes it can be a pretty big town. And
They might
also,
not know all of them, I guess. I did read one and didn't instantly zoom in. I mean, there's a lot of them. So
there's
understandable.
like 800-900, I would say.
Yeah.
One can always check the very good website called helloquiz.com. Oh no, it's helloquiz.app. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But the point is, if I click on Turkey districts, I would assume. How many of them are there in this quiz? 815. So it's
Yeah.
understandable if they don't know all of those.
Very useful, but very tough to learn.
Yeah, and a lot of the times they are very small and you get very good signs in Turkey anyway. It's
I don't
rare
think
that you
they,
don't have.
I don't know if they have much here.
Yeah,
Seems like they
maybe
zoomed
this
in on
one
something, but
chance.
then they zoom back out.
It fairly often also says the province name.
That is Erkmen, which was on the bin as well. That is the Belediyesi. So
Yeah, that is
might
the
be a big enough
municipality.
place.
I mean, it's definitely its own town. Sometimes these municipalities don't have a label; they're just suburbs of other places, and that's very annoying. I think Remy is arriving on a big road though, and those are the ones that get
Yeah.
signs. Although he moved into older coverage and the sign disappeared.
Mm, I couldn't see what was on the
You,
sign. Guess it wasn't too useful.
you can sometimes avoid this coverage jump if you use the arrows instead, but that's just very specific stuff at that point. Oh, I think Evander has it.
Yeah. Looks like he found it there.
And now they have to find the exact pinpoint. The
Doesn't
mapping
seem
is gonna be terrible based
it doesn't
on.
seem too bad, I don't think.
Hmm.
Never mind, maybe
Well,
actually.
it's not. It's either not where he's clicked or it's badly mapped. I would say, but
Yeah, but where he's clicked that is not the best. I think it does kind of make sense though, but
sometimes you reach the end of a coverage because coverage is staged to the road. But if the GPS coordinates are too far from the road itself, it cannot be staged. So if the mapping is off, then coverage, the Google Street View coverage doesn't exist.
yeah. Looks like they
Okay,
have it there anyway.
they did click the 5K.
Looks like a pretty nice pinpoint considering. Pretty sharp curve anyway.
Yeah.
As for the country, few guesses.
It's France.
Yeah, okay.
Their home country.
It should be
The
pretty
thing
quick.
about getting friends in Geoguessr is that if you're not French, you hate getting it because there's a lot of good French moving players, and they're gonna probably outdo you on that, and it's annoying. But
And the main useful thing, obviously, going to be phone codes, but they
yeah,
might just know something else.
yeah, there's a lot
Something
of
seemed in,
regional names and stuff. Like
yeah,
there's a lot of towns that are like on a river or in the specific province or region.
yeah. They've already zoomed in a very specific area, So
Yeah, and I have no
Okay,
idea what they
map.
had. So
Yeah.
like every other round, I've been able to tell why they were zooming in to the specific area. But on French players are just often more knowledgeable, I would say.
Well, they have the town name, and they seem to think they have the area, so they might not be sure on the
Maybe
area.
maybe it's just a not very confident region guess.
Yeah. I think the answer to what they had might have been a guess, to be honest.
Yeah, and that's why there's no explanation for it. These co-ops are very interesting because they start every round at the exact same time, and of course, they do that by ending every round at the same time. And in these co-ops, they usually just go to the next round immediately. But it's very interesting to try to communicate the info that you have and trying to say, oh, I have this town to my east and west. It's a lot of complex communication, and it's not easy at
Yeah.
all. And keeping in mind
Easy.
info that you get yourself is one thing, but trying to keep info in mind that you don't visually see, I would say, is a lot more difficult, especially when you're like only half sure what your
Yeah.
teammate has said.
Seems they've changed the region S entirely. Not a region S now with more info, just very different. Which just goes to show how tough France is, because these two people be very good at France compared to the average person. It seems like a bit of an awkward round, very small village.
I'm also not gonna attempt to pronounce anything on this show.
I'm gonna say that the stream is too blurry. That's what I'll claim. That's the cope for that one.
Yeah, nice
If it
stream.
wasn't, I would have been pronouncing these places perfectly.
And as I was saying, co-ops are quite like cooperating is quite difficult, especially when you speak two very different languages with your teammates and pronounce town names in your own ways and styles. And
It's true. Does happen. I'm really just struggling to find the exact place.
this is a very large, complex set of roads that they have,
Yeah.
and I don't know if they ever had the exact place they were. Maybe they just found the town somewhat far away and went back to spawn. But
They had a village very close to them, I think, anyway.
yeah, they did have something with the name. And that was long ago, and I don't know how far they've gone since then, or if they've gone back to spawn. I feel like they have done the latter, but I mean, they probably do remember the name, but
Oh yeah, I'm sure. You're just trying to find some part of the road with a specific lineup or find more info.
I mean, surely they found Le Sap, which was on a sign 12 kilometers away a few minutes ago.
Yeah, they're very confident they're within this like 1-2 kilometer radius even. Just find exactly where.
Sometimes you get the same town name multiple times in the same country,
It's
or very close to each other even.
Ooh, that pen does look good.
Okay, yeah, they're both clicked on it now, and
Yeah.
I think they've driven around enough times to not
Yeah,
have to
just-
double check.
Just
I
send
wish they
instantly.
had
Get out of there.
line description. Oh, the town is not labeled, I guess.
I
because
don't want to think
it's-
about how long that round would take me.
Yeah.
In Iceland here, yellow bollards, you'll pretty much only find them in Iceland. You're very distinct landscape as well. One of
I
them
think
countries that,
Faroes.
like at the start, you might be a bit confused, but once you see it a few times, you'll just instantly recognize it every time.
Yeah, I think Faroe Islands also have the yellow bollard sometimes,
Yeah,
right? Yeah.
I think so.
Which wasn't a problem in older coverage because there was car meta, but now it's quite similar. And I mean, it's usually still fairly obvious because the Faroe Island mountains are just very distinct, but some parts
Yeah.
of Iceland look very similar. Oh, what they have there, at least Remy, looks quite good to me.
Yeah. Often in Iceland, it's not even worth it going for info, especially if you see the coast. You can usually line up a road pretty well.
Yeah. I don't know if they can confirm this though.
Uh,
Oh, it seems like the lead-in was a bit of a struggle on that one, and
yeah.
because
Maybe couldn't.
as I was talking about the co-ops earlier, the way these go is one of the players finds the 5K first, and then starts describing the location, and they can use POIs on the map or town labels and stuff like that. But sometimes there's not much around the actual 5K, so trying to lead the people into the 5K is very difficult.
Yeah. This one should be pretty quick, I think. There's a sign immediately saying Tebing Tinggi, which is a pretty big city in Sumatra, just east of Medan. They have to
Yeah.
say you just have to find exactly where. Can be a bit annoying with urban pinpoints in Endo, but it doesn't seem like they're in the exact center at least.
Pretty much all players of this level wouldn't know this town, especially because while, as mentioned before, they don't often know Turkish municipalities, Indonesian kabupaten, which are like, I would say districts in English, they are learned by pretty much every player who is like the top division in La Ligue. And that includes some cities as well because they're their own districts. Tapping is one of those.
Yeah. Kind of just became mandatory, like if probably only like what 2 or 3 years back. Because I feel like before like 2022, 2021, I feel like there wasn't too many people learning them. There's still only a few, but then it just became if you want to do well on Indo at all, you just have to know them all. It's the only info you're gonna get.
Yeah, and it's very helpful, honestly. Like,
Oh yeah,
Indonesia becomes a lot easier. Wait, that says Tanjung Barat Jambi.
it does. Yeah,
Tanjung Jabung Barat, and that's on two things. So I think that thing that they have read was wrong. That's a full different
it's just a
kabupaten. Why are they scanning
different
me?
thingy. Yeah, it's
Oh,
just a
this is...
different thingy, I guess. Sure, that's pretty classic Indo.
Did it say Kota, I wonder? Or Kecamatan? Because...
I don't think it said. I don't think it said either. I think it just said Tebing Thingy and they instantly zoomed in, which I think most people would.
Yeah, this would explain why they were struggling so hard to
Yeah,
find the pinpoint.
and why it kind of looked nodding like it. I was a bit confused by that, but yeah.
Yeah, also there's a lot of Kabul patterns. Like there's a lot less Kabul patterns than Turkish municipalities to continue my comparison, and also a lot of them have like east, west, north, and south in their name. So if you know one of them, you know like three of them sometimes.
Yeah. Oh,
Ooh,
the
US, I
US.
would
It's a
imagine.
Gen 1. Lovely.
Yeah, that's the first generation camera that looks not very good. I haven't sent you Idaho Falls.
Okay, yeah.
That makes it very free. Do they know what Idaho Falls is? Do I know where Idaho Falls is? I would have imagined that it's on their map by now, but like isn't it in the middle? In the south? I'm not sure.
I thought it wasn't the same. Yeah, it might be covered up by something else. I think they definitely know Idaho Falls.
Oh, it is on the map
Yeah.
now. Okay.
And they have Rigby now, so should be pretty easy from here.
They do have a stream to look for. I like I like that thick white road. I found that is quite neat, but oh wait, never mind. It might just but the angle's off, isn't it? On that one.
Still
Oh, the one on Remy's. Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
That looks good. Okay. There they go.
In Bolivia?
Yeah, it looks like Bolivia, unless it's Peru, which can look similar. Sometimes you can tell it is definitely Peru by it being a black car, but it's white, which exists in both of them.
It should be Bolivia with the wooden signposts and the wooden poles.
It
Yeah.
also looks very like central
Yeah.
Bolivia.
Ooh, I might just know it.
Well, they had a sign as well, so maybe that's also helpful. They also had a town entry sign, but a lot of small villages in South American countries like this one are not labeled properly. And sometimes you have to look for POIs on the road. You can tell that someone is leading in another person even when you don't hear them by the fact that they keep zooming in and out to try to find the proper ways to instruct the other player.
Sometimes looks easy, but it's a very tough skill, especially when there's no points of interest. There's nothing nearby to use to try to explain to someone where to go.
Yeah. It's just a skill you develop, and it helps a lot to have the other person still very much keeping the shape of the road in mind.
Yeah.
And things like that. Because that is what it kind of takes to 5k on a lot of rounds. Just it's a lot of shapes and matching shapes to the.
What is this?
To
Is Northern Thailand?
this is somewhere in Thailand, that's for sure, because there was Thai writing. But
I'll believe it.
I would say it's not. But with Thailand,
Yeah, could be a bit weird, I guess. I mean, got the main road.
This does look like Chiang Mai, Chiang Rai adjacent stuff in the north, but I've gone north and south Thailand on each other a fair few times, so
Looks like this road should have some pretty decent info.
I do wonder if they can read Thai, because learning to read the Thai script is a skill that a lot of top players.
They definitely can, based on how
Yeah.
long Laramie was looking at this either.
What they're looking for is the so-called Changwat, which is province. It's usually very findable on a long sign because there's a short single letter abbreviation for it. And they just look for that and it says the province name after that. And even if you don't read Thai very well, you can find that in the sign fairly easily. Oh, that's might be a Changwat, actually. Especially because they are zooming in on the province now.
Max out. Well, that's a good reading, yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I was referring to earlier.
Always possible.
I also wonder if Remy lost his checkpoint because I was confused by what happened earlier. Sometimes I think this doesn't really happen anymore. They fixed the issue where you set a checkpoint and then hit a weird location, a panel, and the whole page reloads, and you cannot
Yeah,
go back
I
to the
think they did
checkpoint. But
fix that.
I haven't had that in a long time, and I haven't really thought about this. They do have a road number now.
Still not going to be the easiest pinpoint. Start on a pretty small road. They do have the road down now, at least. Oh,
Yeah, the best
might
thing you
have.
can do. The best thing you can do is do a few turns and just look for multiple turns on the road at once that are the exact same to one another, but it's not easy.
Yeah. They do have the specific South Thailand car as well. See it there. Very rare. You don't see it often anymore.
Oh, is that a Gen 3 thing? I
Yeah.
didn't even know
You can
about
see
that
the
one.
yeah, you
Yeah,
can see the
okay.
mirror. It's a very rare one. I think imagine a lot of it's overwritten by now. Looks like they pretty sure they have the right road.
It's weird because it doesn't feel like they drove that far to the national road, but I think they are they on the right of road? I wonder. No, Remy has something that might make sense.
It's
It's
yeah,
I'm not sure.
questionable mapping, but I can believe it. Hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Nice. Oh, is it West Bank?
It might be. I did see a white plate then.
Oh yeah, we have the
There is.
white polo car as well. I mean, for a West Bank ground, pretty good to start in the main road, not in one of the towns.
Yeah. This is honestly somewhat scannable already, but obviously finding info just makes it a lot quicker.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting game of strategy to try and
Uh,
they have a road number on that
yeah.
side. But it is a very interesting game of strategy to think about whether you wanna try and scan already or go and find info, because sometimes just scanning is faster because there's no info for 15 kilometers, and
Yeah.
sometimes the info is right there, and if you're scanning deep in your map, then you just miss it and you just slow yourself down a lot.
Yeah. And around like this, usually tend to get a road number very quickly. It's not too bad. Have the road now, just have to find the exact lineup on a bit of a curve.
That looks
It
quite good.
looks pretty good, yeah.
They're a bit northeast of the off-road. Is there a building or is that just made up?
I think it's just made up, yeah.
Sometimes Google Maps buildings where there's nothing. Sometimes parks get mapped as buildings, and it gets very interesting and confusing.
Oh, okay.
This is wait. Are they driving on the right?
Am I confused?
Because I did think it was a U.S. Virgin Islands car, which where they drive on the left,
It's
but
San Andreas, the Colombian island. I was thinking it was.
oh,
Yeah, yeah. That makes more sense.
I forgot about that because
The
I had not
infrastructure
had.
infrastructure will be very poor, I think, for US Virgin Islands. Look to see the bit off. Should be a very easy 5K down here. Not a whole lot of roads.
I think they might already be on the 5K, at least Remy, but
Look pretty good, yeah.
this is when you quadruple check because
Yeah.
you know
Very rare island owned by Colombia. Nowhere, not really near Colombia, but for some reason it got coverage, and we appreciate that it did.
I mean, I did think of vegetation based on the vegetation that it was U.S. Virgin Islands at first, but because like it's also very tropical,
Yeah.
just like USVI,
Similar.
and you don't get a
Similar
lot
climate.
of like urban small roads like that in San Andres. They are in Peru this time,
Yeah.
and they are scanning very different regions immediately, which tells you immediately how region guessable coastal Peru is.
I thought they read some info, but maybe not. Might have been too
It
useful.
might be
Oh,
Supe Puerto might be the town name. Is that the town name?
I'd say I've heard of it, but
Supe Puerto is there. It's the well, Remy is clicked in Supe, but there's a Supe Puerto west of it. Yeah, I can't say I have heard of it either, but it's real.
yeah. A lot easier once again. It's by the coast. It's always going to make around a lot easier. It's by a big body of water.
Except sometimes you think you can find it purely based on this fact, and you fully start
Yeah.
misjudging that. And
It does limit the searching though. Takes away 98% of the country, you know?
yeah, if you have town name, coast is very good. If you don't have that, it's still quite good, but you might misjudge how easy it
Yeah.
is to get. Well, at least I
Looks
do
pretty
that.
good what they have. You can land them, yeah. Oh, oh lord.
This is what they refer to as Batcam in official broadcasts, I believe, and a bit more of an expletive in the community.
Yeah.
They do have normal coverage now, at least Avandar. They are in Nigeria. A lot of very red soil, and also they probably have a police car behind them, which is a Nigeria-specific meta.
Looks like they have the general region pretty quick. Usually the addresses are pretty helpful.
Yeah, states are very learnable. A lot of them have a town named after them, or for example, national park like Cross River State.
Yeah.
And there's the obvious ones like Delta State, which is in the Niger Delta. So
Yeah. The mapping can be really bad. It's usually alright, but definitely can be bad.
I think the most annoying thing though is that it's almost always urban, and there's a lot of very similar looking off-roads.
Yeah.
And this combined with the bad mapping you mentioned, although now Avandar has something really findable, which is I think a railroad crossing. I saw that was a railroad, which is one of the best things you can look for. Because railroads are very like distinct on the map, and also the way the road intersects with them usually is quite findable.
And usually, like pretty reliably, they're mapped very well.
Except in Kazakhstan, where
Yeah.
they usually
Obviously,
are.
like anything else, there's exceptions. I'm really just looking for some info to just nail down exactly where they are. Seem to be getting a lot of small place names that aren't too helpful.
They do definitely have the state as mentioned before, but
Yeah.
you can easily spend 15 minutes on a run like this. Because you seem to have the metro area, but then you don't really, or it's just such a big metro area. I feel like I even remember a round like this where
I think I've definitely had
Uh,
similar rounds in this area as well.
where I crossed the railroad and took more than
You're just really hoping that at least some of the road names are something are accurate. Because you can obviously scan for angles, but when there's this many roads close together, you really don't want to just be relying on angles. With the railroad might make it a bit quicker for sure. Seems like Laramie is something he's pretty happy with. Yeah, good, nice. Could have been a lot worse. This is UK. Usually signposts it pretty well, but in a small village like this, it can just be a lot of other random small villages under signs.
yeah.
Burnham, Market, Hunstanton, Brancaster, Wells, and they have the A149, so
Yeah, road numbers are somewhat regional, but then they also get a bit messy, so
yeah, it's a bit of a system. I mean, they have the exact area now anyway, so it's a pretty
okay,
quick find.
so I've asked for that one Nigeria location, and apparently we spent 17 minutes on that round.
Nah,
Very close to life.
looks like that, but unless
My
that's
problem with the UK is that a lot of town names do sound similar in a way.
oh yeah, for sure.
Oh, is this? No, no. I saw this was Antore for a solid second, but
You can understand it with the coverage.
it's very
There's a lot.
similar autumn Generation 3 cameras, though.
Yeah.
They are thinking southern Serbia. I was thinking it was somewhere around there in the Balkans.
Yeah, I think there's no antenna, so as far as I could see anyway.
Yeah, again, Serbia has very limited antenna, and a lot of the surrounding countries almost always do, like Croatia. I don't know about Greece, but there's often infrastructural differences as well. And also, there's like a bollard, which is what we call those little stakes by the side of the road in the Geoguessr community, but I believe that's not like their actual name.
I mean, they're like usually reflector posts, but if they don't have lights or anything for reflecting on them, I guess they are just bollards.
Yeah. I think the average person will understand bollard then, so
Yeah.
it's fine. It's just so baked into me as a GeoGuessr thing by now that I'm not sure how well the average person understands what I'm saying. So
Ooh.
there's that one XKCD comic about how the average person probably doesn't even understand X and Y, and that is how I feel right now.
Yeah.
They are
think it's
getting very
mainly-
different areas. Yeah.
I think it's mainly just a region guess here and just lining up a road that's somewhat similar. I don't think they have any real info.
I don't know how much you can region guess this, I'll be honest. I don't know if
Well, more of a
someone
road
said-
guess than a region guess. More of a just
Yeah,
road
it's-
lines up.
yeah, exactly. They have something. Do they?
Well, there isn't many roads in there, and let's go in the exact direction.
Ooh.
That does look
Oh,
pretty
I
good.
think they're on. Yeah. Yeah, they're on the 5K, I'm pretty sure.
I'm just gonna go a bit down the road and then check the angle again, just see if it's right. Yep. Looks pretty good. Should be right. Nice. It's a bit of an unorthodox way to solve it, but might have been quicker than getting the actual info there.
It was definitely quicker. They're going the
Yeah.
same direction. Oh, okay.
No.
Wait, I feel like I've had this round. I feel like I've had this round, and I solved it with the map. It's northern Poland, yeah.
No.
Uh,
Seems pretty nice with the map.
yeah, it was a pretty fun solve. You can find that lake. Isn't it the one? I don't know which one it is.
Is it not the one you clicked on first?
I thought it was.
That lined
Well,
up
he
pretty
has
well.
a lake shape. I think that's the one that lines up best.
It's kind of yeah.
Yeah, and then just find the triangle next to it. Which may be a bit difficult because I don't know where exactly from the lake it is. Like it could be any direction from it.
Yeah, but it's pretty distinct shape. Should be pretty easy to tell.
Is it just max nodes on the coast? Oh, what Avandar has now
Yeah.
looks good. I don't know if it's a proper map triangle, but
Yeah, it does look pretty good.
the mapping, as mentioned, is not always. Oh, they're gonna double check by going all the way to the next intersection, I guess, because quite straight stretch of road. Oh, there is a mild bend, so
Yeah. Look at the right angle, so it'll be okay. Nice.
well done. They're on 700k.
700k. Well, thereabouts.
Yeah, they're on 699k and
Whatever
how
it
much
was.
was it? 9 something.
4974. I'm in UAE here. And not too bad with the main road they got. It's not a bit away from the city, but
They often have like addresses on UAE, especially on like government sponsored building signs. They have this in a lot of countries where they're building like roads and buildings and they are sponsored by the government or like funded,
yeah.
helped out, and those infrastructure projects always have a sign that says, "Oh, the road between these cities." Funded by the government of, and then there's a local municipality or
Yeah.
like a state. Well, in this case, what are they called in UAE again?
Governance.
Yeah, I think there's a more specific name.
Well,
now.
Emirates, if you're talking about like the
Emirates.
main provinces, yeah. I think
Yeah,
it's more
like
like government stuff.
Dubai, Sharjah, those are Emirates.
Yeah.
I couldn't come up with that name, even though it's in the name of the country.
It's in the name, yeah. Looks pretty good. I would have said it was
Yeah,
that close to the water and no move, to be honest. It's kind of crazy, but makes sense.
I think a lot of the UAE looks same, like vegetation wise, it's just all desert and that makes it harder to like region guess. You usually just click the flat parts, I guess.
That's interesting.
Very interesting.
Yeah, that's a bit odd mapping, but Again, Indonesia.
I think it's at Sumut, maybe? No, it did not say Sumut. They are scanning very different areas, so...
Uh,
Oh no, it says Kecamatan Sulu.
oh, it's catchment from where? But, yeah.
Okay. Province Banten.
Oh, it's
They are in
Banten, yeah.
Banten, which is on Java, the most populated island in the world, I believe. And they have coast, so they are just scanning probably for POIs, because a lot of those Kechamatans, which are small towns, often don't have actual
And
labels.
they found it. They had a label,
And
and they found
it
it.
does have a label, and they also had like some kind of island. Wait, is that?
Yeah.
No, that's just a regular island, and that isn't Krakatoa.
No, it's yeah. It's like 40 or 50 kilometers away.
I feel like if I saw Krakatoa on the Google panel, I would have noticed that my brain would have reacted differently. But
It's often tough though, because the labels are not always perfect, and also the Ketchamatans can be a lot bigger than you think they are.
yeah. This is a problem with every size of single type of subdivision in Indo, because Kabupathans can be quite big, which are the like provinces basically, or districts. Kecamatan, which are towns, can be quite big, and desas, which are neighborhoods. I guess those are somewhat small in size always.
Yeah, this is like
So
villages
that's
essentially.
yeah, and at least that's consistent. But you really can tell for the bigger categories how far you have to scan, unless you really learn the shapes of the Cabo pattern. But that's a lot of effort.
You could, yeah, you could do that for sure. You know most of the general shapes, but for Ketchamatan stuff, it's like there'd be literally thousands of them. It's multiple thousands. Not even worth thinking about.
Yeah,
So you
obviously.
just look in the general area and hope you find something that lines up.
They do have a village or desa, but they are not sure which intersection it is, and that looks very annoying to pinpoint. The buildings are...
Huh?
I don't know if the buildings are correctly, but they were on the right one. They did solve that for a lot. Like, they did double check multiple times. So I
Ukraine. I don't think it says city on that poster. I can't read it unless it's on the bottom, and then no
It
way
says
I can read it.
municipality Yarmol in something on
Yeah,
the left side.
but it doesn't say anything bigger than that. Municipality is gonna be kind of tough to find.
Isn't M the biggest?
Is
Kind
it?
of.
Could be.
I think it is.
And then it's
They
just
don't
tough, I guess.
have grads.
Yeah,
Oh,
you're
they
right.
do have it.
Yeah,
They do
found
have
it pretty
it.
quick. Mm, looks pretty good with that one, yeah. Nice. They're very quick Ukraine. Now in Guatemala, of
So tell
course.
us about the wrecks on the car.
I'm not gonna go in depth into the wrecks on the car, but it's a
You should.
Guatemala specific car. Right by the lake, very nice Guatemala. Should be pretty quick.
I don't know what lake it is, because I'm not sure it's like the one with
Uh,
the volcanoes on it, the San Pedro one.
It didn't seem. It's got
Like, it
some hills
doesn't,
down. It doesn't have the volcano though. Yeah.
and the size also feels off. There is a volcano to the northwest, I think, maybe, but is it? I don't know if that's a volcano. The west, basically
There's a good
west, but
chance it is in Guatemala.
there's always a volcano.
Yeah,
Okay,
I think
maybe
that
that.
one that does make a lot of sense. Yeah.
Oh. Okay, yeah, that intersection
Yep.
just looks very good.
Pretty nicely done. Once again, body of water makes it very easy. Or a lot easier anyway.
Yeah, it still takes a lot of skill.
Mexico?
I think yeah, it might be Mex. Do they know their area codes, I wonder? Interestingly, Mexico has more area codes than the US, which makes it, at least I think, which makes it very hard to learn them. And they are also not very organized, but that's also true for the United States. So
At least they got the first digits. Can be helpful.
yeah, at least the word digits are sorted. So that's at Progresso, but I don't think they would be, because Progresso is also a municipality in like Yucatan, right? But it probably also is just the Spanish
Yeah,
word
but
on there. So
yeah, it's a common word, I'd assume. Just looking for some type of municipality name.
unless they have like 97, I think, postcode. They aren't in Yucatan. Is it 97? I believe it is. Oh,
Well, there
okay.
you go. Paso del Macho, Veracruz.
Did Amanda see that?
I imagine so, yeah. Now, how easy that'll be to
Yeah.
find. It looks like a pretty sizable place.
Yeah, the annoying thing about sizable places is that they are often just suburbs, and you have to zoom into every single bigger city in
Yeah,
the scanning area. And you might not even see it then. So
there's not really a whole lot they can do besides scan at this point. They could try leaving the town and like trying to find the main sign, but it's probably going to be quicker to just find it. But I guess it gets into a lot of like sunk cost fallacy at that point, where you spent that long looking for it, is it worth it now? Trying to go and find some more info. Just checking every single city for the suburbs.
yeah, I had the suburb like this in Mexico like a day or two ago in a duel, and it just shows up so late, but there was a bus going between that place and another further out suburb. So this might be one of those suburbs as well, but I'm not even sure Paso del Nacho is labeled on the map.
Yeah, if it was a suburb though, you'd expect surely they would have seen the city name by now, the main city. Maybe not.
Honestly, in
Padelma?
Veracruz, getting oh yeah, Padelma is a town name. But if they see a postcode, that could still narrow it down in Veracruz, because they have like 4 or 5 different ones. I don't know if they know them, but they are scanning the entirety of it, and it's a very big state.
Yeah. They started with like a kind of region guess, and now they're just hoping to find it anywhere. Really thinking it's a suburb. Just a lot of scanning.
Is Atoyak a place, maybe? There's a taxi with, oh, there could, oh, well, there's a sign to Paso del Macho, but they've been
Yeah,
scanning for that for about 5 minutes, so
not very helpful.
Oh, sign to Cordoba. That's pretty big. They had that on
Yeah,
their
there was like,
screen.
there it is.
Oh,
Yeah.
there it is.
Wasn't a suburb just east of Cordoba?
Where does that show up, I wonder? Cordoba itself shows up pretty late.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like this is the type of run where they would have found it a lot quicker if they were on 7 hours and 20 minutes into a run.
Maybe true. Very quick pinpoint though.
Yeah, that's
We'll see what
impressive.
they were.
I'm not saying I would have found it quicker, to be clear.
Oh, we're back.
370. Once again, they have a roll number and 2 town names immediately, and they are pretty well organized here. So
Yeah, already have the road. See the lineup specific curve.
and yeah,
Yeah, looks pretty good. Nice. Very quick round. Make up for the Mexico.
what is this? No. What
Doesn't
country is
know.
this? This is vaguely European, I would say, but there's a Marriott hotel that's still anywhere in Europe.
That makes sense.
Oh,
Yeah.
they're in, well, at least they think they're in Bucharest. Oh, okay, that was just a wrong
Happens
zoom.
sometimes.
Yeah.
Some of those shaped countries, you know.
Sometimes one just zooms into Japan and on the Philippines. That's the thing that happens when you're zooming very quick. You get the kind of muscle reflex out of zooming of the map.
Yeah.
Like, if you're not playing a world map, sometimes I feel that it's harder to zoom into the right area of the country because you just want to zoom into the country first. And you zoom in as if it was the world map open.
I've done the Japan New Zealand thing many times. Looks like a Greek island here.
Which side are we driving on? That's something we have to check these days. But it probably is just Greece.
Didn't even consider it. It's true.
But yeah, the language is Greek, but very recently, Cyprus has been covered by Google. And the main difference is the driving side. They also use both English and Greek, which happens fairly often in Greece, especially in more touristy areas. Like islands have a lot of Latin text.
Yeah. It's a bit tough that the driving side is the only thing, because if you've ever been in this part of the world, you know that driving side's a bit optional, especially on the islands. And really, all the roads are very small, and they don't exactly stick to the right side of the road all the time. Like you either find the name of the island here, often find it on a bin, or you just line up the coast, hope
Yeah,
to get lucky with a scan.
it's fairly similar to Turkey in that the bin has well, instead of belediyesi, it's like Tnimos, if I'm saying that correctly even, but
Yeah.
after that it says in Greek always the municipality, which could be the name of an island, it could be a town, and it could be not on the map at all. So good luck. Interestingly, they often add an S at the end, and it's probably like a language thing that they add endings to the municipality, or I'm not really sure actually.
I still have not learned Greek. learned it properly.
They seem to have an island. That ship is very good to the south. If
Yeah, that looks really good. So, oof. Be a bit tough to line it up from that far away, but a lot of different roads it could be.
Oh, Remy seems fairly certain on the island, and Avantar is just scanning around. Interesting. I really liked what Remy had, but
I think the bay did look pretty good.
yeah,
Seemed like a line up.
that's what I meant as well. I guess base can look similar. Greece has a lot of islands, but
Just not a great rank to get, and just in general, a Greek island.
yeah, I mean anywhere in Greece is not great to get. Not once again one of those countries where not very many people are good or
Yeah,
have coverage learn even. I don't think it's that learnable. Although maybe it's just that most people don't bother because it's not a huge country. It's gonna be in moving. It's gonna be the Trimus anyway, and you can just vaguely click south and north because you can kinda have the vibes for it. But
yeah. In no move, you're just clicking in the middle of the island somewhere here. You're not thinking too much about it, but oh,
that has
looks
a
like a
name
useful
after
site.
it. Something Ton Inton. I don't know if that's what it says. Well, they're still looking at the exact same thing, so
Oh,
maybe
mm,
they just failed to find it the first. That looks very findable, which but there's so many roads on this island.
yeah, I don't know how well that
Ooh,
lines up. Oh, okay, that
what
looks pretty
Remy
good.
has right now looks pretty good, yeah.
I can't see what the road does to the west, but
And I'm not sure how big the angle was to the south, so they definitely should double check this, but
it does look
yeah.
pretty good. This out. Yeah, nice.
Okay, they did quite well on that. Unlucky that Remy didn't trust himself more because I feel like it was that was the problem at first. That he tried to find more info.
Seen Vietnam, bit tough to pinpoint at times. Very easy to get really close to the location. They have addresses written on everything, and once you learn the provinces, very easy to get a really good guess with just the address.
Yeah, getting the province is one thing, but then the
Yeah,
towns themselves are not labeled like 90% of the time.
yeah. The
So
mapping is still not fantastic. It's
you
not
just look
great.
for the gray labels or the shapes of the roads within the province, which can be very difficult.
Well, that's a pretty good address. Once again, might be tough to find the place though.
Yeah, and again, they just have these small canals and roads next to each other. That's
Yeah,
just all of Namdien province and all of like every province that has canals and roads like these has like a billion of them. So it's not gonna be easy to find. Even if you have
yeah.
the right angle, there's gonna be they're in a grid. So good luck.
Also, place names all just very, very similar in Vietnam, especially with villages.
Yeah, like 2 letters of a difference.
Yeah.
Even.
Looking for a slightly more helpful address now, but don't seem to be getting much.
Well, maybe there's two small neighborhoods next to each other, and one of them shows up early, and the other is hidden
Yeah.
by that. So, sometimes it might be worse. That Trung Tan thing might be findable. I might be pronouncing that very wrong.
I think that goes as a given. Most things in foreign countries with Geoguessr players.
Yeah, that is true.
Oh. Hmm.
This is also one of those rounds where there's not much to talk about in the round because it's just endless, basically brute force looking for
Yeah.
the place name. So
Probably best to have one scanning and then one moving, trying to see if to find any more useful info.
yeah, I mean, just having this T junction that Amanda had might be somewhat useful because that's like the most findable thing they have. I would say even more findable than the town names. So.
Yeah. Still a pretty big area to scan. Doesn't seem like they have too much besides road angle. Mm-hmm. Seems to like this area, but a few roads look good, I guess. Well, the spawn is mapped well, which is, you never know. Definitely make it a lot easier to find it.
That's what you think.
Hell, if
I
it's mapped
mean,
well.
sometimes official word mappers are a little evil, I would say, but
Mm.
yeah, there's a few community made maps that are mostly used for speedruns. The old standard community word, or usually referred to as ACW, was made by a fair few people led by Made Potato, and it did become the standard because it was like the first big community project. It then did kind of become a bit outdated, I would say, because there's just not that much drive behind it anymore, and they're still at new countries, but it's a bit slow.
I think
And
there's a lot of updates coming to it pretty soon.
it
I think they're
does
doing a good bit of work on it at the moment.
it does seem like they've added a few of the new redux coverages, which is quite nice. So maybe that will be live in ACW again. And it's that map has a lot of high standards for pinpoints. Like you have to be at an intersection or at a bridge,
At a
which is
very sharp bend. It's gonna be on a bend.
yeah, for making it very easy to find the perfect location, like the exact location. That's
Well,
not as true for official world,
yeah.
where you can have buildings on the map, which yeah, and also mild curves can also work, I would say. Like it's a lot less
Yeah. Seen a
rigid.
good few mile curves already. So
Yeah. There was also that Ireland round where I don't think that would fly in ACW, for example, but
usually not, yeah. There are like a lot of roads close together, and I think they'd go for it. Oh,
but
might have something that looks good here. It's interesting mapping, if that's it. It's not about
Is
that.
Remy on a split highway?
You never know. You never know with Vietnam.
I mean, that is one of the things with bad mapping is that sometimes split roads are not mapped as split roads and vice versa. But also, in a lot of countries, not Vietnam, this is just a tangent. In a lot of countries, coverage is very old and they fully updated the road infrastructure. So what was a single lane road is now a split highway, and trying to figure out whether you're on that or not can be quite difficult, especially to confirm.
Yeah. It's kind of the problem with it. It's the inherent problem you're gonna have with a game based on Street View, where they can't really be doing the Street View instantly. So if a new road gets built in the time they've done it, they're gonna update it on the map for people who live in the country. But in Street View, it might not be there anymore. Can't really do anything about that.
I
Thought they had
didn't.
something, but
Yeah, I'm not sure. There's a league called Cactus League. They have a few maps every week. I remember, I think it wasn't that when. Was it in that? Maybe. I'm not sure. That there was a bridge that I arrived at that I thought was the bridge I clicked on the map. And this was in Austria, but the bridge got renovations and so it was removed from the map. And
no.
so I clicked the wrong intersection. And yeah, so it doesn't just happen in like, well, third world countries with old coverage. This happens in very recently
Yeah,
dropped coverage. Austria has like at most 3 years old coverage, but oh yeah, they have small cam, which is the new 2025 camera that
yeah.
Google has been experimenting with, had been experimenting with before that, and they've started releasing a lot of things with it.
Is that it? That looked pretty good.
You've said that before.
I,
Okay, okay.
looks
I
pretty
see what
good.
you mean now.
Really, just yeah,
Are they sure? Is the question.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I just the only way they found that is just by scanning and lining up roads. That's a tough one. Not much else you can do there.
Okay. Am I allowed to call out the island of Chiloé on this one? Well, they are thinking the exact same thing.
Yeah, I
So
mean, I think it should be. Looks a lot like the old Gen 3 Chiloé. I think it has like a
yeah,
good bit of Gen 4 now.
it does, but it still looks fairly distinct. So
Yeah,
a lot of Chile stuff is very distinct, and it's very road learnable. So oh, that's a dead end for Remy. So oh, okay, we are scanning now.
okay.
Maybe
Yeah,
not. Oh, just trying to remember what the pinpoint looks like. That's one. That bridge that Vandar is on looks quite findable, I'll be honest. But
yeah.
also info is gonna be close, so maybe it's easier to just yeah,
Well, that'll
Balkan
help a lot.
5. And that's already on his map, and he's zooming in to the road, trying to find the bridge now. Is that not the correct bridge? Oh, is that the one? That doesn't seem to be the right angle.
No, I think 35 kilometers might be.
Might be the right one.
Yeah.
Oh.
Is it? Yeah, it
Heading to
is.
the
Yeah.
west, the
It says
off-road loop.
Montemara. Yeah. Should be pretty okay from here. Actually,
Okay, that's
pretty good
very big.
mapping. Yeah.
I did not think that was 90 degrees between the northwesting and the northeasting.
It's about. It's a bit less than 90. It's about that, though, I think.
And that means they are 75% or 3/4 of the way through
Yeah.
at 7 hours and 43 minutes.
Pretty on schedule, to be honest.
Yeah,
Lost a bit of time on a few, but gained time on a lot of fast ones
it
too.
would be 7:30 if they were aiming for 10 hours, right?
Yeah, aiming for 10.5, so it's probably pretty close.
They are below scheduled time, but
Yeah.
who knows how these locations will go. Like, this looks not fun, but
Yeah, doesn't look great, but
I mean, Peru, I think with the black card we have to
I
be
think
in
so,
Peru.
yeah.
I mean, my first shot was like in kind of in the southern halls in like Ayacucho adjacent, but I am not very good at Peru, so
Yeah, I'm not sure. With
Peru
the...
man.
It's very green, to be fair. I think I would have gone more north, but today.
Yeah, Peru mountains are very hard to raging as they just almost all look the same, and like east-west raging in Peru is so much easier than north-south, but the country is longer north-south than
Yeah.
east-west, so
Oh, did I have a province? Or...
oh, I think that might say Cahamar, no, Cajatambo. It says
well,
Cajatambo. Oh, does that say region de
it
Lima?
is, yeah, it is a regional de Lima, so that makes sense as well.
Knowing your Peru provinces is quite important, but Lima is just the one that everyone who plays the game knows. So
Oh, there's Cantambo. Nice. Yeah, I don't think it should be too bad of a round then. Very
are they
nice.
on the east White Road? No. Oh, the west White Road. Yeah, the
Yeah.
west neighborhood.
Yep, yep.
It's very interesting to me that at least I didn't say Remy use the N double pressed.
No, I think the entire time he's been manually doing the compass, yeah.
Which is very interesting, because Geoguessr had did a shortcut for lining up the road, which is when you look down, you're facing and face north, you can get the angle of the road that you are looking for on the map. And there's a shortcut for this now. If you press N once, you are facing north. And if you press N again, you are facing the road. So just pressing N very quickly twice, you have road angle immediately. But Remy seems to still be doing it manually, which might just be an old habit of his.
I think, yeah, a lot of old school players just still are used to it or just prefer to do it manually.
It's just a lot less efficient, I would say. Well, you lose
Oh,
like
yeah,
a
but it's,
second, I guess, but
yeah, it's not really gonna
also,
matter a whole lot. It's not a personal preference thing.
I guess people have different ways of scanning. Like sometimes some people prefer to just scan for the exact angle, and some people just scan for shapes of roads they've done, and they don't need the exact north. Because I will say that not pressing N, you will probably be off by a degree or two by looking down, especially if you look down quick. You will not have the
Maybe, maybe like 1 degree, I would think. If you're like a person who's been doing it for a long time, you're very good at it.
yeah, I guess.
I don't think it's something that's really gonna affect it much anyway. It's a bit odd to see when you can do it automatically, but scanning in North Macedonia, is it? Very
I'm not
weird
sure which one it
looking.
is. It could be Serbia as well. They were looking in Serbia for a lot of the time.
I feel like I would have gone to Serbia with the landscape, but
Well, they're scanning both at the moment, which makes sense because these two countries have very similar coverage.
I think with this
And
landscape,
like,
it'd be a bit.
oh, they have
Yeah,
the yeah, the landscapes are can be kind of different, and also you can. There's not many roads covered in North Macedonia, so you basically
yeah.
can learn what all the roads look like.
Looks like they have it anyway.
It's a very weird off-road to the west on the north side, but
Mm.
it's not mapped, so
Oh, lovely.
Is this Canada?
It's, probably.
It
But I
could
can't rule out
be
USA, I guess.
northern US. Those are huge mountains. It's white corn. Uh, which I don't know. I've just studied Canada a bit,
I
but
think it's at kilometers an hour, so yeah, okay.
oh, they have a
Unless
sign to
it's still Canada.
Spokane, but I think they are
Yeah.
in Canada. They just have a sign pointing across the border. Monash Ferry.
Connor's Ferry does sound very familiar.
Oh, do they have a town they are in already? It does seem like it based on
Yeah.
how confidently they
No.
bosom in that.
Would do ever in with Sandpoint that far away.
Hmm. I'm not so sure they do because Remy is very zoomed out now. Are they in Creston? Oh, that looks like a quite fun lineup. It does look exactly like the valley west of like the valley Evander is clicked in, but there's a lot of
Yeah.
valleys like in this in British Columbia. So
West Kootenai. That makes sense. Yeah. Very nice. Road names very accurate, so not too bad. Quick find on that one.
to answer the question in the chat, the Geoguessr marathon is going quite well, apart from that one round where they
Yeah.
accidentally clicked the wrong intersection. But we keep going because it's a marathon, and so it has to be a marathon. And honestly, there's still a lot of impressive. It's very impressive that they keep going still. Like it's been
Yeah.
7 hours, 50 minutes. I don't know if that counts the break time, but either way, that's like almost a full shift for most people.
Yeah. In
And they are
Switzerland, pretty easy. Usually very well signed. They had a sign to Davos at the start, so it's gonna make it very easy.
Landcard is also pretty big, but yeah, they also have a well-organized road system, and you can also recognize Switzerland by the camera being lower than other countries because of privacy laws. The same is true for Japan, although the newest generation of camera Google has is a bit lower than the ones before, so it's a bit harder to say at this point, possibly.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's only Switzerland and Japan, and I guess Sri Lanka. I don't know if they had privacy laws in Sri Lanka or for what reason Google did that, but
Gonna be in Kyrgyzstan now. Pretty distinctive car. Very similar to the guess similar to the Guatemala one almost, but very different landscape.
the landscape is just so different. And
Yeah.
all of the country is like autumn, so like they covered all of it in the autumn. That seasonal coverage is also a thing that helps people a fair bit, I would say, and that's part of where vibes come from sometimes.
The country hasn't been updated in quite a while. It's only got the one bit of coverage, so it's pretty much, I mean, it is solved by now, where there is full guides on just every road in the country, and there's people who, no matter where you put them, can pretty reliably know where they are.
And it's
There's still a
quite
lot to learn.
it's quite useful to learn because signs are not very existent. Like
Yeah.
they sometimes have town entry signs, but it's not that common, and you're just gonna have to keep lining up valleys and stuff to find where you are.
Luckily, I'd found a bridge, so made that one very easy.
They are in Jordan, I believe. It looks very similar to the West Bank grounds they had before, except they have no antenna.
Yeah. Another
And
country
they,
with very limited coverage as well. So.
well, Jordan is like the most one of the most learnable countries, because there's 3 roads going north-south throughout the country between the cities of Amman and Aqaba. One of them is a flat road, single lane. One of them is a flat road split, and one of them goes through the mountains. So
Yeah.
you pretty much immediately know what road you're on, unless you're on like some other but very limited stuff.
Yeah, if you get Jordan and you're not spawning in the center of a man, you're pretty lucky. And it's going to be not a bad round, usually. Looks like they have a general idea anyway, just confirming the pinpoint. I think it looks pretty good with the curve.
I'm not sure how they got the city. Maybe they had it on a sign. Maybe they just zoomed into the road and just lined something up. Although that was still very quick for that. So
Yeah, I think they lined it
quite
up.
impressive. Yeah,
It
quite
seemed like.
impressive. And is this Malaysia?
Disappear so.
Might be the island of Borneo. I was thinking, but I'm not sure. It could be the mainland. In this old coverage, you can very often tell that it's mainland by the fact that there's black stickers on like almost every electricity pole. They are scanning very different areas though, so
Yeah, I think where Laramie is where I would be scanning, to be fair. I was thinking there's a bit more Sabah on Borneo.
sometimes you don't get the black stickers, so it's hard to say, but
Neither of them really going for any more info, just looking for it. It's Malaysia, you do. Info isn't too bad usually. You get something. There we go. That should. No, maybe not.
well, if they can read it.
Just talking about all the oil palm farms.
Is that what the Falda is?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. Because I've seen it a lot on signs, but never knew what that
Yeah.
meant. There's entire like neighborhoods named after those. But there we have the most useful piece of info you can find in Malaysia: kilometer markers, and they have distances to the nearest bigger towns on them, and often the road number.
Sometimes they're not that big a town, so it's in the middle of nowhere. Didn't read exactly what it said, but didn't look like something I recognize.
So the
Still,
estimate was 10 without the break. Okay.
yeah. Just a little bit. I didn't know they're good actually. Good at the moment.
The problem
Pretty much.
with the sorry.
No, yeah.
The problem with kilometer markers is that once you have one of them, the next one is probably gonna say the exact same 2 towns. So unless you're
Yeah.
lucky, you're gonna have to keep scanning for the exact same thing, and there's no new information.
There do seem to be very small towns on them that I don't think you don't know.
It's also
Still
unreadable.
scanning very different places. It's mainland and Sabah at the same time is it's not a great sign.
Well, that's kind of the thing about a lot of oil palms. Like now they're both in Sabah,
Yeah.
but oil palms are just like you don't know where you find them. They are grown like in a lot of different areas.
Yeah. They're more
And there's
common on Sabah with all the provinces, I would say, but there's like so many of them everywhere. That's not something you can rely on.
Yeah, and the problem is that they kill all the like natural vegetation that you would find otherwise.
Yeah.
They have something, but yeah, and because of this, the vegetation is just not guessable at all.
I mean, nice. Took them a little bit, but got there.
I don't know if they found a town name or if they just line up the
I think
angles
they
well
found
here.
one of the small places. It was.
This is Norway, which if you can tell by the landscapes, you can tell by the fact that one of those work vehicles has a dark green license plate.
There's another one there.
Fun fact,
Beautiful landscape.
Hungarian electric vehicles have similar ones, but Hungary looks very different from Norway.
Slightly, yeah. Just a little bit different to this location.
Yeah, this is beautiful. You're right.
Usually, not too bad to get info.
It can be hit or miss in smaller towns, you know.
This looks like a somewhat sizable place. Look like a tiny place anyway.
The problem is that even getting the town name would not help with the region guess.
Yeah,
So they
if you don't
need
have a
the
good region guess, it's gonna be tough.
so they need the road number preferably, or a sign to like or that boss maybe with Narvik Kommune is what that card
Yeah.
says, which is pretty noble. Are they just in Narvik? Oh, they are.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess it is a very. It's very much a big place. You're right.
I'm a bit confused. I don't think they're in Narvik. Are they not in the? Where do they?
That also says Narvik Kommune. So
Yeah, but Kamiya might be big. I was wondering if they're in the place a bit south, but
I was thinking about that, but
doesn't seem like they're finding a lot that works here. Mm,
I mean they're
no,
both big on the same thing now, and I said
I that work. I guess it works. Yeah,
it has to
a
work
bit
because
weird
that is
mapping.
the 5
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it's not what I imagined at all, but that's why they weren't
weird.
finding it. Does that say the province on it? Hmm. Remy is sinking. Sometimes people are not sure of which province it exactly says, is what I'll say, but I don't know because when I'm playing with teammates and they read Thai, it's often like, oh, it starts with this letter, but it could be this letter.
Yeah. Helping in it. This is not going to be a very exciting round. Going to be just going until they see a kilometer marker realistically.
Well, yeah. I mean, Remy is trying to read. Maybe that will be the solution, you know? Because they have addresses, but even scanning for small towns is very difficult in Thailand because they're just POIs. There's never any town labels, like almost never.
Yeah. I'm not
Some
even sure.
big.
Do they have the province yet? Or, oh no, okay, very different areas.
Hmm.
I would have guessed south, the vegetation, but never know. Thailand.
Yeah.
I think there's some coconut palms even, so like should be south.
Okay. It seems like Remy was forcibly driven onto a side road. Sometimes this happens when, for some reason, the different sets of Google Street View coverage are not connected properly, and they're not stitched together. So you can't go on the same road, and you can try clicking in the distance. Maybe it will jump you there, but sometimes that just still doesn't work. This is very common in Germany, interestingly.
Yeah.
Well, that's not a stitching issue. That's just some drivers drove through towns very weirdly and only once, and they did not loop around and stuff like that. So
Yeah. This is not looking like the most fun round ever, so seem like they have a good general idea. Now, both of them scanning in the same place. Pretty distinctive ridge to the west. The
yeah,
bridge might be a bridge, tough to say. Don't know if they're gonna get much else without just going onto a main road at this point.
I mean, with enough skills, one can figure out which side, where exactly from the ridge they are. But still, there's a lot to scan because, like, the separate parts of the long range aren't very distinct. So you just scan everywhere a specific distance from the range. So like you scan 5 kilometers east of the ridge, and you just keep going north south
Yeah,
until you find
the
something
problem
that rise
is
up.
you don't
It's a
really know
very
what
small
the
road.
ridge is. It's quite an issue.
That is
It's
also true.
a big area of mountains to the west. So yeah. Oh well, that's a pretty main
Oh,
road now.
yeah, when there's on a split highway.
Mm.
And also just having small roads, even if you know what ridge you're east of, which it seems like they might have known. Like they might know the province, and in the province, if you're east of Reach, it looks like it can only be that general area, but still, there's so many small white roads within a certain range of that that it's just pretty much
Oh,
almost
I think
impossible
that
to
road
know.
now. I think today.
That looks good. Thing
That does look
Academy
pretty good.
does very
Yeah.
good. Oh, is that the actual 5K? Yeah, that is the 5K.
Yeah. Looks
I still
very
gotta
good.
look up a trace back from there, but traceback is well, it should be obvious from the word itself, but I'll just explain that when you obviously you have to move a certain amount to find info, and then you need to figure out which directions and what roads you went down. Okay, I'm gonna stop that because this is very funny. They got 2 Thailands in a row.
That's a bit unfortunate. I mean, this looks a bit more near civilization, at least. Not in the middle of nowhere, but
They have a post office they can scan for,
not
which is
really.
probably gonna be a single POI, but they don't know the. Oh,
Okay, that's a very useful thing usually. No, maybe not.
no, not
That's one of the
always.
ones that's not useful. Yeah.
Yeah, those green signs are very 50-50, I think. That was also. They can usually tell very quickly whether it has an address or no.
Yeah.
Uh,
It seems like a pretty built up area at least. Still no info, I don't think so.
oh, that looks big, that road. Oh,
Yeah.
it might just be white because it's at the bridge where they are.
I think it's pretty decent sized road.
I feel like I have time to finish what I started saying earlier. So you have to obviously move a certain amount to find info, and usually it's easier to find some specific thing to line up and 5k to find that location. But then you're obviously a certain direction and a certain distance from spawn, and the best players can basically click, trace back and click where they came from without going back to check because they remember that exact pathing, and that is something you really have to develop and keep in mind during rounds. And basically, it's like you start imagining a path in your head, and you just click at the start of that path. It's complicated, but as I said, it's a skill that is needed when you're a good moving player.
Yeah. Just that mix of finding info, finding your location, and then all at that same time having the exact path that you went in your head. Just really concentrate on every round. Looks like they have something here though. Got their province and then just zoomed in the valley that lined up. Oh, and they don't even have the province, maybe. Might just been a guess, I guess. Yeah.
Oh yeah, so I see there's a question in chat. Yeah, when they look down and they point towards the north, the road, the angle of the road, what they're looking at on the actual screen, the Google Street View panorama, should match what they are looking for in the map, and that is what they're looking for. And it is not just, at some point it's not just angle, it's also like curves, and it's just easier to imagine the whole location in your head when you're oriented towards the north, and then you don't have to rotate it
Yeah.
while looking for it on the map. It seems like they have the town.
Looks like they have the 5k. Yeah. You got this 800,000 at 8 hours 12, so that's pretty on track.
Yeah, with the 30 minutes break, they are definitely below place as well. Oh, this is a very fun meta, I would say. This specific pole, this white in the middle and brown on the sides,
The
is
Oreo poll.
Yeah, it's called a stovey pole, and it's found only, well, almost only. There's very limited exceptions, but it's a South Australia thing. I think it's one of the coolest poles, honestly, which is.
Yeah, it's one of the metas that people learn very quickly. It's like one of the first ones you learn, and it's just really reliable. There's a few
Yeah.
exceptions, but makes it end like this. We spawn in, you see that you have a coastline, makes it very easy round all of a sudden.
Well, easy for these players, at least.
Yeah,
Although they are kind of struggling to find the street they're on, but
I
Remy
think they
has
have it
some.
now. Yep, pretty quick, easy one. Oh, down Kenya. Lovely.
Yeah, Kenya. You look for those PO boxes. A lot of institutions just have PO boxes that you can mail, and those often have a city that's usually like the biggest in a county, and that you can find on the map. And sometimes it's not very findable PO box, but
Oh, welcome in.
welcome
Got the
in.
2 new people here.
Hello.
Hello, Wayfinder. I believe you've entertained people on this channel already for a bit of time.
Hello, yes, I'm the late shift and
No,
also the
nice.
early shift.
Yeah,
Oh.
the 2 worst shifts.
Yes,
No,
I'm the
The amount of the
bookends.
people.
So we started out at 5 o'clock this afternoon, European time, and are now in the last fifth of the run.
He would know he was here.
Yeah. Really
I
unfortunate
thought
that
I
they
had
had
a
to
life.
miss a point when we were doing it. Really.
Oh no.
Yeah, you just don't know what to say, honestly. Like,
Yeah. So like the first 10 minutes of us taking over as well. It's just
Mm. Yeah, that's a bummer. But I mean, it doesn't really take away from the
no, it is still
just
crazy.
titanic
Yeah.
effort that this run represents, I think.
yeah.
yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, I've seen Malfunction do a few attempts at solo 1 million, and or also Blinky, and when they miss a 5K, that is just very, you really have to feel for them,
Yeah.
because those are the
Yeah,
ones when they
yeah.
actually like take the 5K very seriously, and if they don't, then it's over. And
Just to be like 7 hours into it and miss the 5K and just continue is
Yeah,
crazy.
it's heartbreaking. Yeah,
I'd
yeah.
just be
Yeah.
demotivated. I was like, no way, I'm done.
But how close
But
was the 5K to?
it was not that close, honestly. It was a
Oh, okay.
I think it was
497.4.
49.70. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
just mapped completely wrong. You know, it was just
Oh.
well, it was like the road number was
I,
on the wrong road, and they just saw the road number, assumed it would be that,
Oh.
and clicked too quick.
That is
It was
so
just
annoying.
unlucky. Yeah, it's on Namibia, so you know, new coverage. Expect them like that. Yeah, gonna head now. Best of luck with the casting.
yeah,
Alright.
good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you for casting, and yeah, everybody in the chat, maybe a hand of applause, round of applause. Give him a hand.
See ya.
See you.
All right.
All right.
I think we're alone now. So yeah, welcome to the last fifth of this run with Default and Wayfinder.
Yeah, it's
Do you
gonna
want
be
to
a
say anything
great.
to introduce yourself, maybe?
I'm Default. I am from Quebec. Wait, I do hear a second voice.
Oh yeah, you have to mute the Discord stream here.
Right.
No, not yourself. You have to mute the stream that you're getting from the bot. So okay, we can't hear him for a second. Let me just
Yeah.
There you are. Okay. We couldn't hear you when you were muted. You have to mute the bot stream.
I'm trying. Wait. You can do it a bit, and I'll figure it out.
Okay. All right. So where are we picking up? We are at 815,000 out of the 1 million. And we are about on pace to go to 1015 maybe, 1020, if I read that correctly. Which is it's a pretty good pace.
Yeah, I mean the expected time was 10 hour 30, so
yeah,
definitely pace.
So slightly ahead of that.
Yeah.
And they are currently jumping down a bridge onto the I think it's Dutch highway to Lochem, Holten, and Raalte.
Dutch highway are really easy to find because they're kind of range from all like the trees are at one place and the twos and so on and so on. So they're definitely gonna find
the system is pretty well organized. That's true.
And I believe that Lochem is a pretty big city, so.
But they appear to be struggling a little, at least. Doesn't look like they found it yet. So these roads are pretty much the largest roads you will find in the country, and should be fairly easy to scan for. But if they're in an extremity of the country or somewhere where you don't look by default, then it might be a little harder. But now I think they do have the area. And now it comes down to finding the exact intersection where they start.
Which I think he has it. I think Remy has it, and he's just describing it to Vandor.
This is one of the cool things about communicating in a team like this, where you can't see what the other person is doing. You have to be able to really precisely describe where something is on a map, and that's a skill. That's it sounds simple. You just tell somebody where something is, but it's not that simple. If you zoom in, you see different labels pop up, and then it's not always easy to tell which one of three similar looking roads you actually mean, and there's a real art to communicating exactly where something is on a map.
As I said earlier to you, I mean, Remy and Eldar has been playing together for ages, so they have a really great chemistry with each other, and they know what the other player has in mind, and like they know how to quickly like get the
points
to the 5K.
Across,
so.
And they are in Malaysia here. They have found a sign with the postcode and the name of the town. The postcode can give you the region to scan for, and then you to scan in, and then you have the name to scan for. And they found a little village and are now about to 5K this, confirming that they're actually in the right place and probably using the houses to line up the actual 5K here.
Postcodes are absolutely broken in Malaysia. You find them everywhere, and they're
they're
well
often,
organized.
They're often on street signs even. So you will have the name of the street, and below it you will have the postcode. So very worth learning.
Yep.
And we see that these street signs are yellow. That only happens in the southernmost state on the mainland portion of Malaysia, Johor.
Yep.
So even if you don't have the postcodes memorized, you can still tell roughly where you are from that alone.
pretty hard pinpoint here.
Yeah, it looks challenging. There
It's
are
kind
like
of
a
a
myriad of
fake
little
grid.
streets that it could be, and
Yeah.
they're not sure which exact little townlet they're in.
And you cannot really use the houses, I feel like, because, I mean,
They're pretty evenly spaced, yeah.
Yeah, and both roads are next to
But
each
they
other.
did find
and-
it in the end.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh,
All right.
oh, I believe one of the two players do know how to read the Bengali.
Yeah, they're looking
Or
for an
may-
address, which are on many of these signs. And that says, what does it say? It's a little too small for me to read. They have the same sign, both of them, so they
Yes.
probably can read it both. Or maybe one of them is comparing the letters. That's also
Yeah.
possible.
Because Remy has it.
Oh, no, it's too small for me to read at this level. But I did learn how to read Bengali just for Geoguessr and also a lot of other scripts. And that's fairly common among moving mains.
Yeah.
Not so much with no move and NMPZ players, but yeah, for moving it's massively useful to be able to read Bengali especially, and also Hindi or Devanagari, the script that's used for Hindi and a bunch of other languages in that area. So these addresses are that says, oh, I still can't see it really. But they contain the name of the province, or I don't actually know what they're called in Bangladesh, but yeah. Sometimes we just say oblast for everything.
Yeah, the oblast of Bangladesh.
And then it narrows it down to the town inside that, and often the quarter of the town if it's a larger one, and then the street, and yeah, in order of size.
Yeah, and they're written everywhere, so really useful.
And yeah, Duck is complaining that they don't get the Bengali round, which I agree is rude. That's an oversight. We are going to write a sternly worded letter to the authorities about that, I think.
I thought Remy might have had it, but no, the road didn't line up.
Yeah. So they are looking in various little towns around the one that they identified as the district.
Could this
but I
line
don't
up?
think they're sure which one they're in yet. And you can see this is a pretty, confusing road layout, and you can easily get lost in these streets. So yeah, one of the most important skills you can have is just remembering the order of directions that you went, and creating a mental map of what your path is going to look like from above on the map. Because when you are certain of the place that you're currently in, you need to go back to where you moved. Oh yeah, that's a good sign there.
But I mean, is it a good sign though? Because they already knew the city or the region.
So they had Kishorganj, which is the thing that I couldn't read, but I recognize the shape now. And Narsingdi is another city or another district also that borders Kishorganj. By the way, if I'm butchering the pronunciation, I'm very sorry to everybody who actually speaks Bangla. I can only transliterate the letters into what it would say in English on the map.
Oh, wait. both players are at the same place.
Oh, that looks good. I think they have it.
I mean, they look a bit.
Or well, they're not 100% sure yet. I don't think.
I don't know.
They're still checking out other places to see if any intersections are similar enough to be a better choice in the end, because they're not sure. This is a pretty devilish pinpoint, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
Our runners are very experienced, and for them to take this long on a round, it's gonna be a doozy.
I feel like they've scanned this town like many times, but
and it can just be the case that things look a little differently in Street View than they do on the map. That it's mapped a little differently than what it looks like in real life.
wait, are they sending?
Huh?
They are.
They're sending, and it was the correct intersection. Very well done.
Nice, well played. Oh, and here we have a Curacao around, so
Yeah,
be
Curacao
an easier
easily
5K.
recognized with the car, with the roof rack and the black front. That is completely unique to this little island there.
Lots of cacti as well in Curacao.
Yeah, a lot of players would in competitive play would just instantly send somewhere where they think is nice on the island in like 3-4 seconds and move on, because in competitive play this kind of round does not really do anything unless you've already played like 30 rounds, and the multis are so high that you could lose a match on this. But
Yeah.
Usually people would skip this. But in a pinpointing mode, everything counts. Even the smallest of countries do count. You want to get every pinpoint.
Yeah.
And while Curacao is sometimes easily pinpointable in no move even, our runners want to be really sure here, and not every location is actually 5Kable in no move.
But I'd say that the northern part of Curacao is rather easier than the southern part, because you can use and they have it. Nice.
They have it,
because you can use a mountain to line up.
Yeah, that's true.
But in the southern part, you're usually in Williamstown, so it's harder definitely.
And they're off to Kenya. And looking for place names. The counties, I think the divisions are named there, are usually written on a sign somewhere. And now it's just a matter of time until they find a sign that says the name of the county. These are good candidates that Evandar has there.
Does he have something? I mean, he's lining up the rows.
Yeah.
I don't know if he has a specific idea.
I think he does have the town. I think he
Oh,
zoomed in into. I didn't see what it was. It's, I think 4 letters, starts with a K, if I saw that correctly. But they do appear to have found the place with the
That was a
railroad.
quick 5K. Wow.
Yeah, that was clean. Nice.
Really, really fast.
Okay, here we are in Spain, apparently.
Spain, yeah, northwest. Oh,
and between Oviedo
Remedios.
and A Coruña. So we are in the Asturias region, or maybe A Coruña, which is a little to the west of it. And
whoa. Evandar he was so fast.
Wow.
He just instantly zoomed on this intersection.
I mean, sometimes you get a vibe for how something must look from space, and you zoom into the general area, and it jumps at you and says, "Here, it's me. I'm the 5K." It does happen.
Here's the pinpoint is the house, I believe, right? The yellow house.
Yeah, so they need the shape of the house, which kind of looks like that. But I'm not sure that's actually that, or is it? Oh, they're sending it
No,
as
I mean,
that.
they have it.
Nice.
Nice.
And off we go to Kazakhstan.
They're on a really good pace here.
Yeah,
The seed was
the
very quick.
the last couple ones were very swift.
Yeah, apart from the Dhaka one, I mean the Bangladesh one, really quick.
So Kazakhstan is sometimes can be, if you get it in a map that is not handpicked to be solvable, you can run into trouble if you're caught in a pocket of coverage that is not connected to the rest, and there's no info in the pocket. Then you're just out of luck, and you have to do what you can with what you got, which will probably not end up being a 5K. But on this map, that shouldn't be happening. So there's a street sign and a directional sign with some larger cities. Shakhtinsk is close to Karaganda, southwest of it, I think. So we might just be in Karaganda.
Maybe.
And Lirimi is already zooming into there.
I mean, if we're in Karaganda, we're in like a suburb of it or something, because definitely downtown.
Possibly.
I think.
I mean, not downtown, but could be just an outer quarter of the main city still. And the grid does line up here with the east-western suburb, I think. Now they're looking at the name of the street and trying to find it on the map. Meanwhile, Evandar is walking outside the city, trying to see if he can find an angle that would fit with what
we do have the
there.
train track, right? That we did see a bit earlier in the round. So
yeah. So I think they are generally in the right area already, and now it's just a matter of finding the exact place.
Yeah.
In a team duel, this is when you would have sent 30 seconds ago, but yeah, slightly different mode here.
Yeah, both player has to 5K.
And I think they're zeroing in on the right place now. They will have communicated, of course, everything that they found to each other, and so they both know the name of the street already.
They seem really close to 5K here.
But they, of course, do want to make sure that they're absolutely in the right place and that they have, in a grid like this where every road has basically the same angle, it can be, you can easily miscount where you went and how many intersections you crossed before you got to a larger street where you could be certain where you were. So they are making doubly sure.
Oh, okay. They switch up the blue POI to another street. Maybe this more than 5K. But nice.
They have it. Nicely done.
And we're opening a new seed here. In Java, perhaps?
Yeah, Indonesia, and they do have a sign here. It has a DESA on it, which is a smaller administrative area. Division, whatever. But yeah.
This has probably been said earlier in the stream, but in Indonesia, they're looking for kabupaten, which are a second level division. They're really
and
common.
They have Sampang here, which is on Madura Island, off the coast of East Java. And now they are looking for POIs, points of interest, that say Robatal, which is the DESA, and also the Kecamatan, apparently. Kecamatan is, I think, even one level smaller than DESA, if I'm correct. Yes.
Yes, I think. Is it Kecamatan or Kecamatan? Or
I think it's
Kecamatan?
I think it's Kecamatan. As far as I'm
Okay.
aware, Indonesian pronounces C as ch.
Okay. Good to know.
But please, chat, correct me if I'm wrong. I'd rather be right or wrong now and right in the future.
Because I've heard both Keka, Kecha, and Kesa. So
Yeah. C is a difficult letter.
it is.
It's very changeable throughout. And I talked about this with Nadia earlier this evening. When you're communicating with your team partner, it's more important that they understand what you're saying, which place you're referring to, than having the pronunciation be correct in the language that it's in.
Yes.
And you know, when you speak a language, you're used to saying things a certain way, but people may not even recognize them when they hear them pronounced in a way that a native person would pronounce them. So you have to play to your audience there. If both of you speak the language, of course, then
Yes.
you can speak as correctly as you want, but it usually is a better strategy to just say the things so that the other person will know what it's spelled like.
Remy seemed pretty close here. He is looking for the pinpoint.
Yeah,
Well,
and we're getting info from the chat here about Deza and Kecamatan. And apparently Kecamatan is the smaller one.
oh.
The bigger one.
Yeah, bigger
the
one.
bigger
Yeah,
one.
okay.
And Deza the smaller one. And it is
Okay.
Kecamatan. And oh, thank you, Finbar, for the raid. Wow.
Thanks,
58 people, welcome in. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello to everybody. We're on the last leg of this run. 150,000 points to go. So yeah, our runners are on pace, and it's looking good.
We are really near the end, so hopefully the runner can figure out Indonesia, which is always really hard to pinpoint.
Yeah.
But they might. Oh, I think they have it
They
here.
might have it. Yeah, I think they have it.
The S, the S road.
Yeah, looks like the right.
Yeah,
and they
hopefully.
actually do have it. Nice, very nice.
Well played. What is this? Is this Northern Mariana Islands?
We have the antenna there, and they are zooming into the Northern Mariana Islands. Yes. And this place is very small, but that doesn't mean that the pinpoints come more easily than elsewhere.
I think Remy is describing it because I think Remy just knows. He might have found
Okay,
it.
well,
Yeah.
I think he found the church. Yeah, he found the church.
He did. Wow, that was really, really quick.
Ended up being very quick. Yeah, nice job.
And we are back. Are we back?
In Bangladesh?
Yeah, we are. Okay.
So yeah, Bangladesh does have a lot of pollution, so the air frequently has this kind of haze to it, and that can give people already, a decent vibe for where they are. And that in combination with these skinny roads that are a little raised, because it's a very it's a very wet area apparently,
Yes.
and a very wet country in a lot of places. There is a huge river system flowing through it, and it's pretty flat. So the roads have to be raised so that they don't flood all the time. And yeah,
And to be honest, this looks exactly like the other one we just had, and it's in a pretty similar region as well. But
and they're reading now where they think it is and have already decided on a little town there, apparently, or at least on the general vicinity of it.
Ecuador looks pretty confident.
And if you look in chat, Guava, our previous caster, just posted the one luck that they missed on this run, and it is, yeah, that was incredibly unlucky to get that round where the road was mapped wrong or labeled wrong.
Mm-hmm. I mean, hopefully they don't get any Lebanon or something like this at the end.
Well,
and yeah,
yeah, that was that. That was a pretty quick one.
Yes, I mean this seed is really quick.
Yeah. So the seeds have ranged in how long they have taken quite widely. I think the first 100K was in 44 minutes, and the second one took an hour and 4 minutes. So there's already 20 minutes difference between the two. But the overall pace is pretty good.
Yeah, I get you, Just Paint House. I think this is so lucky and annoying
now
as well.
Yeah, definitely. And now we are skipping through rural Colombia, I think.
I think it is Colombia.
Yeah. We had a yellow license plate and yellow center lines, and yeah.
Yeah, in Colombia is
good indicator.
There's two things that you're looking for. First is taxis, which has the town written on their license plate.
And or generally all kinds of commercial vehicles.
Yeah. Sorry, yeah. And like Remy might does he? The second one is regions or oblast, as Finbar would say.
Yeah, and yeah, if you find road numbers, they have a cool road numbering system where they have a four-digit number where the first 2 digits are the number of the road, and then the second 2 digits are the section of the road, and they count from west to east and from south to north, respectively. And between main intersections is defined as one section. So basically between yellow road crossings, and you will get something like 2508 under a mile marker, and then you know you are on the 25 on the 8th section, and you can just count from where it starts to the crossings with other yellow roads and find the place on that road where you are.
Pretty useful. We love organized country with the organized road system.
Yeah,
as Geoguessr players.
I mean, there's love and love. Sometimes, you know, I do like a challenge, but you know, in a context like this where you go through volume, yeah, you absolutely want something with good info. So yeah, other things that you can look for in Colombia are pole paints, the utility poles for electricity and telecommunication.
This might be
they have
useful.
something nice here.
San Luis is a city in the municipality.
Yeah.
I didn't see the regions here. Subdivision.
I didn't see it either.
Oh,
but they
have
found San Luis. So yeah, they there you go. Now they are backtracking to where they started, from where they knew that they were when they found the sign. So you have to remember how you got there, and yeah, think back to where you spawned. Are they in a different place? They're
No,
on
no,
some
they
clear
were
spot
on a
from each
different
other.
place, but
Oh, yeah,
here they're
okay.
the same place. Oh, okay. Yeah, that was pretty close.
Okay, but it worked out in the end, and we are going to America.
Yes. We have wells, something I couldn't see perfectly.
Yeah, this kind of looks like something I've seen before. I'm not sure that it's actually there. But this looks like one of those newly built suburbs
775 is it's
in
Reno.
northern Nevada somewhere.
775 is Reno, Nevada.
Yeah, somewhere in northern Nevada. I
Wait,
think.
is it?
It's not just Reno. It's the whole
Okay.
north of the state. Basically
Yeah.
everything except the Las Vegas area.
Okay.
And there's Wells. There's the town.
Oh yeah, here. Nice. I believe they knew their area code.
Yes. And they're on Alpine Street, and I can't read the other one. Old Florence, I think it says. And there's the electricity company. So
Yep.
they should have enough to find the 5K with that. But now they're looking
Yeah, they're considering other places.
in a
Welcome.
different place. Yeah.
Are we in welcome?
So, as I said, to me it looked like a newly built area that would have new houses and so on for a growing city. So it might be somewhere on the outskirts.
Yeah, okay. I mean, they're not certain in the first city that they had in Wales.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's just that they didn't see the town, the road, or it's actually in another city, or.
I mean, at this point, they do have some mountains that can look at in which directions are the mountains. They appear to be north. So if that doesn't match up with where the city is on the map, you can see
Wendover. Oh yeah, Wendover.
Wendover. Yeah, Wendover. That's the place here. Yeah.
Yep.
And there you have the mountains north.
So we're actually in Utah, maybe.
Oh, that's cool. The town is split in two by the state line.
Yeah.
And there's Old Florence Way, a little south of where Evandar is now, and he's already backtracked to where they actually started.
Should have been called Wentover.
And there it is.
Yeah, nice. What player has it? And that's the 5U.
And we are back in Malaysia, I think, or is it Indonesia?
I believe it's Indonesia, maybe Sulawesi.
Oh yeah.
Oh, maybe there's too much tile roof.
Indonesia. Kebumen, that's in Central Java.
Kebumen. And the kecamatan, now that I know, it's Ambal.
Kebumen is, yeah, Evandar has it, and now Emi has it as well. So we are south of the mountains here. Central Java has mountains in the middle, and then is a little flatter on the coast.
Lots of volcanoes as well.
And you can see the roof here. That's a traditional Java roof that gets steeper in the middle there.
With tiled compared to sheets metal sheets. Sorry.
Yes, yes.
You do see a lot of tiled roof in the island of Java. You also see it a bit in southern Sumatra. Right. Really good meta to identify where you are in Indonesia.
Yeah, the general rule of thumb is if you see tiled roofs, and it's kind of a closed-in feel with narrower streets and a lot of houses close together, then you're more likely to be on Java, where there's a lot denser population. And if the houses are standing further apart and they have little courtyards and the roads are a little wider and there's more space between the road and the houses and so on, if it's just a lighter in area and more open, then you're more likely to be in southern Sumatra. The Lampung or South Sumatra are your best bet then.
Yes.
But this is actually an area that looks a little more open than is common on Java.
Because we're on the coast near the water, obviously.
Mm.
So we see maybe more palms. Maybe we also see a concrete road, which is pretty rare in Indonesia. And maybe this is regional. I don't know.
Maybe, but I've seen it in a lot of places. So maybe it's not regional in the sense that you can tell which island you're on, but more like you can tell possibly which part of an island you're on.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure. So now they have a little problem here, which is that everything looks kind of similar in the map, and they have to rely on finding places that have a point of interest on the map. So they're looking for a specific store here with the recognizable name, and now they, I think, have decided on where they have started.
And yeah, wow.
And that is it. That is it.
Really hard pinpoint, to be fair, and
yeah,
they nailed it. Oh,
okay, so
I believe we have a Costa Rica around here.
Okay.
Really hype. Costa Rica is a newly added country on Geoguessr.
Yeah, Google coverage only exists there since this year.
Well, we had trekker coverage, which is backpack coverage in San Jose and the other towns.
Well, that's true,
here.
yeah. But what widespread coverage only came this year, and it appears we may be near the Nicaraguan border here, because
La Cruz, yeah.
They did see a couple of signs that told them where to exchange money and how to prepare for entry into Nicaragua.
Okay, cool. And yeah, if it's drier, I'd say that the northwest part of Costa Rica is more drier than the old country.
And also, in addition, Google drove that part of the country mostly during the dry season, so it's even more pronounced.
That's why it's dry.
Yeah. So they have the province here on that sign already, and also the name of the town, Gualdo in Macerata. Yes, they should find the town pretty quickly with that, and they have it there.
Remy has it.
And they're pretty much in the center of the town, so the pinpoint shouldn't be too hard. And yeah, there they are. That looks good. Confident send, and we're off into the next round.
Back in Europe. I believe we might be in Czechia, or no?
Could be.
Yeah, we are.
Slovakia too, but I think it's Czechia, yeah.
Oh, and
so there are lots of little things you can use to tell Czechia and Slovakia apart. I think here they're doing it with the red house numbers, which I don't think are a thing so much in Slovakia as they are in Czechia, but there are other things you can look at. For instance, the paper waste bins will say papír in Czechia and papier in Slovakia with an extra E.
I didn't know that one though. I've had this luck before, I believe. I believe in
where is it?
Santo Domingo Cemetery, like it's a bit west. It's like the national
they drove
cemetery.
through a cemetery. That's so cool.
Yeah, this is really cool. Yeah, we're in a national cemetery or something. It's a really baity round in NPZ. I mean, I don't know if this one was Beatty, but with a fixed image, I know there's a really hard round there.
I can imagine, yeah. But now I know it exists, so if I ever get it, I might just 5K that one.
Yes.
And they have found the park or the cemetery. Yeah, and you can see that from just how the thing looked on Street View, it was easy to tell what kind of shape it would have to have on the map, and they find that easily. And yeah,
900K.
that's 900K.
Only
The last 10% coming up.
And we're soon entering 9 hours, so
Yeah,
hopefully
we
we
are
can
on
do
pace
it.
to finish under 10 hours, maybe.
Maybe if they get a good seed.
Yeah. And we are in Uruguay, but we did have signs for a city in Brazil, so we are at the border, and there's the city they founded, Jaguarão. I think it's pronounced that way. So you can tell that it was a Brazilian city because it had a letter that is not used in Spanish, which is spoken in Uruguay.
Yes.
Namely the A with a tilde on it.
The pinpoint here is weird because all the roads are pretty similar. There's no really any pinpoint, but there's a curve in the road, so it should help a lot for pinpoint. And I think you can also use the shape of the building southwest.
Yeah, and they did find
1
it.
meters.
Well done.
And I think we're back in the USA.
Yes, this looks like one of those urban US rounds that at first glance could be anywhere in the western midwestern part. Let's see where they do end up.
And I thought there was a road number.
Calbury, maybe.
It might have.
Not sure. And we appear to be in Texas, in fact.
Independence. Are we in? I believe Independence is a city. Or maybe
yeah, but it's not in Texas, I think, Independence.
Yeah.
I've heard of it. I don't know offhand where it is, though. Oh, they have
Sure.
it. Okay.
I don't think I've heard of it, but I mean. And here, there's the church that they can use to pinpoint. I'm surprised that nobody's going for the road names. Remy heard me. I guess.
The telepathic communication.
Exactly.
I'm not sure if they can actually read that one street sign that they have right now because the sun is glaring off it. Yeah, but they appear to have it. And it was in fact there. Nicely done.
Nice.
And on to a wonderful round in Réunion, an island off Madagascar that belongs to France, which is why you see a lot of very tropical surroundings, but completely French infrastructure.
And French language.
We are in Saint-Denis currently.
Yes.
There's a funny little meta you can use to tell apart Saint-Denis and Saint-Paul, which is the next large city close by, which is the color of the metal bollards in the city center, which will be dark green in Saint-Denis and will be black in Saint-Paul.
Oh wow! I didn't know that one. That's really cool. I mean, Réunion has such a zigzaggy road that it's pretty hard to pinpoint. You don't have to. Really useful to get a POI, a point of interest.
Yeah, there are like 50 bends in this road from one
Yes.
town to the next, but they
No.
did find it very quickly.
Yeah, but
Impressive.
use the point of interest. I don't know what it was, but
And here we have another way to tell apart Czechia and Slovakia. This is a Czech sign where you have the arrow of the direction as part of the sign outline of the shape of the
I
actual
mean,
sign.
what? Remy just had a 5K. What? Remy just 5K in 15-second maximum.
Wow.
This is crazy. I don't know. Maybe he might have known the city because there wasn't any. Might be a
Was it
repeat.
a repeat, maybe? Yeah.
I will trust the skill of Remy. I think he might have known those towns.
Yeah, he might just know the town, and as I said, sometimes you zoom into the general area, and one place in particular just jumps at you and says, click me, I'm the 5K."
Are we in Thailand or are we in Vietnam?
I was thinking it might be.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's Vietnam. It's Vietnam.
Yeah, we
I
have
thought
the
it might be
red and
Thailand. Yeah.
red and white sugarcane, not sugarcane, but candy cane.
Yeah.
Sign, which is really common in Vietnam.
And yeah, Vietnam is one of those places where the thing that I talked about earlier is true for me. I speak a little Vietnamese, and I have to be careful not to pronounce the things correctly because it does not look like it sounds sometimes. So if for example, if you have something that starts with a D that doesn't have a cross line through the first line of the D,
Yes.
then it's a soft Z and not a D.
Oh really?
Yeah, and you can't pronounce things correctly because your partner won't know where you are,
Right.
unless they also speak the language.
Yes. So yeah, there's addresses pretty much everywhere in Vietnam. So like Bangladesh, for example, you can use it to quickly 5K or get at least the region.
Yeah, and they appear to have done that, but they're not sure which town they're actually in. And
yes.
it can be difficult because sometimes things look as if they're the same name, but they have different diacritics, so the tone is different. And
Yes.
If you have something that's maybe called Tan Ho, that's maybe different than Tan Ho, but it's just an accent on the O, and
wow.
it may lead you astray.
But Evandar is pretty zoomed in on a specific road. I don't know if he backtracked. I mean, he probably did, but
Yeah, I think he just retraced. Remiri just retraced his steps how to get to the larger road that he identified as where he was when he found the sign, and is now backtracking.
Evandar,
And they found the same intersection here.
yeah, I think Evandar just described it to him, and they seem to be agreeing on this intersection, or at least a part of it.
And now they're looking at which little bend in the road is where they started, and I think that's this little nipple in the road there.
Yes. Are they sending?
Making
yes.
sure, and yes, it is.
Oh,
He's a
99
little
meters.
off, but 99 meters is still within the tolerance there.
What is the threshold?
I
is
think
it
it's
141?
130.
Okay.
Not sure exactly. And we are in, what is that? Poland? Romania?
I
think it's Romania.
thought. Yeah, maybe Romania. Oh, Dagi.
Or is it Poland?
Oh yeah, wait, so same market. Are we in Bulgaria? I think we're Bulgaria.
Oh, it's Bulgaria. Why do we have letter poles in Bulgaria? That's very uncommon.
Yeah, but you do see it sometimes, but yeah, it is really uncommon.
So yeah, now they're trying to find some kind of sign that tells them some place name that they can scan for. Maybe a road number.
Seem to be a town.
And
they're
he
scanning.
has the
Okay.
general area figured out already, apparently. I don't know what they used to get that.
Might be a fake meta, but when I see like fall coverage or that kind of season, I do associate it more with Northeast.
Yeah, that's fair.
And it's flat as well, so
that's
might
true.
be more of a
but they are scanning in
thing.
different parts of the country now. So apparently, the town was not easily spottable in that initial region guess.
Oh wow! He has it. What? I don't know how he found that one, but yeah.
That is a very small town.
I mean, they had the region guess, they had the scanning, and now they have the 5K.
Yeah, this rather complicated intersection there is, I think, the only place that really fits in that town. Or maybe there's another one. Oh, there's actually another one that looks kind of similar.
Remy, I think Remy has it here. They both have it.
Yes. And are they sending or are they making sure again? No, they're sending. And
No.
it wasn't that one.
Oh no.
There was a third one that they didn't account for. Oh no.
Oh. This is so annoying.
Oh no. That has to be annoying.
I feel the pain here. I definitely feel the pain. Oh no. Remy's shaking his screen.
But not to tilt. Move on to the next round.
And what is
just
this?
try to do it as
I mean,
as you can.
This might be tilting for them. Getting some trigger after
Yeah, oh man, that looks like a tough round. I think it's Pakistan, maybe?
Yeah. Do you have the baggy pants?
Yeah, we do have the baggy pants.
Okay. Might be Pakistan. But yeah, that one that one's gonna be tilting. Getting 4999. I mean nothing about Pakistan, but it's just that the coverage was made in Checker, which is a backpack coverage.
It's going to be a difficult pinpoint, possibly. But on the upper hand, coverage in Pakistan is very, very limited.
Yes.
So you're practically certain to be in one of, I think, 2 or 3 cities.
Probably Lahore here?
Probably Lahore here, yeah. But
Lahore is such a big city, though.
Yeah, I was going to say it's not as easy as finding the town and then the right intersection. Lahore is massive and very complicated.
Oh.
And I think one of the suburbs toward the northwest also has a bit of coverage.
I do believe so, yeah. But I think they might be in the like downtown, the old city, maybe, which is kind of yellow on the map. At least you have all those kind of markets and
it's easy to get
roads.
lost in these small roads that yeah, you can't even be sure that they still look like this on the map, because the map is usually a little more up to date than the street view coverage. This is a very tough round to get.
Yeah, this one.
But you got to take the bad with the good. That's all part of the whole randomness. You get the rounds that you get.
What is this room? Yes,
this feels
really,
like
really
the
small.
back rooms.
Yeah, some small alleyways. I mean, they can use this one. They can use this mosque maybe, because this looks like a big mosque.
Yeah.
It maybe
I think that's what they've decided on. Yes. It looks like they are going with that. And yeah, the mosque is in the what is it, southwest?
Yes. Yeah, southwest.
Please excuse me if I mix up east and west. It's an actual condition that I've had since I was a child. I mix up left and right and east and west all the time. It's even starting to creep into like Barat and Timur, which is the Malay and Indonesian words for east and west.
Yeah, don't
I
worry.
start mixing up those as well.
I make the same mistake a lot of time.
Like if I do a call in a team duel, it's gonna be 50-50 if I tell my team partner the right direction.
Okay. They're zooming on a more specific kind of area. Yeah, I think they do think it's the old town.
But I think the biggest difficulty here is that they are unlikely to get out of this area into something that's a little less cramped, where they can be more sure that they have the right place that they're currently in. So there's probably a closed loop here of coverage that is not connected to the rest of the city. And Lahore, as you know, as a whole city, does not have a lot of coverage. It's just a couple streets. So they are unlikely to find a bigger road that they can use to orient that themselves.
And I mean, it's so hard.
Yeah.
But wait, I feel like what Evander has might be good. Because he has a mosque south of him.
And yeah,
the road kind of line up.
he's checking the directions of the streets that that he can access.
He's
And trying
verifying.
to see if they line up with what's on the map. So they are hugging this outer wall of some kind of compound which may belong to the mosque or maybe something adjacent. Difficult to tell. And now he has the next angle that he can check against the map. Meanwhile, Remy, I think, is still looking for some more written information. I'm not sure any of our players can read Arabic. Probably
Are you checking
not.
other areas?
So Remy is checking all over the place. I'm not sure what he's looking for. Maybe he has a town name or something that he thinks is a town name and is now looking for that. If I remember correctly, the police sign that is half visible in the background for Remy said something like Panatam or something, Papatam maybe. Maybe they are looking for that. Actually, I can try and see, or you maybe do it. Try and listen to their communications to see what they're actually working on.
Could, yeah.
My French is not that good. I'm sorry to say.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to hear what they're saying, and I will share information.
Pakpatan, I think, was just visible on the sign there. So Pakpatan could be a quarter of Lahore, a little sub-district there, or it could be just a word that means something, and we don't know.
Yeah, they're looking for Palpatar.
Yeah. This must be frustrating, especially after missing the previous round on a very unlucky confluence that had 3 very similar looking intersections in the same very small town in Bulgaria. They did find 2 of them and managed to rule one of them out, but they didn't account for the third one, and we're off by a couple hundred meters. And now this extremely challenging round right after that. Yeah. I would not want to switch with them right now.
No,
And
definitely.
you know, this is the 9th hour, the 10th hour actually already. So they are probably already very tired and yeah.
Yeah.
This is a little tough right now. So I really hope that that they find it.
They're considering the fortress in the middle.
I know there's coverage inside the fortress. I'm not sure about the outside. It's been a while since I've gotten that in play because you know these rounds do not appear as frequently in the champion division as they do in lower divisions.
Yes.
Where you have a lot more of these kinds of trekker and just generally smaller, very small countries, older and more unusual stuff. Whereas in the higher divisions, you usually get larger countries a lot more, and then have to region guess inside them. But a lot of the lower divisions get maps that are, tailored to finding the correct country, and it doesn't matter so much anymore where in the country it is. It does matter at some level, especially if you have a big country, but you will get a lot more country diversity in these maps. So I haven't seen a Pakistan round in competitive play in probably half a year.
I haven't here. Yeah, they seem really. I mean, they have no idea. They they even said could this be Iraq, which Evaldar said no quickly. But this is how much they. I mean, they don't know.
Yeah.
It's really.
And it again says Dargah Bazar Pakpatan, whatever that is. Maybe Dark Bazaar is what they can look for. That could be a POI.
Could be, yeah. I don't know if they had a run like this before, but hopefully this is.
I don't know either.
The longest one, and didn't have to suffer like with a round like this one before. Yeah. They seem really tilted. I'm hearing right now what they're saying. They do feel really tilted right now. Yeah, this is such a hard round.
Yeah, that's very tough.
I don't know what's what could you I don't know what they could use to
what can you even do? At this point, I'm not sure they're actually in Lahore. Like,
yeah, that's
nothing there seems to be fitting, and I don't know which other places in the country have coverage, but it may be a better strategy at this point to take a step back and look for Pakpatan.
And yeah, this is exactly what they were saying. Exactly what they were saying. They were considering maybe we're looking in other towns, but Evandar said I don't think so. I think most of the coverage is mainly focused in Lahore. So
yeah. And Chad is saying at least it's not all sand. Well, that's true. Driving through the Omani countryside for half an hour.
The new coverage is
I'm not
rough.
sure that's preferable. So they have that mosque, but you know, that's probably not the only mosque in Lahore, if it even is in Lahore. So there's a lot of work involved in making sure that you catch every last one of them and check whether it could be that one. But I do really think they should consider looking in other towns and maybe try to find if there is a town called Pakpatan somewhere.
I mean, it's a Pakpatan district though, so
There is a Pakpatan district in Lahore.
What?
Or did you mean it could be one? It could be a district instead of a town.
Wait.
Oh, there's a
they're in the mosque,
new
yeah.
level. New level has been found. And they
Yeah,
are
I heard
inside.
Evandor said, "Oh my god, I'm in the mosque! Oh my god!" So quickly have to
Apparently, he
check.
jumped over the wall somehow.
Yeah. And yeah, I think
now,
it's actually where they first thought it was.
Yeah.
Now
that has me wondering what Pakpatan actually is. Because it does not appear to be on the map if they didn't find it when they were looking there. Duck is saying, I'm glad I am not playing this round. You and me both.
Yeah. And especially we have to remember they just missed around by 1 point. And they're getting that one. This has to be an absolute tilter.
And I cannot see Remy's camera, but I can see Evandar's, and he just has his head resting in his hand and just looks completely despondent. I feel for him so much.
Yes. They have another thing saying Pakpatan.
At this point, if it were me, I would be considering throwing this round because it looks so unsolvable. But I think that's the reason why I'm not doing this run, because our runners appear to be a little more, resilient than that. And after 9.5 hours of speed running, they get this roadblock here.
But this is really the really long, really longathon. You have to.
Yeah, that's true.
Have a lot of endurance and stamina to get through that long. Wait. He has something. He's saying, yeah, they're saying Pakpatan.
Oh, there it is. They have it.
Wow.
Oh, wow. That is, wow.
I had no clue there were coverage there.
Yeah, me neither. And chat is saying that it's hidden coverage, and it's extremely rare.
Hidden coverage, what?
Yeah, apparently that was a 1 in 100,000 chance that they would get this.
No way. Is it like the Afghanistan, like the Kabul coverage?
Maybe, but they did end up finding it. Once they had the town, it was easy. They found the town, and 15 seconds later they had the 5K. So yeah.
This is crazy. I had no clue about that. And yeah, now they're in Nigeria. It should be way quicker, even though they're in Ibadan, which is like a massive city. But
yeah.
What? Thanks, Guava, for the information.
What a crazy round. And we're hearing from chat that a lot of Pakistan coverage is hidden. So if you go on Google Street on Google Maps and turn on the lines that tell you where there's Street View, there won't be any lines for this coverage. So you can pretty much only find it by clicking in a place, and if you're lucky, you are somewhere where there's coverage, and it'll open for you. But you can't look for it in that way on Google Maps. So what people do actually to find these locations and put them in maps is that they have programs that automatically click in a lot of places, and yeah, that way you can find even hidden coverage.
And one of the most known coverage like this is the space coverage, the Mars coverage, and the International Space Station that
Oh yeah,
has
yeah, yeah.
Google Street View coverage, which is definitely not accessible on Google Street View. You have
And
to get
I forget
some
where they put it, but I
program.
think it's somewhere in Africa, right?
No, I mean it's in the water. It's the I've seen this the rainbow and like Google employee talk show or whatever, and they
Oh
were
yeah,
saying
yeah. They
like
had an interview. Yeah, yeah.
it's something about like the position of the moon or something at this point or something. But yeah, this is a kind of an example of coverage which doesn't exist on Street View, but you can still access it by some programming.
Yeah. Okay, so we appear to be in another difficult pinpoint here.
And very frustrating as well, because we have this poor quality camera.
We call it shit cam in the community.
Or poop cam.
That's the
family friendly name.
The version that we have when children are around, or sponsors.
Or sponsors.
But yeah, everybody really just calls it shit cam.
Yes.
And this is even an especially bad version that they use in Nigeria, and it's even worse than the usual shit cam. So not only is it it's blurry, a little blurry, so you can't read signs, even the ones that are close to the road sometimes, and the colors look all wrong, and it's dark and gloomy, and it's just not fun to look at.
It is not.
In some places, I just want to click through and just look at the footage because it's so beautiful.
Sorry, they seem to be pretty close on 5K here. They are on one road.
It looks like they're narrowing it down right now and looking for the exact store that they have spawned in front of.
Again, I think they will double or even triple trick, or not. I guess they're confident. Wow.
Okay.
Oh, and we get
there it is.
That might have been Canada. I would have loved to see a Canada on here.
We have a stop sign, so we know we are not in Quebec, which has
Arrêt.
Arrêt.
Have to mention it. We have the biggest house. I don't know what house was that, but
yeah, probably some mafia boss.
Yes. Send to tree. I don't know.
Millie Knocket. I've never heard of it.
95 so Midway. We're near Midway.
We are in the US.
Yes.
Wait, we are in the US.
Yeah, we have the 95, which is the US.
It's very much not Quebec then. But the 95 is long, and these state highway signs are used in Maine and Massachusetts, I believe. So that's where they should be looking. It's just
this one in particular.
Yeah, these ones in particular. The
and
the square, the plain square with the thin outline. They use thicker outlines in a couple other states, but these particular ones are only in Maine and Massachusetts.
And yeah, they seem to have 5K here. Just a question of making sure that everything's fine. Going to road names, just to make sure you don't get that 4999, which every moving player ears. But yeah, here we'll play, and we are in the Faroes here. And
one of two places that look very similar, or can look very similar. People send Iceland on Faroes and
this is
the other
going
way
to be
around all the
quick.
time. But yeah, there are not a lot of towns of that size on the Faroe Islands.
Yeah.
So
And we're in a big, like one of the big city, at least one of the more recognizable city, at the end of a part of the city on the kind of loop or like a 180 turn. So yeah, 5K.
Yeah. And I
really,
think after playing the game for a year or two, pretty much every player will have had that particular bend in the road in a round in
Probably,
competitive
yeah.
play before.
And we are on our last seed here.
This is gonna be the very last 10 rounds here, and we started off in Hungary, is it?
I cannot quite
I couldn't
tell.
see, didn't see the language correctly, or is it? Wait. Huh. I thought I spotted some Hungarian letters, but I'm not sure now.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we are definitely in Europe, but I think we're looking for it. Oh, yeah, this is
that looks Hungarian. Yeah.
Oh, Pécs is a big city.
For Pécs, yeah, that's a large city, Pécs.
Oh,
and,
yeah, Pécs. Sorry for the pronunciation.
Magyarsek, I think, is the other. There's Pécs, they have it, and there's the city we're in. The quick, confident zoom.
Pretty. Oh, wait. I like where Remy clicked. It does line up pretty well, but maybe not. Maybe not actually. I don't have this off-road.
Chat is saying.
Oh, this one. Yeah, this one's better.
Yeah, Chat is saying Meček is also a mountain range, and you will find towns in Hungary will often be named after natural features that are close by, rivers, mountains, and a lot of places in the same area will start with the same syllables.
That's cool.
And that can be used for region guessing and telling where in the country you are.
What is this? Are we in? Actually, can we're in.
I think that's Santa Cruz de la Sierra in Bolivia, maybe.
Bolivia, yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, with the white Google car, we also have those electricity pole, which are kind of bending and with a really
twisty
weird
little weird shape. Yeah.
And really coming in,
so
into the Cruz.
The way we can be sure that it's that particular city is that not a lot of Bolivia is green and flat, and of those parts, only this city really has extensive coverage on side roads. So it comes up very often, and Geoguessr players know it very well. There is a little in the suburbs, which appears to be the case here. Yeah, but not many other cities in that area have any coverage at all.
Exactly. I think here they're looking for either a point of interest or maybe a road sign.
Yeah, and you can get fairly close with the road angle if you're in the city proper, because it's laid out like a spider's web where you can just tell by the angle of the road in which direction you are from the center.
We have a train track here, which I think Evadar is scanning for.
Yeah, that is going to be massively helpful.
Train tracks in rivers / any water is really, really helpful when you're trying to 5K, because they can be seen from pretty far away.
And also, there is not a lot of them, so usually at least.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're in southern Vietnam and all you have is a canal.
Whoa, way.
But yeah. Oh,
Are
did
they
they
in
find
5K?
the 5K already?
I don't know
That
what
would
they
that would be
saw.
very quick. But do they have different things, or are they in the same
Here,
place? I think they're in different places right now.
they might have been, yeah. Hopefully they communicate. Are this?
No, it looks similar. It looks similar, but I didn't see the same POIs.
No, they're not in the same place. No. Oh, wait,
No, they
oh,
are. They are.
sorry.
They are.
Okay, sorry. I didn't see. Oh, nice. I get my Canada around.
Okay.
I guess I get it around here. We are on the first. Going
We're
to
all
White
right.
Horse.
All right. All right.
I have to call it.
8 more rounds to go.
But yeah, I didn't see the green POI, so that's why I gotta stress a bit.
Yeah, me neither. That's why I thought they were in different places. But yeah, it was just the different zoom levels at which
Right.
the
This
place
bridge
appeared on the map.
Even though we're in traditional one camera, still can be pretty useful and quick to 5K. And yeah, we're in Johnson Crossing here.
As a Canadian yourself, do you play a lot of Canada?
I do play a lot of Canada. But wait, here the pinpoint is not. You don't really have anything to go apart from the curb, which is a bit far away. You shouldn't miss it, but it's pretty hard.
That is very challenging. But they do end up finding it nicely done.
And we are on the way
in Europe?
In Norway, maybe? Yes. Are, isn't Are a big is it Ale or Are?
I didn't see.
Isn't it a big town? I feel like I've heard of it. But it was only 4 kilometers away, so then again,
sometimes you're close to a big town. I mean, it can happen, but usually if you see something that's 2 or 3 kilometers away, it might be more of a smaller town. But this does look a little like a little town here. Lunde Christiansand, that is a large town that can be found. And it's about 30 kilometers away, so they kind of know with that in the direction where to look for the other places that have been on the signs. Vatre, Lunde, and what was it, Arö?
Okay, no, it's the smallest
just found that.
town I've ever seen. I'm probably mistaking it with something else.
And now it's just a matter of finding the perfect lineup with the road, which in Norway isn't all that difficult usually, but every round is different and you may get unlucky. But this looks like a findable thing here.
Yes.
We have this kind of it kind of looks like 4 roads coming together in a pattern like a chromosome, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Oh,
and
that's pretty much
looks like Remy found it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, your description was really good actually. When I saw it, I instantly knew that this was the right one.
So now they need to ascertain that they are on the right curve, and they're still looking at different ones. And yeah, just trying to see how far did I have to move to get to the intersection and which road did I come from. So apparently he came from the lower road and not the top road.
Yes. I mean, there was an off-road, which
I'm not seeing. Yeah, I'm not seeing that. But apparently they have now agreed on something, and it is indeed the 5K. Well done.
Oh, this, I mean, depends on the information, but this could be a long round, but also a really short one.
Yeah, so we are in Chile, and we appear to be pretty north, but not as north as you might think if you just know that the north is generally a desert. So this is a rocky desert, and the rocky desert part is a little more southern usually, and the real north is a little more sandy than rocky. But
so you're thinking more in
yeah,
Copiapo, maybe? Copiapo Calama.
Could be, but I'm not sure 100%.
Because Remy's right now is thinking in the Max North area near
Yeah.
like Arica, but
Which to be fair is also possible.
Yeah.
There are rocky.
there's information here for sure.
Things there as well.
Route of 5, which is the biggest road in country, and
we have
there's
the
also the
C
C
road. Yeah, so
which-
they are having to correct south as predicted. And so the road numbering system in Chile is very easy to understand. It goes from A to Z, from top to bottom. Yeah, that makes it easy to find the general area where a road is. But the problem is that the roads on the map frequently have different names than they do on the signs.
Yes.
And so you can't be too sure that the C391 isn't actually labeled C915 on the map or something.
Yes. But yeah, I mean, those roads are always really, really small, and they're kind of organized, but usually they can lie to you and just not be where it should be.
So if you actually look for the actual 5K, then you need other stuff to confirm where you are, like the road angle, like POIs. Like,
but here they seem to be pretty much confident on pinpoint here.
Yeah, and that also looks good.
Here,
you have the direction toward that Tres Surcos, I think it says. I'm not sure that appears on the map actually, but they have found an intersection that they like.
They're in different places though. Here, Honda has
I don't
one.
think they are. I think.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, they were in different places, but Remy switched.
Yeah.
Here they're in pretty similar places.
They're sending, and it is the 5K.
And yeah, is this Malaysia maybe?
It is Malaysia, and we have the pole sticker that tells us it is
There's
on the mainland
information
and
here
not
for
Borneo.
sure. Madang.
And we have Gerik Perak. Perak is a province in the north.
Gerik is a city that Remy has.
Oh yeah, that was quick.
Yes. And here they're finding Kambun Padang's Stang. And
yeah, Kampung means something like town or village, maybe, I think.
Yeah.
Not sure exactly.
Either way, they're really small. And pretty hard to find on the map.
So more moving it is. I'm trying to find something else that they can base their guesses on.
Oh,
and there's a very good sign up for Evandar there with a road number and 2 places. One of them he already has, the other one he's looking for right now.
Is he describing it to Remy maybe? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And Evandar has it and he was describing it to Remy.
Yeah.
And yeah, this might be a 5K here for Evandar.
That looks good, yeah.
The bend going west. This looks really good.
And it is the 5K. Nicely done.
Well played.
4 more.
4 more rounds, exactly. And we are in Indonesia here. Which, obviously, Kabupaten. We will see what...
Looking for any official looking signs, anything on storefronts that might contain the information. And Pringsebu is in southern Sumatra. But it also says Tulungagung, which is somewhere else entirely, if I remember correctly.
Is it in Java?
It's in Java, yeah.
So... No, there seems to be a volcano here, which...
Yeah, that also tracks with Java probably. Like you get a lot of volcanoes in Java as well.
You do see one.
But the landscape looks very open, so I think
you do see some in in where Remy's looking, there's a kind of the volcano ridge,
Yeah.
which
The
this might be.
houses could be in either of the two places that
Yes.
they had on that sign, but the general vibe of the place is more Lampung
Yeah,
than it is.
it said Lampung on
Java.
the on Remy's screen.
Oh
so.
yeah, and we have a lot more Pringsevu here, which is the place in southern Lampung. And they're looking for the town, which I'm not sure was on the sign that they had earlier. But maybe the town is actually called Tulungagung. That's also possible.
Oh yeah, this might be. This could be possible.
There are a lot of repeated place names throughout the country, and yeah, it can happen that that you're in a town called, for instance, Tibing Tingi, and oh, there's a Kabupaten called that. It's a very small one, and you just plonk it, and then you notice, whoops, there are like 5 cities at least that have the same name.
If I was them, I probably would scan the mountains here. Because there was clearly a big mountain ridge, which that's what Remy's doing right now.
And I've seen the name Geding Regio or something similar a couple of times now. That might be something they're also scanning for.
And this would entirely check with the mountain angle.
Yeah. This is something that when I was starting out playing Geoguessr, I didn't even realize. I learned that from Finbar videos actually, and he was using mountains to line up places.
Yeah.
And that's where I first saw that, and now it's become second nature.
Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, I've never been that much of a...
Also a common a caster on an earlier leg of this run. I just wanted to add that. That's why I mentioned that.
Yeah.
But sorry, I interrupted you.
No, I just want to say I don't really use that much mountains, but they can definitely be pretty useful if you don't have a great idea of where you could be.
Yeah,
but
definitely.
Then again, it's more of a no move / no moving, panning, or zooming thing to do.
But it is massively useful in moving as well.
Yes.
I play with Kodiak from time to time, and he's an absolute master at this. He's probably one of the best people at this in the world, lining up mountains and finding mountains and remembering mountains. And yeah, it's really marvelous to watch sometimes. And he's been working, and I have also been working on that on a map that has mountainous locations all over the world, because it's his passion, and he likes mountains so much. And yeah, that's a very cool skill to have, to look at the mountains from above on the map. And they have it. Nice.
Only 3 rounds, and they're getting down. This is going to be Uganda, is it?
It looks like that, yeah.
Yeah,
Uganda.
With this national park with the mountains that are in South Sudan, I believe.
Okay. I've seen a lot of this specific park recently. I don't know what's happening there, but
and this is just lucky. Yeah,
this is a quick one. Was a quick one. It looks very good.
Yeah.
I don't know how sure they want to make, but apparently they are confident, and it is correct.
Oh,
very nice.
And we're getting another can around here. We're going to be in the island of Prince Edward Island. We have bilingual street sign with chemin and road, which is really common in Prince Edward Island. You also see this kind of reddish road, which again is also really common in Prince Edward Island and that kind of eastern part of New Brunswick.
And in Prince Edward Island, they are looking in New Brunswick, actually.
It could be, to be fair, but
Yeah.
I thought,
mean,
yeah.
They
'Cause-
could probably tell by the transformers on the utility poles, which
Yeah.
on Prince
Oh,
Edward Island
yeah.
have red letters on them that they do not have in New Brunswick.
It did say Acadia, and yeah, you do have a Acadie flag here,
Okay.
which is the French community in the Maritimes, and yeah, they have the town here.
So it is in New Brunswick. Is that technically
Yeah.
New Brunswick, or is it Nova Scotia?
No, it is in New Brunswick here.
Yeah.
And yeah, they had. Great.
That was
And
also a very quick.
Are we looking at the final round here?
I believe we are.
Are we looking at the final round here?
And 1 million point speedrun is coming to its end. 9
Yes,
hours,
sir.
53 minutes. What an amazing feat. And
Can they get a sub 10 hours? Possibly?
that will be challenging, actually, because we are in Israel, I believe.
Yes.
And Israel is a difficult country to pinpoint in.
But there's a lot of info, to be fair.
There is a lot of info, but most people cannot read most of it. So you have to usually move until you find a sign that either has something in Latin script or ideally a road number.
They're scanning a town, and they're both scanning a town, which they have. And the pinpoint shouldn't be that hard, because we do have kind of that, like...
But this is like a hill
road
that they're on,
Yeah.
and all the streets follow the shape of the hill, so a lot of them have similar angles.
Similar, yeah.
But they at least have appeared to have
Did
found
they have it?
They
the
might have
actual
it.
hill there. Do they have it?
Some post chimps in the chat. Do they have it?
Ooh. You can't see it, but I'm doing the motion with my hands where I'm doing like pit, 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 pit.
Yeah.
Little drum roll here.
Hopefully they don't go too
Oh.
fast and miss a 5K, but are they sending? I mean, they're not in
Making
similar.
extra sure.
Yeah.
Making the
No.
list, checking it twice. And
Are the same
they
place.
are certain, I think, and sending, and there it is.
And
Final
there it
5K.
is. 1 million points.
1 million points. What an achievement.
This has been
GG's.
a fight.
This has been a match of endurance, and it has come in under 10 hours, which is
30 minutes.
over 30 minutes faster than planned for. So they did that at a breakneck pace almost.
Yes.
Nice. Very good.
Well played a lot to Remy and Nevada. They have been fighting. They have hit some highs, some lows.
And they're joining
That's-
us now.
Hi,
Welcome
back.
and
Congrats, guys.
congratulations. What a run.
Thanks. Only
That
two
was
fails.
amazing.
Yeah.
Are you
One was-
happy with the run?
Mid.
Okay.
You
Well,
probably
there were a
saw-
couple of rounds that were difficult. I mean, yes.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw,
yeah.
but we missed 2 rounds.
Yeah, we
Yes.
saw.
First one was absolutely not our fault. I think.
Yeah, it was
We saw the
mapped
number.
wrongly. Yeah.
Yeah, but the second one is definitely our fault. So
Yes,
To be
we were
fair,
too fast.
the
on
road
this
did
one.
look exactly
It
like
was
the
heartbreaking.
pinpoint.
Yeah, there were
Yeah.
3 places in there that looked correctly, and you found 2 of them and ruled one out, and then the
Yes.
third one
Yeah.
was right the prize. Yeah.
And you
Didn't
found the
even
town
see it.
so quickly. That's the thing. You found the town so quickly. And it was such a small town.
I think it was on the Bulgaria, right?
yeah,
Yeah, Bulgaria.
Yeah,
I
Bulgaria,
shot called
yeah.
like Rousset like frame 1, and then
Yes.
Vandal just found that randomly.
And
Yeah, but
was-
what a marathon.
was
Yeah.
the Pakistan one the hardest round of the
No,
whole
no.
run? No.
Have you seen
No.
the Oman one?
will see what
yeah,
happens.
yeah.
The Oman one, when we where we started by scanning Namibia for like 8 minutes.
Oh no! Oh no!
It was.
And
it
were you
was
on
no
that? Oh
coverage.
yeah, that road. I've been on that road before. I spawned up there as well once, and then I found that one city in the desert there, and yeah, that's a hell of a road there.
To be fair, I'm not even sure I can even find the location back. Can
Okay,
you,
guys.
Aldo?
I'm going to talk about the Pakistan one. Somebody in the chat, I don't remember who it was, but they said that this was hidden coverage actually.
I think
And
Guava said it. Yeah.
Oh, really?
This was a hidden coverage, and you basically had one chance out of 1 million, 100,000.
Out of 100,000. Yeah, there was just one luck in Pakistan, I think.
Oh my god.
And
I
it
mean,
was
it's
hidden
a
coverage.
AOW trackers
Yes.
moment.
Well, hidden coverage that
It
you
has been a
cannot
while.
access from Google Street View. So yeah, this
Oh,
makes sense
okay.
that you guys weren't sure about Lahore and.
Yeah, I had
Yeah.
no idea this existed, and we kept
Yeah,
looking at
I didn't know about
Lahore,
it
but
either.
you probably saw that we were looking at Lahore, and at some point we started looking around and we found it.
And I think I scanned for the whole Punjab region for like maybe 3 or 4 times and didn't see it once. So skill issue a
Yeah,
bit, but yeah.
that has to be frustrating, and especially right after missing that round in Bulgaria. That must have been really really tough.
Yeah,
But
you guys made
congrats
it.
on persevering, and yeah.
So 10 hours,
achieved-
guys.
Yeah,
10 hours
it's a
of-
PB actually. We are
How-
like
how long?
908 in
wow.
game. So it's a small
Nice.
PB,
Very
6
nice.
minutes. And it's still
Nice.
surprising given the 30 minutes Oman round and the 20 minutes Pakistani one. So yeah.
Well, there's room for improvement still then, and the next one's going to be sub 9.
Yeah, not
Maybe,
really
yeah.
soon, I guess, but yeah.
Yeah, wait, tomorrow I heard you do
No.
no?
I have to sleep.
Well,
right now.
you deserve a break now. So
Yes.
how are you going to spend the rest of the week? I assume will be relaxing, no Geoguessr at all, or how are you planning to
I'll start
recover
by
from this?
working tomorrow afternoon, so yeah.
All right. Then,
And it is very
yeah.
late for you as well. Like you
Yes.
started this run at 5 in the afternoon, so it's
Yeah,
almost
it's 3 now.
o'clock. Yeah,
Yeah.
and
True.
you have
Been a
to
long
be
day.
pretty much
It's
drained now.
really hard to stay focused at the end, and I think that's why we missed the Bulgaria round, because we were
Yeah, I
not
think-
as focused as when we started.
Yeah, but you had
Yeah.
rounds that you went so quickly. I'm talking about like the Northern Mariana Island one.
There was
yeah.
a lucky scan on this one.
Okay,
But
and
yeah.
the also one in Czechia. I don't know if you remember one. Was in South.
Yeah, you
the
just
Zlin one?
zoomed in, and it
The
was right
Zlin one?
there. The
Yes,
over
Zlin.
the stream. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
I
near the
see.
town.
I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah,
sure
I
which one
think
was
it's
the
quite big.
fastest. Like in the whole run, I don't know which round was the fastest. We definitely need to check to do some stats.
Yeah,
of
the replays will tell.
I have my live
yeah,
split check. Yeah.
some of these were really impressive to watch. You just zoomed into the right place as if by magic and just found the right crossing of a river.
Yes.
Yeah. Thanks a lot. A pleasure to play, even though it's a bit frustrating.
No,
But
you
yeah,
guys did well.
what a massive run, and thank you so much for letting us watch it. And
thank you for commenting.
Yeah, that's been
amazing
a great help, because imagine scanning in Oman for 30 minutes while talking doubtly in English with a weird French accent.
I know. I was trying to share some information.
Yeah,
that I was
I
hearing
think the
from
French
you guys.
accent is very charming. I wish I spoke better French in order to listen to this language in its own right, and not just as an accent.
You definitely don't want to hear what we were saying during the Oman round. Trust me.
Cursing the whole world, cursing the mappers. I assume.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very relatable. But
so...
if the person who mapped that location and actually put that in the map is in the chat, this is not the time to speak up, I think.
Yes.
I think I might know them, so I'm not sure who, but whoever that is, I should know them. So
They should treat carefully for the next couple of days.
I'd say months.
All right. So do we have anything else planned for tonight, or are we going to throw to the next event here and go into a pause? I'm actually not sure. I haven't talked about
I
this
think we are
with
going
the,
into a
with the
pause. I think
organization.
we should ping Mesh. I'll just do it.
Okay.
And yeah,
Yes, so again, thank you, Bifold and Wayfinder and all the commentators. I mean,
Everybody,
maybe most of them
Malfunction,
are asleep.
Filibar, Gelotris, Der Ziggy, Guava, Duck,
Maka,
and I think that's everybody.
who wasn't there though.
Nadia, of course. Nadia for orchestrating the whole thing on the casting
Yes.
side.
Yeah, I just
And
saw
the-
what Nadia did in the chat, and she's just been orchestrating everything. Thank you,
And thank you
Nadia.
guys. Thank you guys
Okay.
for giving us the opportunity, because this might be a first, but hopefully we can get more and more of those 1 million run in other events, and this might be the
Yeah,
first.
other maps as well. I think this was one of the first ones, or maybe the first million on ACW. Is that correct? I think
AOW.
Nadia wrote that.
ALW. I
in
mean,
the
we've
chat.
done one before successfully, but
Okay. Okay.
that's one, and 2 failed attempts.
Oh,
Yeah. So yeah,
Okay.
you're doing groundbreaking stuff here. Thank you very much.
Thanks you again.
And hopefully
And I
hopefully
think-
you can inspire others to also attempt
yes.
majestic undertakings like this one.
Yeah, a bit of confidence can do.
All right. So
I
then
think we
it's
can.
yeah.
We can throw it to intermission. So thanks a lot for watching,
Yes.
and see ya.
All right.
Thank you.
See
Goodbye.
you. Bye bye.
Bonne journée.